PKA 751. Harley will be coming, but you never know when. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Harry's, our wonderful merchandise, which we might be having some more added to. Oh, is it? Recording started, just popped up for me, but I guess we're good because no one else is reacting.
Also brought to you by Lock and Load on my screen.
Okay, sweet. So, boys, are you stoked over
the American Pope?
The song of the summer.
Come on.
I was gonna say.
Oh, that's
yeah,
what we're talking
song
about.
of the summer. Song of the
Song
summer.
of the summer.
Is it the Hitler one?
It's the Hitler
All
one.
my ninjas. Nazis.
I heard it.
Yeah,
I heard it.
Did you watch the video?
It's all in dark, and there's just a bunch of black men chanting Heil Hitler, right?
Yeah, it's a band. They're looking like very stern.
They're dressed as African tribesmen.
Are they? It was so
They have
dark.
animal skins on their heads. What are we talking about? Y'all didn't notice that they're all African tribesmen, and they're mean mugging the camera with animal skins adorning their bodies, and they're bare chested with that fat black man tit from Africa that they get.
I don't think Hitler would share the affection they have for him.
See, this is where people don't understand. See,
tell me.
You're not understanding Kanye. This isn't about
true.
This isn't about like Kanye liking like Nazism. It really isn't, or liking Hitler necessarily.
I definitely misinterpreted Heil Hitler then. Yeah.
Yeah, he does not. That's not what it's about. This is about disliking Jews. This is about his beef with the Jews.
That's true.
Okay, and Hitler was. And look, you may have read some other stuff, but Hitler was about a lot more than just disliking Jews. Okay, like he was doing any number of peoples, and he also had some side projects like conquering the world.
Painting.
But Kanye doesn't care about any of that. He doesn't care that Hitler was an artist. He doesn't like Jews. They try to take his children. They won't let him see it. That's what he's rapping about, right? They took his money away. They took his children away. He doesn't like the Jews. That he thinks there's a big conspiracy. The Jews are after him. And from his point of view, it probably looks a lot like that.
And
that's
he figured, who do they dislike the most? And then he moved from there. But I liked in the song had, I don't know if you guys, Woody probably wasn't, but Kyle, maybe you saw sometimes. Like, do you remember those weird videos that would come on at like 3:15 a.m. on Adult Swim, like after Aqua Teen, where it was almost like those Too Many Cooks style videos, but even more deranged? That's what this music video felt like. It felt like you told Tim and Eric to go, just like, guys, go as far as you can. Do it as wild as you, or really like a Sam Hyde, like $1 Million Extreme thing. It was so over the top. Half the lines in it are just Heil Hitler.
Yeah.
Like,
easily half. Yeah.
I feel like he whipped up the lyrics in 45 seconds.
Yeah. it seemed easy. Like, all right, I'm gonna be mad about my kids being taken away, gonna be mad about my money. That's gonna be like one stanza or whatever it's called. And then we're gonna fall back into the Heil Hitlers for about 40 seconds, and it's only a 2-minute, 20-second song. So
and I think Heil Hitler for 40 seconds happens more than once.
Yeah.
This is Kyle, are you saying that's not how you remember the song?
No, that's not I remember the song, but it's there's a. I was going to talk about the other song where he's talking about sucking his cousin's dick. That one's sick too. You know?
Oh yeah, he said something. I think there was a lyric in the one I'm talking about how he's a cuck and he likes watching guys bang his girl.
Yeah. I guess
he's like those
really it's a public service. So a woman that good shouldn't be just one guy.
the political compass. He likes to have one song from the album in every like, all right, well, I've got this part covered with the Hitler thing, and then I'm going to do the, what else? Are there any songs about like he likes fast cars and having a good time? Nothing like that.
No, there's no authoritarian left in Kanye's bag of tricks, I'm afraid.
No. He could have like a little ditty about Mao. Maybe.
I don't think so. I don't think he's down with Mao. No, that was wild. It's been getting leaked more and more like over the last few weeks. I keep catching like little clips of it because I think he uploads himself and streams himself mixing music and making music. So I've heard this song a couple weeks ago. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. Is anyone like platforming it? I don't even like that word, but like, can you buy that song somewhere?
Oh,
I would imagine.
I don't know.
No,
it was near the top of Reddit. That's how I found it.
Yeah. I saw it on some YouTuber's channel that had like 1,500 subscribers, and you can
Just
see like a
re-uploaded
cursor
it?
moving over the screen because it's a screen cap of like Sneeko's stream. I think he's like over there hanging out with Sneeko, like making music. And I know they did a Piers Morgan interview, or they did a failed interview the other day together for some reason.
Yeah, I see. I just looked up the Heil Hitler Kanye on YouTube. It's what you said. There's no like official Kanye channel. It's just like random people uploading it, and a lot of them only have like 20 something thousand. And so I would imagine they're getting taken down. Relative.
Yeah, I don't think the song's done. My guess would be the song isn't done yet. Although clearly there's all that, like those tribesmen chanting Heil Hitler. Like
they looked so angry too.
But
so
why
mad.
would they make a video for a song that's not done? Isn't the video kind of the last stage?
I think it's the first stage for him. I think he's been crafting that. Like
this is kind of his first strike.
He's not doing this under a studio with like that cast of crew and characters around him. He's doing this at an edgelord streamer's house on his own, wearing a mask. So
he hired a dozen actors.
Where did he get those people? I can't believe nobody is like looking for who those people are. Where did he get them?
I was thinking that. Like,
what were their motive? All right, what's my motivation in this scene? Well, you hate Jews.
Now, I need you to explain to me, who is this Hitler fellow? What is the deal with him? Why do you like him so much?
I assume those people were all American. Do you think that?
For sure.
Oh, okay, you too.
He didn't get real Afrikaans.
You don't think he got real Afrikaans?
No.
I don't know. He had them wearing like wolf pelts and shit.
Yeah, which
like a lot of them.
There aren't wolves in Africa, I don't think.
I noticed that, but like some of the black guys were like jacked and no shirt on. But if I recall, there were a couple that were a little on the heavier side, a little on the braver body side, and they had shirts on, or they had
braver
like a full
body.
Yeah, that's what I like to call it. Like some people like me have brave bodies.
I thought thick was kind, but brave is next level.
Unbelievably brave. If I go swimming in public, it's bravery.
Some people are scared of trail mix, but not me.
Not me. You can't trick me.
Yeah, they had those wolf. One guy had a wolf skin on his head, and like they were all dressed like I said, like tribes people. It's bizarre. It's hilarious. I love that it's going on. He's gonna. I don't think you're allowed to even talk about that, but I don't think he's gonna live for a ton longer.
Ooh, you think he's gonna get got?
I think he might get himself.
Saying, I think it's gonna be an inside job, but you can't say things that rhyme with homicide.
Nope.
Or no, it's the other thing. Whenever they get real sensitive about people offing themselves, so you got
people hate that.
Yeah.
It's really upsetting to people.
I don't know why it's not a like tentpole topic on podcasts and comedies.
In Canada, it is.
Oh, right.
That's free there. I saw we got our new pope, and I don't know anything about the
American from Chicago. Dude,
hate it.
You guys hate it?
Yeah, dude, he's a Blackhawks fan. Fuck that.
Oh, I didn't think about that. Dude, my problem was they went to Villanova. Dude, so everybody knows how ridiculously pompous people from Notre Dame are. But locally, Villanova, it's the Notre Dame of Philadelphia. Now these fucks are going to be elevated to Notre Dame. They have a pope. Notre Dame, I don't know how many popes they have. I'm pretty sure it's about 0. Now Villanova has their first pope. We need bigger pope hats for these people, for their big heads they're going to have.
I don't like his sports alignments or his allies there. I don't put it past him for him to maybe even curse the St. Louis Blues and some of their postseason future appearances. He can do that now. And
what if he roots for the Sixers?
Well, I'm indifferent to that, but he's from Chicago. And so he's going to probably be a Bulls, Cubs, Hawks fan. And that's not the sort of divisiveness we need in an office in the papacy.
We'll know next season if he is a good pope or not based on Joel Embiid's injury status throughout the year.
If he can keep Robert Thomas on the ice, or he can keep him off the ice, we'll know he's a bad dude.
I think he's a Cubs fan. He grew up on the south side of Chicago, which would indicate he's a Sox fan, but suspected that he is a secret Cubs fan. We'll see.
Or he's also,
if they win the series this year, you'll know for sure that God, not only God is real, but the Pope
we'll know
Cubs fan.
One is real too.
Yeah.
But he's also Chilean, and so he could be one of those guys who's like just really into soccer.
Wait, he's Chilean? I didn't know about this part.
I thought he was like, Peruvian. Is that right? Peruvian who then
I thought he was just an American from Chicago. Was he not born in America?
Well, let's see.
If there was only someone we could find out.
All right, where's the?
Well, yeah,
new
he's born
Pope?
in America, but like, what's he ethnically?
Oh,
He's American
he was-
and Peruvian in descent.
okay.
Oh, well, if he was born like and spent his whole life in Chicago, then there's no way he would care that much about.
Well,
the
we're going to see
Peruvian
what Tom
soccer
Homan thinks about all this because I don't know. I don't know where this Pope politically stands. He might be looking at getting, sent out the door. Might have to deport the Pope.
You can't deport him. He lives in a giant castle in Italy.
Oh, he better not come back here. He'll be sent on his way back to his castle.
Sent back right back to his castle. Oh shit! We accidentally sent him to to Guatemala.
He had a snarky tweet.
We sent
towards
him to
JD
Peru
Vance about
accidentally.
3 weeks ago. Did you guys know that?
What's that?
I saw something about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess JD Vance said something like, we put our family in front of other people, and like that was a moral stance. And now the new Pope, at the time, Cardinal was like, no, Jesus doesn't put some loving relationships over others. They're all highly valued. I'm paraphrasing, but I'm close.
Yeah, this is definitely a liberal Pope that's not going to get along with the Trump administration. This is definitely a pro-worker, pro-immigration, pro-migration, pro-social justice, pro-listening church rather than telling church kind of Pope that will continue in the previous Pope's footsteps, even picking the name Leo. Again, this is nothing I know about, but obviously I read all day. Leo was also like a pro-union, pro-worker Pope, I suppose, before him, which is when they pick their name, it's usually to give some sort of idea of what what popes they want to emulate or what kind of pope they want to be. So
I'm impressed with your knowledge of the papacy. I'm sure you've been studying it for a long, long time.
Yeah,
I seriously think you did a great job.
Hour and a half. Plus, I watched the movie Conclave, and it's so funny. I heard that the Cardinals were watching the movie. They said that the Cardinals were watching the movie to learn more about the Conclave and what it's like. I suggest everyone to watch the Conclave. It's tremendous. It's on our Plex, by the way.
I haven't heard of it.
It's
Okay.
I told you about it last week. It's about
I heard of it
dying.
last week.
Oh, yeah. I now distinctly remember. I heard about it last week.
You probably said it real boring, Kyle. No one was listening.
It's about the Pope dying and then the conclave, which is the voting process. But there's tons of intrigue. Like the one of the guys who's in the lead to be the Pope. They're it's like Game of Thrones where the contenders are like shitty and they're sniping each other, and the black guy is leading the votes. He's close, but one of the other popes knows that black guy fathered a child like 40 years ago. So he invites the black maid from Africa to Rome to be in the room there to embarrass him because she's like, I have not seen you in so long. And he's like, get away from me. And there's a whole meltdown. So there's
I promise I never have gotten pussy ever.
He has a scene like that where he's crying and he's like, I had a moment of weakness 40 years ago. He's like, you can't be Pope then. And he's like grown man crying. It's a good movie. It's not just about that. That's one of the things that happens. There's a ton of
It's just how they bring that one guy down. But they got to
that's how they bring the black Pope down. I was hoping we were going to get a black Pope because I heard that the black cardinal was like a hardcore right winger. Like he was going to be setting the church right.
I think that would have just hurt Christianity. I could be wrong. It's
not a popularity contest
of my subject matter expertise. I'm not the guy to talk about this, but if you brought some hardline pope from a tiny country, Americans are going to ignore that pope, whereas this one might grow Christianity in America.
But it's not a popularity contest. It shouldn't grow. You don't want everyone. That's the whole point, right? This is it's like trying to grow Mensa or something. It's no, we're good where we are. We don't lower the bar. We don't say that everyone's a genius. So join Mensa so that Mensa can be a big club. That's not the point. We have beliefs. Yeah. We have a system. It either means something. It's what I said last week. Be about what you're about. And the Catholic Church hasn't been about what they're about other than molesting boys for 50 years.
Yeah. If I'm a Christian, I would rather have someone who's a Christian who, I don't know, has sex before marriage than someone who's just a non-believer. I would take that first guy over the second one.
Of course.
But if you go hard in the paint and you're like, no sex before marriage, no condoms, no gay, no this, no that, no nothing, no everything, then people are just going to be like, oh, well, no you, because fuck off with your 17th century rules. That would be, I think, a popular take. But what do I know?
Yeah, again, I don't think it should be a popularity contest. You should be about what you're about. You don't.
Well, then we're letting Muslims take over as the most popular religion, which they're on track to do already.
Muslims are.
What we're gonna do? Outbreed them? Like we've already lost.
We can recruit.
Yeah.
Recruit from where?
The non-believers. I don't know. The third biggest religion in the world is non-believer. It goes Muslim, Christianity, non-believer.
Christian, Muslim, non-believer, probably. Or actually, I would guess.
What did
Christian,
I say?
You said Muslim, Christian. I would guess it's Christian, Muslim, Hindu, non-believer, because there's so many Hindus in India.
No, it is Christian. I looked it up. I was looking at it today.
I believe you.
Yeah, and I was curious about it from the perspective I said of like, what kind of pope can grow where string, and current size. I must have said it wrong. Is Christian, Muslim, non-believer. But if you look at projected size, it's Muslim, Christian, non-believer.
Yeah,
I don't believe in any of that gobbledygook. But that is, I don't believe in any of that gobbledygook. But that aside, like, if you're a Christian pope, then you should support, I don't know, Christian ideals. And like, he's supposed to be the guy between us and God, right? Supposedly, he's like talking to the big man upstairs directly, and none of us can. Well, I don't know about some of that liberal stuff. I don't think God's down with that. He said he wasn't. All I have is God's word.
He said he wasn't.
All I have is God's word. He hasn't updated us.
Speaks to God. Kyle does.
I don't speak to God. I just got a letter he wrote. Okay, and based on like the stuff that God wrote, or not that he wrote anything, but what he told folks to wrote, according to other folks that wouldn't lie, which is all you have to base off of. Like you can't even. You have to use that. You have to use the Bible and the gospel as hard, concrete realism. If you're the Pope, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, you're 100% right. Like if you're gonna be a religious official, like you better be both feet in. Like you better be all about it, because like otherwise, if anything, that I could see more people leaving than being enticed to it. Because someone whose last holdout on Catholicism is like wanting to be able to abort babies or something, like that person's not gonna join anyway. Like they're not all about it. There's a quote from St. John Paul II, that Pope John Paul, who I remember all my aunts and uncles and grandma and grandpa being all about this guy. Like even the older Catholics I still know, they all talk about Pope John Paul like, oh, just the best.
That was my childhood
best pope in our childhood popes. And he had a quote where he said, "We must defend the truth at all costs, even if we are reduced to just 12 again." In other words, like, it doesn't matter how many people join or leave. Like, it's my job, it's our job to defend the truth of the church and to put forth the beliefs therein. And so it's like, all right, like I believe that guy's all in. Whereas if some pope came around who was like, actually, abort babies. Actually, you can get to heaven any way you want. Kind of dealer's choice. It's like, what the fuck? Like, are you even like, why are you even in the church? Why don't you like go work at a fucking bank?
I don't care about the
popularity. There's no dogs in heaven. That's not my pope.
God said there weren't.
What does God know?
I don't think God.
He made the place.
He's true.
He's the proprietor. I mean, you know, like he runs the place. He doesn't look. He's got two rules: no dogs, no coloreds. He's got. He took the colored sign down a couple years ago. It's all right. Chill.
I'm looking through a list of pope names. You tell me if you're pope.
Okay.
What are you stopping at? The most common one ever is John.
No.
I get why. That's not quite fancy enough.
John
I go no on
Revelator.
John. Second most popular, Gregory. How are we feeling on Gregory? It's old timey, but it doesn't have that. It doesn't have that spice.
I like
For
Gregory
me, it was
as a
ruined
name.
in Walking Dead.
Yeah, Gregory
Also,
is a good name.
There's a
Strong
Gregory in
name.
Walking Dead.
Yes, he's absolutely horrible. He's a coward. He sells out his own people. He's a villain. They eventually hang him for being a traitor. But the worst of all is the cowardness of it. Like, he was a traitor because he was afraid to stand up to Negan. So he just sold his own people. Not Gregory for me.
My uncle's name was Greg. I like that name.
Big
I would
fan
pick
of
that name. I like if I had to seconds on names, I think I'd go with that name.
Well, I hope that
a
he
pretty
would
good
run
name.
the Hilltop much better than the Gregory.
I'd go with Greg though. I don't want to be Gregory. You know, maybe on a letterhead or something, like, or in a court document.
Taylor,
I'll
any
be
more
Gregory.
options? I want to hear.
Oh yes, we got Benedict, Clement, Leo Innocent.
I like Innocent.
in Pope in. Oh, what are you even talking about? Do you not know my name? Me
Pope
stealing
Innocent.
gold from the peasants doesn't sound right. Doesn't sound credible.
Don't believe those children. I'm Pope Innocent.
Now, I'm Pope Innocent. Pope Pius. I don't like that one. That's a little too like on the
Pious.
nose. It's like just be pious.
Okay.
You shouldn't have to say it. You know, somehow Pope Innocent is
Yeah, how'd we get
less
to adjectives?
braggadocious than pious. How about an older timey one?
That's a good point. Why did they go to adjectives? Why are they like? Why are you? Can you be Pope handsome?
You could be Pope cool, Pope chill.
Pope dope. I
like that. Sixtus, Sixtus, Pope Sixtus.
That I think that's my leading one so far.
That's pretty
Terrible.
cool. I'm going
hate
down
that
to
one.
like the older style ones. How about Sergius? That's old timey too.
What does
like
it mean? Is that a Greek word? What does it mean? What does Sergius mean?
Let's
Does it
see.
mean that I'm powerful and influential?
It means
I take from that
servant
word.
or guardian. In
It's the
Latin.
opposite.
So the opposite of what you wanted.
Yeah,
there.
the opposite of being Sergius. No, I don't want to be that at all.
How about Calixtus?
That guy fucks.
Ooh. You think Calixtus fucks?
Yeah. Pope Calixtus, more girls for you, sir. I've already went through the others. Good. He'd be like an evil rapey pope. What's it?
Calixtus.
Calixtus. It sounds like Severus Snape. Like that's the name you would give an evil guy in a narrative. I like that.
Taylor,
I like
what's your
that one
choice?
too. I think Sixtus is pretty cool.
That's what I landed on too.
That's pretty Roman sounding. It sounds old timey. It's like if it's like Pope Steve, it's like get fucking real. Like, but this, it's like Pope Sergius.
What do you think of them choosing such a young pope at the tender
Is he
age
young?
of 69?
Yeah, but a babe.
Yeah, he's the youngest one in a while. Taylor, do you know?
I don't know. I'm not.
I know the last two were in their 70s. Pope John, I remember he had a really long reign, right? So maybe he was just not as old when he
Got
started.
shot too.
Pope
Yeah.
Benedict IX was the youngest ever pope, aged
67.
20
What?
and elected. Yeah,
Wow. What year was that?
that was the year 1032.
See, but when adjusted for lifespan, he was probably a ripe 20. 20 was like 45 back then. He was already downhill.
No, if you're the pope, you're getting good foods, you're getting solid shit.
No, I just don't care. Yeah, I just don't care about the Pope. What does the Pope do, and how would he influence our lives in any way? As non-Catholics.
When the Pope says something you agree with, you use him as an authority to reinforce your point. That is what the Pope is for.
Yeah, I think it's all silly, if I'm being honest. When I see them walking around in their wizard robes and their silly hats, waving their incense, I just think it's so silly and embarrassing for them. I can't wait till everyone wakes up and sees the emperor has no clothes and that you've got a bunch of old pedophiles dancing around in wizard robes, millions of dollars in their bank account. Not this last Pope, by the way. I hear he was like poor as fuck. Like he had $20 or something when he died. Like he didn't live in the papal mansion. He lived in some side quarters. They showed his bed. It was pathetic.
He doesn't buy his own thing.
It was pathetic. No, I like the pomp and circumstance.
I like
Really?
the
Oh,
old
I
who
don't
lives
like
as
the
a-
all the gold, all the
I
strings
hate that
around.
a lot. But I was picturing myself as Pope because apparently you don't have your own money, but you do have a huge budget. They'd just be like, "Yeah, Woody, he lived a modest life." Kind of a wild fish tank budget, to be honest. But,
I needed this real fish, and they're like, "Man, stop talking like that. We know you're not." What are you saying? I'm at the Pope. Yeah,
I can't do accents. So you're like, this is my Pope accent.
Just do this.
This is my Pope accent.
That helps. That sells it.
Yeah, I heard that too about the previous Pope, where they're like he had one pair of shoes, a shitty bed, and like I don't know, one pair of underwear, and lived in a little house. And it's like, okay, but anytime he wants, he can be like, stakes on, boys.
That's the point,
Like,
though, that he doesn't. Like the idea was that he was living like that for a reason. Perhaps you would think if you're actually a believer, you would like part of the religion would be to live in absolute poverty. Like because the whole thing to non-believers would be like, yeah, we live like this. In the afterlife, we got a river of gold we swim in all day. Our house is made of diamonds. Like we're happy to live as peasants and paupers and give all we have away to the poor.
Dude, the OG popes, I don't know if it can be overstated how much easier it is to be pope now than it was like early days.
Okay.
Early popes were like getting crucified upside down and flayed alive and tortured to death.
Sawed.
Sawed in half. That's how one. I don't remember
like meddling a lot.
At that point, they had no institutional power. They were just trying to like spread it. Like they didn't have.
But they had. Well, maybe I'm missing out my time periods, but I thought they had like a ton of influential power to the point where kings.
So eventually,
that would be eventually in like the Middle Ages after Christianity had grown. I'm talking about like Saint Peter, like the first guy.
Oh, right.
Like,
that means something to me.
Like one of the apostles, the first pope. And then after him, some other guy. And so, like, this is literally the year like 7 or the year like 40. And so like by like year like 1040, sure, the pope had a lot of power. Like the king of France, king of England were like, we hate each other. We're going to go to war. But we better make sure the pope weighs in because we can't have this guy taking one of our sides because then the other side is fucked. Because then all the Catholics in our army are going to be like, you want us to fight against the side the Pope is pulling for? Go fuck yourself. Not going to happen. But really early on, these guys were getting tortured, murdered like, regularly. It would be like, the fourth Pope's reign, it went from year 87 to almost 88. And then he was fought by legionaries and torn asunder by stallions or some horrible thing.
There's like a dozen popes that were killed in a horrific way or another, presumably by the Romans before Rome accepted Christianity in like the year 300 or something. I think Constantine had a big battle and he saw a crucifix in the sky or something. And then he won the battle. And then he was like, that's all the sign I need. No more of that polytheism. It's the Christian God for us from now on. And 10 years later, the entire Roman Empire was Christian and it stayed that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't remember what the battle was, but that is the story I remember reading about. Is some like very difficult battle against I don't even know. I don't even know what religion, if it was even a religious battle, because that was pre-Islam. That was probably not.
It was the year 300, roughly, like pretty close. It's the year 300 when the battle happened. So I don't know who Rome's enemies were in the year 300.
Persia.
About the new pope. Are we going to find out where he stands soon? Is he going to issue like a manifesto and be like, all right, condoms are out, abortion's in, Jews, no heaven for them, like, or whatever it is that the Pope might declare? Or is he going to?
They should have like a Google Doc where everyone can click in and
some bullet points.
Yeah, because I know he's like
gay sex 4 out of 10. Like, what does this mean?
I know he's like very pro immigration, but he's also very anti. Like gay, anti-abortion, anti like that kind of shit. Like, I guess.
Does he want women more involved with the runnings of the church? Perhaps, like becoming ministers and priests. Like that's. I think that's what's on the verge. Like as far as like the bleeding edge of the Catholic Church becoming more liberal, less conservative. I think the involvement of women in the church is a big one. Like that's right there on the cusp. I think gays is a little further down the line, and abortion is way on down the line.
Are priests getting married on the radar at all?
No, not in the Catholic Church.
Not if you want to be a priest, they would defrock you immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if I were king, that's what I would change.
I would too. We've talked about it many times about all the pluses to that, and there are no minuses. Like what's wrong with loving a woman? We
talked about it. The fucking Orthodox Church has been doing this for 1,000 years. And they don't have a pedophile problem because
why did they do that? Is it because Jesus didn't have a wife?
No, it's because they. I don't know enough about it to like know why they're like they have a rule that priests aren't allowed to get married, but the Orthodox ones can. And I like looked it up because I was like, who the hell's in charge of the Orthodox Church, the Eastern Orthodox Church? And they've even a cooler name.
It's what I said. It's because Christ wasn't married.
Yeah. The head guy of the Eastern Orthodox Church is the ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople.
Holy shit, that's a title and a half.
That's so many syllables. You can tell it's
now here's some cool shit, Taylor. I know you're not into Warhammer, but a big part of the lore, like when they go into battle, they'll have these I can't remember what they're called, but they're like these blessings written on these ribbons that are wax attached to them, like words of their gods and stuff, like the emperor shall protect, the emperor shall blah blah blah, and those words, because they're written on this sacred script, are supposed to imbue like protections. The Orthodox priests in Russia have been doing that for soldiers, doing these like blessings before they go into battle and attaching these like blessing scripts to their bodies, just like Warhammer.
Yeah, I'm sure that's where Warhammer got it from.
Maybe. Yeah. I've also seen that like the Orthodox Church in Russia has clearly like bends to political power. So like I feel like the Pope, whether you like him or not, doesn't. He seems to be his own guy. You know what I mean? I'm not sure if anybody can get to the Pope and make him do a thing. So I guess I like that about him. For good or worse, he's doing what he believes is right, which I can appreciate.
Like he's in his own country. I don't think the ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople has his own country.
No, he probably doesn't have stamps and collect taxes and such.
How many taxes are they collecting in Vatican City anyway?
I don't know, but how does the tithe system work? Like if you give money to a Catholic church, either in like, taking $5 and putting it in the bucket, or if you write in some, $100,000 endowment to them, what percentage of that money eventually ends up in the Vatican? Like some percentage, right?
I think very little. Like if you're donating in like Indiana, I feel like that's going to get used like in those.
But what if you're in like the biggest church in New York, like some giant cathedral that's not hurting for cash or any of that? Like, does their money go up the ladder like the mob? I picture it like the mob.
I have no
idea. Money
just
moves up to the big man, the Pope, and he's just up there, collecting from everybody. He gets a little piece of the pie.
And he's not even spending it. He's fucking sleeping on a shitty bed with one pair of shoes.
Well, you may have seen the last Pope donated his Pope mobile to the children of Gaza. They're doing donuts in that shit.
That's kind of an FU to the next Pope, where it's like, get your own car.
Where's my car? My wheels.
What's up, Harley? How are you?
Yo, what up? Sorry for being late. Thank you so much for waiting, guys.
Oh,
no
we didn't wait.
We didn't.
Your audio is too quiet.
You're a little.
Fuck you.
Well, I mean,
wait. What about now? I boosted the gain up a little bit. How's that?
It is
maybe a little more.
You want more? Okay. More. Now we're at 12 o'clock. We were at 10 o'clock. Now we're at 12.
Yeah,
we want to go to 1.
Sound like.
You want to go to 1, eh? How's that?
Hey,
like that?
2.
I'm more of a noon
2.
guy.
Here's 2.
Can you count to 4 for me?
We're
getting 2.
We're getting basement.
You want 3? Yeah, you're gonna. That's the thing. I just got my basement redone.
Okay, so 3 is too much. Can I hear 2 again? Sorry, chat.
This is 2.
Can I hear 2 loud? Like you be louder?
Ha ha ha!
All right, let's go at 1:30, and then I'll tell you if we change it again.
Okay. Oh my god!
I think this is about right. Yeah.
You're gonna be pissed the whole time, eh?
Oh, we got.
Can't you get like an AI? Can't you get like an AI thing to sort it out?
He's got to.
We do. But it's better.
Do I have a setting? I don't have a setting I could put on that's gonna help you out a little bit right now.
We will normalize the audio
Echo
in
cancellation,
post,
perhaps?
but it's better to start with the best product possible.
Zach says he already did it. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Hopefully that stands.
Fucking hell yeah, man.
Harley, we've just been chatting about the Pope. We picked our favorite Pope names.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle, I don't even think came up with a good one. I think he was like Gregory. He's kind of traditional in that way. Woody and I liked Pope Sixtus. Very
Sixtus?
Yes.
How
like
do you spell that?
Sixtus. Like
what kind of fucking Age of Empires ass fucking name is that? Where'd you get Sixtus from?
Well, list of Pope names.
I pulled up papal name Wikipedia, and it shows all the.
It's a stupid name. It means the 6th. Clearly, like I bet he was the 6th Pope, wasn't he?
How about this? How about Pope Silverius? That guy's all by himself. No, there's only one dude who ever went, oh, Severinus.
What makes it a Pope name? Are there deemed names, or just these are the names that popes select? They select them?
Yeah, once they become Pope, they pick a Pope name.
So they often choose a name from a prior pope that represented the style of pope that they want to be. So like maybe if it was a more listening pope, they wanted to hear what the people had to say more. Like their current pope, pick Leo. I don't know anything about Pope Leo, but I'm told Pope Leo was a people person and supported workers' rights and unions and such. So I think you pick a name of a prior pope who represented the kind of pope that you intend to be. Pope Trump.
Pope Trump. Nah, that doesn't have that old-timey feel to it.
Yeah. You know, I honestly don't understand why. Like, I would definitely be like, no, you got to do your own shit. But that shit that Pope John and Pope Sixtus did has no fucking clue or comparison to it. There's shit you're gonna have to deal with, bro. Like this is World War III. You're gonna have to bring a lot more than John.
I'd sell the name.
You got to think of your own.
John's the most common one.
Is it? Corporate sponsor out the name. That's the move. Just like a ballpark. Like I know it's going to be embarrassing to work in like
Pope Mountain Dew Code Red.
Yes, Pope Preparation H. Okay, and you change your name every year. You're going to want to cycle that out. You're going to want to get your money's worth.
Yeah.
No, that you gotta if it's up for sale, then at that point it's endless. I mean, like they can come in and have it be Pope Jew. Someone could buy that. Pope Islam. They could buy it out. Like that'd be crazy. You guys start renting the spot out.
We don't accept all bids.
There'd already be bids on the next Pope that's not in yet to lock it in.
That's true. It would be like
for that. I'm gonna change my name next year to the Saudi one that they buy. I don't know.
Honestly, I've always liked the idea of changing my name. When I was younger, well, first of all, I went through many stages. But when I was younger, I was like, oh, why am I so tall? And my name is Harley, and I'm gay. Like I would think, but like I'd be like, why couldn't I just be normal sized and named Derek or Mark?
Why Derek or Mark instead of Harley? What's wrong with Harley?
Well, just cool. When it's like 1994 and you're the biggest kid in class and you're very large and gay. Not actually. I'm straight. I'm very straight.
Oh
well, that's what I'm saying.
Dude, bigger and stronger than
you don't get it, Woody. You can't control your limbs and shit at that age. You fall walking upstairs. You don't like. It's not easy work.
I couldn't control my limbs because people like you were holding me by the wrists.
No, that wasn't me. I wasn't one of those. I was definitely more so like tickle your ear until you freak out and turn around and hit at me and then act like the victim.
That is the Jewish way.
That was
I set you guys up. Don't act like you did shit. I fucking set you all up with that one.
Oh, for sure. I didn't go in. It was too easy.
Yeah. But I was like, man, if I was Derek or Matt, that'd be so cool. Now I'm content being Harley.
No,
where I was just
sick.
Yeah,
Let me tell you why Harley's sick.
Cool.
Anytime when someone asks your name, they never have to ask for clarification, do they? They know how to spell it, and they heard it the first time.
Sometimes Harvey comes out, but I've never corrected a. Well, it really is. I never corrected a person that called me Harvey. I'm never like, oh wait, it's Harley. No, sorry. My name is slightly gayer than the one you thought it was. It's Harley. Yeah,
no, it's Harley.
My name could be a girl's name or a dog's name.
Yeah, my friend has a dog named Harley. Great husky.
Fuck him. Fuck that dog.
My mother named her dog Taylor. Just saying.
Sick.
And it's a girl.
Nice. Well, I'm outnumbered. I remember that being a point of discussion when I was like 10, when I was like, Mom, what the fuck? Like, why are all the girls in my, like, of all the Taylors in my school, there's like me and one more guy and then like 8 girls.
And you know what the problem is? Sorry. I was going to say those Taylors, they're always hot. Growing up, the girl Taylors, they were always. I liked like 4 Taylors growing up, and then I grew up, and I'm like, I guess there's Taylors in my life now. This is what they are.
No, they're just fat Midwesterners. Yeah, I remember asking her, and she bamboozled me for a few years on this. I was like, why is this? And she's like, Taylor, it's because when you were born in the early 90s, it was a boy's name, not a girl's name. And I'm like, oh, okay. And like maybe a week later, I'm like, wait a fucking minute. All these classmates of mine were also born in 1991. Like they were all born in 90 or 91. So like, you bamboozled me. And then my dad eventually, he's like, yeah, she just was all on the name Taylor because of like some hot weatherman on like a CBS show that ran 3 seasons and she liked him, and so she named you after this weatherman character. And it's like, well, that's a terrible lore.
And there's no shot that's your dad, the weatherman. There's no shot at all. Have you ever even thought about it? Pull up his picture.
Pull up my dad's. I don't believe it or not. I don't have pictures.
No. The weatherman. The weatherman.
I don't know who it is.
Taylor, you just gotta look up local area to wherever he was born. Look up Taylor.
No. It was like a weatherman from a TV show. I think he was a weatherman on a television show. He wasn't like a local weatherman.
Top 5 most popular soap operas. See which episodes were running in that time, and see if any of them had a weatherman focused. Or
Jesus Christ, this is CSI.
We're going in. We're fucking doing it, dude. We got to find it. Actually, we've said enough. There's a fucking weirdo or two in your audience that'll do it from here. They got it, boys. Did you guys see The Accountant too?
No, I did see The Accountant though. I watched The Accountant with my wife just that like last week, and the entire time I kept telling her it reminded me of my days at Woodworth and St. John.
Yeah, that's it. The original Accountant was pretty good, but he was so rude to that lady who just tried to help, where she's like, hey, I can bring you some documents while you're doing your analysis if you'd like. I also like this kind of stuff. And he's like, won't be necessary. Can you leave? She's like, oh, okay.
But
I'm going to eat lunch. I'm going to eat lunch here. If you could leave, I'd appreciate it. And it's like, this isn't autism. This is just a douchebag.
I'm with that guy.
You're with that guy.
Well, I like, first of all, I always said that I think the movie would be great if it was called Sniper on the Spectrum. Because a lot of people, when they first heard of The Accountant, they're like, Ben Affleck, The Accountant, I'm not into it. They didn't know that he was gonna be good with numbers and like tunnel vision and be a hitman. And when I saw this movie, I was like, oh my God, I slept on it for like 5 years. I loved The Accountant. It was like sneaky one of my like favorite movies in the last 10 years.
It's pretty good.
And then the second one, I saw the trailers for it and I was like, oh hell yeah. And
I want brother in the second one more.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
And I loved, and they're so good. I think Ben Affleck's even better in this one than the previous one. And they kind of like modified their approach to autism as well, which I think was in a welcome way. Because one of the weirder scenes in the first one is this part, he like blasts heavy metal and like hurts himself on his shins. And it seemed like, I mean, I've worked with many special needs people, and that, like, I've never seen a person who is autistic do exactly that. So maybe this is like an extreme case, but then it was just like such an extreme little thing, and the scene is just awkward and weird. But in this one, they ditched that shit, and instead they just like have him playing with lightsabers more.
A lot lighter on the action.
Yeah. Oh no, there's a lot of guns, a lot of shooting.
Okay, so it's not like him getting stressed out having to order at Subway. Like in front of other people.
Yeah, but like you didn't say Chipotle.
Chipotle. Oh my God.
Who calls it that other than my mother?
Nobody.
Woody does.
Probably.
My mom literally calls it. You call it that?
I mean, not anymore.
He doesn't know what else to call it.
A few seconds
No, that's
ago.
good. My mom still calls it that, and I tell her all the time. She also calls Snoopy Dog. Not like Snoop, not like Snoop Dogg. Not like Snoop Dogg comes up a lot in conversation in my house when I'm with my parents. But like whenever Snoop does come up, and she's like Snoopy Dog.
My mom is always humming gin and juice. She won't stop.
Laid back.
So the boxing thing, Harley.
Yeah.
You've fully dropped.
Shit, dude.
You're no longer fighting. Done with Creator Clash. Have they like followed up with you at all? Did they like try to hold you and be like, no, Harley, please don't leave. You're the headline fighter. Or did you just peace and they like?
Yeah, it was pretty easy for them. They're like, that's fine. When was your day? 2012? Nah, you're good. Go on, get out of here.
So what happened? Like did it start with the content cop thing? Is that with the
content cop came out, and that's when I actually had people hitting me up. They're like, yo, you still gonna do this shit? And I was like, yeah, why not? Like LA Beast is training for it. He has a newborn, but he's still doing this. I've been here for months. I've been making great progress, and I'm having a good time. The weather's great in Florida, and it's been something I've been committed to. And then as time went on, things got crazier. Things got pretty, I don't know how tuned in you guys are to like, this type of internet bullshit stuff.
I don't watch a lot of internet drama.
I watched like part of a video recapping it to me, but not a lot.
Okay,
Like, I know
so
Ethan and Hassan or maybe Ethan and iDubbbz were in a tiff.
well, yeah, but we got like Woody doesn't know anything, so we're going to take it back to the beginning. And so in 1948, they make a country, and the surrounding countries didn't know. So what happened was, no, seriously, it's that. No, literally that. But you see how I made that joke, and it was relevant to what we were discussing.
I did.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of like the whole problem with the thing. Was it really became married and ingrained? Well, so there's creator clash, and I was down to do it. And even with the content cop, Ian and Ethan, them doing that, that's fine. But like people got weird. They would hit me up and they're like, oh, what's the environment of this event going to be? And like, it's like, it's fine. I was committed to it. LA Beast was going to be doing it. But then people that the event endorses or puts like front and center were saying some crazy shit, in my opinion, and I was not comfortable endorsing an event that would endorse these people and their words.
Anti-Semitic stuff. Like, what were they? What were they saying?
They were like saying things like, well, one specific thing that that was out of all the things that had been said. I saw a clip of Hassan, and I knew they were going to be doing a fundraiser with him, but he was like, oh yeah, if you've ever said anything positive about Israel, you shouldn't be allowed to even be a dog catcher. You should be treated like a neo-Nazi. And I was like, hey, my family and friends and my community, that's so crazy. All of them? I don't know. But then the conversation was really political, and because I don't know if you guys caught the official Creator Clash fundraiser.
No.
They just did one with Hassan, and it was him reacting to this video that Ethan made about him. So they're just talking a lot about the Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas, and was there rapes on, and it's just all this, and I'm like, what's up with the boxing though? What's going on with the boxing? I see what you're saying, and I see that he's I saw he was gassing up North Korea a little bit. Giving the North Korean stock a little boost.
Damn, didn't even know they were in the mix.
Yeah, they're cool now. They're cooler than you now.
Oh,
I literally have no idea how they're related in the slightest. Are they?
No, it's just this is the attachment that the event has to these conversations now. Just the things that I'm riffing on and joking about, it has an actual attachment to these type of things because of the people that they officially put front and center. And so no hate to them, it's their event. I was just like, oh yeah, if some of these things are gonna happen, it's not really comfortable for me to participate moving forward. And then they were like, okay, and then I was like, cool, and then a couple days later, they were like, yeah, they're stepping down. You want to come back? And I was like, I'm at fucking Buc-ee's right now eating a brisket sandwich, pal. No,
hell
I don't want to fucking come back. And I was like, I want to ask you something. I'm at Buc-ee's right now. You know what's going on over here, pal? We got 120 gas pumps going off. There's people in here fucking getting coffees and Monster Energy drinks, hot nuts. I'm eating a brisket sandwich myself. What's going on? I'm supposed to fucking feel bad about that? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm supposed to feel bad because I was born in the right place at the right time. I'll fucking sit here, eat a brisket sandwich in the hot Florida sun. And I'm supposed to feel bad about that. They're trying to make you fucking feel guilty, Woody. I make you feel guilty because
who's they and guilty for what?
They want to fucking tear down everything you love and build it back up into some new shit. And I don't want to do that because we're going to tear it down and build it up to find out that it's still fucking shit. Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Yes.
We're talking about today,
Chipotle,
tomorrow, and every fucking year going forward. Get your head out of your ass. Fuck you don't have a fucking clue. Hey, pal, if it's not fucking aquariums and Minecrafts and motorcycles, you don't have a fucking clue. Holy shit,
that's true.
What did you do today? Did you fucking pick up a newspaper or what?
Did you read about Creator Clash?
You don't know shit.
In the newspaper?
Exactly why I can't even fucking talk about this stuff.
Oh, that's a good point. I did cancel my newspaper subscription back in the early
30 years ago.
Yeah.
One of those things where I'm completely on the outside looking in because I find that drama disgusting. Not that specific drama, but all drama. All that internet drama where
it is pretty gay.
One content creator, if you want to call them, that snipes at another for their opinions, beliefs, or what they fucking said. When you're all just run the same hustle, trying to entertain people, let it fucking go. It's just when we have this big argument about Israel and the war and geopolitical topics that are way out of the scope of a Twitch stream, it's like I don't know what we're doing. What are we doing?
You're talking
How do you feel about
it's
Oblivion? Is what I want to know, bro. I don't care
Yeah.
what you think about the Houthis. Tell me what you think about the magic system in Oblivion. You're on Twitch. That's how I feel every time I see that stuff.
Yeah,
Like, why
Twitch
would
is for video games and financial advice, right?
yes,
And gambling
and gambling.
and pornography.
So why? Yeah, that does just seem like a retarded move on their part to allow such a divisive political issue to become like a big part of their charity event. It's like, what isn't this? This is having a guy who eats the sourest candies fight a guy who melts candy bars into bigger candy bars and like puts 50, McDoubles in a tray and makes a ghastly lasagna with it. Like, what does this have to do with Israel and Palestine? So I can see why you were kind
literally
of
there's a lot of conversations that revolved around all the politics there, and I was like, I'm actually not good enough of a boxer to like be distracted by this shit and also go in the ring and box a guy that I find very impressive. And I keep thinking, like, to me, like the victim in this, other than the charities, of course, LA Beast, because he's a great guy, he's a cool ass dude, and he I hope he finds someone.
Why don't you and LA Beast do your own thing? Like you've both been training for this thing for so long. Like you both, I'm sure he's raring to go. I bet you're disappointed as fuck. I bet you think of you've envisioned this fight so many times, like leading up to it, and for it never to come to fruition and happen is weird. It's
very crazy. It's months. So I felt one way, and I was like, I'm gonna hit up other boxing promotions. Like I know Aiden Ross has one and all that. And then I went to Chillies and got a triple dip. You'd be surprised how fast you stop giving a fuck about it. I already got the fucking pussy poncho on, and I'm fucking ready to do some fucking crazy shit, bro.
Yeah, push the poncho on, anytizers on the table.
Is any part of you relieved? Because like if I was prepping for a fight and then suddenly my opponent pulled out, I'd be like, oh darn, shucks to heck, no punches to the face for me, I guess. Like I'd be okay with that.
There is a point where I remembered with my previous fights where I was like, God, he can't fucking pull out now. Both of the times I felt confident going into them though. So there was a point where I was like, this shit better happen now. Like within 2 weeks of I was excited and I was like, this shit better fucking happen. Don't fuck this up now. And I was well into that realm with this one because the sun, I'm telling you, man, being in Florida and the sun and everything goes such a long way to your attitude, to being like, I'm going to do this or whatever,
This Canadian just discovered daylight.
Yeah, seriously, it always does go a long way for me. And so maybe that's why my attitude was so about it. But it was like a month of people being like, are you going to do this shit? And it just like it got kind of, to me, it just got ugly. It's not like, it's also not run the same way that it was before. It felt a little haphazard, which makes sense that they ended up backing down. And I don't even know, he made a video explaining why, but yeah, I can't be bothered. I don't really, it's,
to the point of it being ran differently this time. Didn't they lose $200,000 last time and no money actually went to charity?
Yes.
So, I mean,
it's a terrible charity event.
Maybe a shakeup in
but I got a jet ski.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, dude. Like a two-seater? How fast it go? You really buy a jet ski?
No, I didn't. I didn't. I wish. That'd be sick.
Snowmobile, huh?
You should get a Sea-Doo. That'd be awesome. That'd make it all worth it. So, were you getting like a slew of hate over like politically charged Israel-Palestine stuff? Like directed at you from fans?
A little bit here and there, but sometimes I bring it on myself. But I think people that disagreed with me either didn't say anything, or I saw a couple people that tried to say something to get me to, I don't know, engage, but nothing really. What I've really seen is like a crazy, overwhelming amount of support. Like people coming from like the H3 subreddit, they really, it feels like they have a normal take on things. If I use Ethan as an example, Ethan has a super normie take on the Middle East, and it's pretty, makes a lot of sense. It's a plausible one. And then on the extremes, you have people on both sides that are like, no, fuck them, fuck all of them. And he's not at all like that. And it seems like all the voices online when you go online are extreme shit. Like you get that there's 80% of people that are normies and then 10% on either side that are extreme.
Well, you get mad. Like there's so much like whoever makes the content puts it out there, and however it aggregates to the top, it's the content that'll make you mad.
You want the engagement.
Hate those people.
Right. And those engaged.
I saw one. The most recent thing I saw was those pretty well-to-do Israeli girls prank phone calling Palestinians, pretending like they are a charity. Like, hey, we're a charity. We're going to save the day for you. Oh, your home was blown up and your kid's got a gimpy leg? Don't worry. We fixed that sort of thing. And they're like, oh, thank you so much. He's like, you think I'm serious? You think we'd ever give you any? And they laugh and laugh and laugh like it's the funniest prank phone call.
Yeah, but they do prank calls to them too, though, I bet.
Oh, your credit score dropped to 700. Got him.
They'd be like, no, it didn't. I'm looking at it right now.
I'm looking at it right now. I always have it up. It's my home screen on my phone.
Yeah, so like you see shit like that, and like who knows that wasn't a propaganda thing made, and those aren't even real Israelis, for all I know. You don't know anymore.
I mean, if we can pivot this conflict to a prank phone call battle, we could save a lot of lives.
Well, the Israelis did that, but they made the phones explode. They're mean about it.
Yeah, they really.
By the way,
the Israelis,
top G move. I love the exploding radios and phones. Like I learned a lot more about that. I think that either the phones or the radios, they sold to them with the explosives in them like many years before they set them off. They've just been waiting to push the bucket.
The walkie-talkies were apparently 10 years. Which is crazy because it's like, yes, it's bad that the walkie-talkies blew up and damaged some of the members of their faction, but it's also really maybe worse that they've been listening to you for 10 years.
Well, I don't think they don't have the listening capability on those walkies. Like,
I thought they were listening. I just assumed.
No, so they manufacture. They set up these shell corporations. They buy companies. They had these things manufactured. They then like. There was a whole trail, but they got in touch with someone who was the buyer for that terrorist group. And they're like, we got a deal for you. These are they made a commercial, the new rugged radios. Yeah. These are battle hardened. They're heavy.
Ezekiel 3000s.
And they would, and they would complain like, these are heavy. And they're like, yeah, that's reliability. It's C4. It's C4 is what it is. And so for 10 years, they let those things sit in enemy hands until October 7th and everything that came after that. And then one day they pushed the button. The cell phone thing is a new thing.
This is exactly it. This is the problem though, is like, I'll see someone.
Not cell phone, beepers.
Like, you know how you're like, yeah, you don't like drama content. A lot of the stuff that Creator Clash is attached to is people that do drama content, like, but the Middle East, basically. And just talk and ramble on about things going on. And so, yes, I watch a lot of that stuff. Sometimes it's newsworthy stuff. Sometimes, whatever. But that's basically their job. That's how they make money. And, I'll see, in the middle of the Creator Clash official fundraiser, they'll be like Hassan was like, oh, yo, the Houthis just shot down a fucking another U.S. drone, dude. That's $70 million of drones they shot, and they shot a rocket at the Israeli airport and it hit the airport. Fuck, dude, let's go. Put on one of their music videos. Official Creator Clash fundraiser, by the way. And then I'm sitting there, and I'm like, can you stop it? You live in a beautiful mansion in California. Can you stop encouraging the terrorist factions in the Middle East to attack Israel? It's not a good thing. Don't hype them up. I see them. They're on like white pickup trucks with like 50 cals, and they're fucking like, there's like 10 of them speeding, and they're like, ah! And it's like, I see that. Right. And people are like, hell yeah. And it's like, dude, yeah, that's one. Cool, right? But realistically, that's one bombing run. That's like, okay, it's a real-time strategy. You're at phase 1. Cool. You're sending out all your little recon things. You're like, hell yeah. They're at stage 5. Like, they have alien weaponry. Stop encouraging them to like throw themselves at it. Like, people in this country can't eat. They're recruiting soldiers that are 10 years old. Tell everyone should tell them that they should focus on themselves a little bit and backseat the death to the Jews thing. It's not even going well. And then
It's not
everyone's
even
hungry.
going well.
It's not. It's going terribly.
You make a
Everyone
good
has to
point. You
stop. They got to
phrase it
stop
well.
being encouraged to
Yeah.
attack Israel. And dude, you think I want you guys to fit in the bill? No, come on. It's out of your money. They got to defend
That's true.
themselves and all that, and then other people are like, yeah, and then they encourage like these terrorist factions to attack Israel, and it's like, shit, dudes, don't just fucking stop. Just leave them alone. Give them that fucking. Just leave them alone. Seriously, like
I think Trump claims the Houthi thing is over. His little press conference was so funny. He's like, talk to the Houthis. They're sorry. It was literally this. They're sorry. Very brave people to take what we put them through. I'm going to tell you, brave guys. He said this. Brave guys. And they promised no more of that shooting at
Oh,
stuff.
well, you didn't mention that. You didn't tell me they promised.
This
Yeah,
is-
you should have led with that, Kyle.
Yeah. Okay.
Trump did,
Well, I
Trump
mean,
did.
check mark, problem solved. They promised.
So that seems to be wrapped up. Now we just got the India-Pakistan thing, which I find fascinating because Pakistan shot down all those Raphael fighters. Which, look, I love the United States military-industrial complex. It's a beautiful thing to my eyes. When the aliens come, you're gonna love that we have the American military-industrial complex and we're cranking out lasers.
We're gonna get
But-
smoked.
you're going to be happy that you
The
did all that.
aliens will.
You're going to
The
be happy you
aliens
did
will.
all that air defense technology testing with the Middle East and Israel. You're going to be happy about that.
When the Golden Dome goes up, absolutely. I hate the name Golden Dome. What
Is
I'm
that what
going to
it's
say
called?
though, that's what he's shooting from the hip. He's like, should I call it Golden Dome? Because
No,
we
you
spent a
should've
lot
said
of money
Diamond.
on the branding already for
The
Golden
Diamond
Dome.
Dome. Diamond
Yeah,
Dome
it'd be
sounds way
I like
better.
He had the
Diamond
crowd cheer. He was like Iron Dome or Golden Dome, and he had like a crowd cheer of like it was Army guys. He was at a base or something, maybe Air Force even. But what I was going to say is I like to see that Pakistan buys their fighters from France, probably so as not to antagonize Russia and China by buying American products, and also so that if they ever do want to antagonize America, their supply chain isn't all jammed up by whatever president's in charge. But those Raphael fighters all went down the other night. They lost like five. French intelligence said 3. So that's a
Did you
bad
say
look for them.
Raphael fighter.
Raphael. Yeah, it's the
Do you know-
French
tell me
made
about
it's the French made fighter, their top of the line thing. It's got like laser guided bombs, a 30 millimeter cannon. It does all the stuff that you want in a joint strike modern era fighter plane.
Except evade radar, I guess.
Except evade radar. And the Pakistanis
Well, how'd they
have
get caught? Who
prob-
shot it down?
Pakistanis with S-300s probably shot it down. But the Pakistanis, even when I saw them on BBC, the Pakistani defense minister, and he didn't have any like proof. And she's like, I want the proof, sir. I don't need the proof. Look on social media. And she's like,
Is that Pakistani?
that was my best Pakistani. That's all.
The videos are all over Twitter.
Now do Indian.
It is the same.
I
to
want to
me.
hear an Indian and a Pakistani guy speaking to each other.
I am going to fuck you up so bad. You will bloody not do that to me, you fuck. You shit fuck.
Put a little more
No.
cashmere on it. A little more cashmere.
I don't know what that means.
Pretend you
Put a
do.
little more spice on it.
Bro, how can she slap in there?
How can you slap my Raphael fighters out of the air?
How do you say if their air defenses were
I
called
will
out?
fuck you
Slap?
bloody, you fucking cocksuck. I feel like that's how
Air
Indians
defenses
start.
should be called how can she slap?
How can you slap?
Knock rockets over the air.
Yeah, so I
No,
think
I get
Russia
what
is a
you're
big
saying.
provider to India of military equipment, right?
Us and Russia. India is Modi is a great leader, clearly, because he's managed to thread the needle and be friends with the entire world somehow and keep his billion population country continuously like moving forward. But their GDP is good. Their birth rate is crazy. If they ever stop shitting in the streets, we're going to be in trouble.
I
They,
see. I
if
saw,
they
a sentiment,
discover mop technology,
I saw a sentiment online. A bunch of people that were like, "What, India and Pakistan? I don't know shit about India and Pakistan. Which one likes Israel? Okay, I hate them and want them all to die."
Yep.
what?
Let me fix my Twitter bio. Get this
Really what
Pakistani
happened
flag
there.
in there.
That's what I
Does India
saw.
like Israel at all?
Yeah, India.
They
likes
love
Israel.
it, bro, more than you.
Well, yeah. It's
not hard to do.
More than me, yeah.
Yeah, India likes
I didn't know
Israel.
India had an affinity for Israel.
Mhm.
I know
Those-
Pakistan doesn't.
Would you rather live in Indriel or Isnia?
Ooh.
I'm going to Iznia. That sounds like a rapper.
Is
Oh, I was gonna say you got to go to Iznia, Taylor, because it sounds like it's Lord of the Rings.
That does. Is that what would that be like a
No,
country with
Indriel does too.
1.5
Actually,
billion
Indriel.
Jews?
Indriel sounds like a guy that lives in Iznia in Lord of the Rings.
He's a craftsman.
Yeah. I mean, India does seem like it's pretty impressive that they can swing getting a bunch of military stuff from us and Russia.
Yeah.
And I think the reason they like Israel so much is because India as a whole does not like Muslims because they're a Hindu country.
Both countries have a very diverse. No, I think. All right, so I'm going to Google in a second to find out if I'm.
I have no problems with
but I think they
people.
both have.
I don't probably have lots of friends that are Muslim.
I think they both have large. Hindus.
I want to correct something that I said
Muslim
about Islamic people on the previous podcast. By the way,
what did you say?
Oh, what did you say?
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, good. We don't do
meant it all.
I thought Pakistan was all Muslim. Am
I thought it was too. I must be. Maybe I'm out of date.
India, I know, is a little bit of everything. They have Hindu, they have Christians, they have Muslims, Buddhists.
Yeah. It's a gigantic, diverse 1.25 billion people or some shit. So I'm sure that it runs the gamut. But I thought both were kind of mixed up with Muslims and Hindus.
96.35% of Pakistan is Islam.
Muslim? Really? I didn't know that.
And then let's see, religion.
Can you say
in
that
India,
number again?
96.35%
Okay.
Islam, 2.17% Hindu, 1.37% Christian. So pretty much totally Muslim there.
Yeah, it's like the UK almost.
Stop.
That's actually what I retracted. Actually, I said some stuff about Ireland and Islam, and I retracted it. I did it on the subreddit though, so it's all good.
It's all good. So you've been forgiven.
I saw this terribly racist meme that I don't even find funny that I want to share.
Yeah, so we can all scoff at it. It's not even.
Harley, do you go to
really
the subreddit to get feedback on your performance after you come on the show?
Sometimes I get tagged specifically, and because I follow the subreddit, it gets put to my front page now. Like when I open up the app, something's popping. I don't go directly after I've been on because I try to not fight on social media as much. And if I go right when I'm on, some fucking dumbass always misinterprets what I said. This fucking idiot trying to piss me off already. I'm about to write a fucking paragraph right now and delete it. Don't piss me off, Woody. Not today. I know it's you I'm fighting. We're both with fake accounts fighting each other.
Not today. Not today of all days. On the day we get this new pope.
I saw this this meme and a really jacked Indian dude. And it said, the cunningness of a Jew, the numbers of the Chinese, the tech aptitude of a Korean, the willingness to breed of a Muslim, the world doesn't stand a chance.
And it's a jacked Indian guy.
Jacked Indian dude.
That's pretty legit, though. A lot of those things are true.
That's very, so like India, you can tell that India has like come online in a big way in the past couple of years. Like just the number of like big just slop posting accounts on Twitter where it will be like just some guy clearly from India, like asking like a leading question. Like he'll post a picture of like the Statue of Liberty and be like, what is even the story here? And it's just trying to bait engagement. And then it'll come out that he's Indian. And it's like, oh, that's pretty funny. This guy's just, because I guess over there, the Twitter bucks are pretty real deal. So they're just trying to game the system. That's that cunning.
I made money with an Indian dude. He hacked my Facebook a couple of years back.
Okay.
And I ended up getting it back because I had an in with Facebook because I was like doing gaming there for 4 years. And I got it back. And I guess that like doesn't normally ever really happen to them. And I was posting his messages that he was sending from like my account. He had sent like a bunch to some girls like while he had hacked it, and I was posting it. And I was like, yo, look at the Indian dude that hacked me, bro. Look at his Riz. And he like DM'd me.
They're known for their Riz.
He DM'd me and he was like, my friend, buddy, listen. He's like, don't post that stuff, please. And I was like, it was like some girl account. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's like, no, it's me. He's like, I swear. He's like, if you go look at the dates, you'll see that. And he referenced something that only he would know because he had access to the account. And I was like, so it's you, the guy who fucking had. And he was like, no, but buddy. He's like, it's the guy. This company, they hack you guys, and then they hire people like me to do the posting, and I get paid like just a salary to do it. And yeah, he's like, there's a lot of bonus money on the table that you're not taking advantage of with your thing of your size. And I warmed the page up again, and you know, if we could do it, you know, and I'll post for you 50-50. You give me editor status.
Let me back in.
And I was like, so I guess you have a family if you don't want me posting these pictures of you raising up girls. And so I think we're gonna table that 50-50 shit. All right. I'm thinking right off the bat, I'm thinking 15. And you're at 10. You know, I'm thinking about how fucking good this is for you. I'm already doing the math of what you got paid for this bullshit already. You do this with me at fucking 5%. It's gonna be better than what you were getting paid to begin with.
Oh, I thought I was as clever as a Jew, but now I am in the lion's den.
Yeah, this is the real World War III. Like Jewish businessman. Go.
So, but I did 30% with
real
him.
lion's den.
Yeah.
Did 30% with him, and he was bringing in like thousands of dollars on the Facebook that I didn't have, that I wasn't doing. But he would post like some weird ass shit. Like he'd be like, today I thought about killing myself. And then like mad people are commenting on shit, and they're like, bro, you got blah, blah, blah. Yeah, the engagement's through the roof. Like you got bonuses. You got paid for loiter time that people would spend on your page. So I'm getting paid because people are like worried about the sauce boss typing out some shit. You know, I don't know this is even happening. You think I open up Facebook? What am I, a fucking stupid boomer?
Yeah,
I mean, go on there. So
you don't even know.
It's the guy's up there. He's saying he's posting up shit. He's posting like weird pictures, things that are like kind of, I don't know, dude. He's posting some gay shit, bro, making me look fucking like I'm not as straight as I am.
Were you ever like getting texts after he posted like, I'm gonna do it, it's the last day, and like you just get texts of support from friends and family, and you're like gaming, just being like, man, I am so loved.
Yeah, literally. That's,
you have no idea.
He was posting things that were successful previously in other, like he has like a bank of Facebook bullshit content that's now all AI since then. And so he was just taking like an actual person's maybe suicide letter and like sharing it because it always gets engagement when you post it. He was posting like I hit him up and I was like, dude, we're gonna have to start signing your name. What do I call you? And he's like, Mr. J. And I was like, okay, well, when you put something up, you like, if you're gonna want to be like, oh, I'm gonna kill myself or some shit, put Mr. J so that they know that it's not me. And he was like, okay. And then we did it for like 3 days, and then he stopped doing it. And I was like, why don't you do it? He's like, they don't get views, bro, if I put Mr. J. People don't care. He's like, it doesn't matter. Don't you want money? You don't want your money? I was like, fuck, would you buy? Would you buy with my money already? Let me see. Turn on the camera. I want to see you around your abode. I want to see what you got going on there. You got PS5 or something? Shut the fuck up. Okay, you fucking, I still got brand deals out there. I can't have my Facebook venture. You know what I mean?
I can't be constantly posting self-harm threats on my Facebook page.
Crazy, yeah. But and I was looking into going to see him. I looked into it. I even called like a bodyguard, international bodyguard service. Yeah,
step one, get a lot of immunization.
I found that this guy was in Pakistan, and I was like, if I pull up to Pakistan, I feel like I should have a security detail. And I was like looking into it, and I even called the company, and they called me back, and we spoke. Literally, I felt 9 seconds in, the guy was like, "You're not serious." Like just the way I talk. I was like, yeah. So I was looking on the website. I make YouTube videos, by the way, and right away he's like, "This guy sucks." He wasn't. Yeah. So, but I wanted to go to where he works. I wanted to go to Hacker Central.
Well, that is India. I mean, if India is going to be our friend, maybe Modi does something to shut down like the boomer scam lines, because that's ridiculous.
I
would
like fewer texts of work from home job offers.
Yes. Or like weird stuff with like random email addresses where it's like, you have not paid the tax to the American empire. You must send your social or I will imprison you. And it's like, what the fuck?
They're so bad at their job. You got to imagine that if we tried our hand at that type of scam, we'd be way better at it than them because they're terrible at it.
Would
and
you
they make money.
honor Boo for that?
I went to a job when I was in university to be a teacher, and I didn't even really want to be a teacher. So I looked in some jobs. My friends were making crazy money. They had cars and houses. And I went to, it was like 2006, 2007. And I went to an interview and I dressed up for it. And everyone, it was like a boiler room. like everyone's on phone, standing in cubicles. Like a guy literally on the phone was saying, Sally, listen to me, relax. And he was selling or something, you know, and I'm just like, it was already grimy. And the guy to interview me was a shorter dude. And the style at the time, like 2006, was not a style that any normal person would wear. But it was like the tie was short and very fat. And so this guy was so on point with what was cool that day. He ended up like wearing something that is forever a ridiculous outfit other than that day when it was too cool for school. And I went in there and he was like, yeah, so tell me, you think you'd be good at this job? Why would you be good at it? And I was like, I remember just being like, oh, whenever I dedicate myself, I'm going to be good, and I'm really good at speaking to people. Yeah. And he was like, and I just remember because he was like, yeah, me, when I first did this job, wasn't good at talking to people. Now I could speak to anyone. I got disrespected by girls in the past that want to fuck me now because I'm making $300,000 a month. You think you want to work in a place like this and make big money? It's all about money. If you're not going to make money, don't even come work here. So you want to
work here? I kind of want to fuck you.
You should have seen how fat his tie was. It was fucking girthy. This is scenario, and I was like, okay, yeah. And he's like, so be here tomorrow. And then I left, and just really taking in everything. I just had a bad vibe, and I didn't go to work the next day. And my buddy was so mad. He didn't talk to me for like a year. He was like, I fucking got you an interview. So many people want to work here, bro. You fucking living in your parents' house. You're so fucking. And I was like, I have a bad feeling about it. But anyways, the owner of that place, he like was making $100 million a year. He like had to run away to Israel. I think he was murdered there or killed, maybe something. I heard. It was all hearsay. I don't really know, but
that could have been you.
There was like crazy stings. They were like remortgaging people's houses. They were calling up old people and having them take a mortgage out on their house.
Oh, were they doing reverse mortgages?
Yeah, they were with crazy percentages, and they were all they had a script, and everyone had such a high, like a 30% success rate with every person, and they're making like $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 off people on a phone call, like 2 phone calls, and that's what's happening. And I want to say like, oh yeah, I didn't go there because I'm a good person or something like that. Like the temptation
was the tie.
There. It was just the tie did a lot. The environment was just ugly,
intimidating.
And I'm important. I want the vibe. Like I'm a guy who the vibe is important. I can work at a job and get paid shit, but if it's like a good time, we're chilling. We're living life. You know what I mean?
Were you also put off by like a guy who, purportedly earns $3.6 million a year, like talking to you and being like, step one of this place is I do get pussy. It happens all the time, actually, and I'm not insecure about it, and I'm standing on this series of yellow books, not because you're so tall.
But I wonder why he opened with that. Like,
yeah, that's weird.
I gave him whatever I said, or at some point I gave him the message that he was like, you don't think I get pussy? But
you're like $300,000 a year. I'm 6'5" and I could steal your girlfriend.
Even before he said all that, he was already taller than me somehow.
No, that was just his attitude.
No, he was literally. No, he was much shorter, but like actually, like I was like,
whoa, this guy gets pussy all time.
Yeah, he
all time
does.
Pussy getting dude. Well, it's good you didn't take that job and get murdered with $100 million in Israel with some CEO.
They only murdered the guy who owned the place. I'd have taken that job. That sounded like, look, I wouldn't do that job with the reverse mortgage thing because that is, ripping off elders and like taking the inheritance of their children away and potentially just throwing them out of their house in a couple of years. So it's super evil. But if it was something not super evil, I'd been down. I don't mind a shitty boss. I've had shitty bosses, scummy bosses. That guy that I worked for was a drug dealer. Like the scary guy. Yeah.
He had his finger in a lot of pies.
It was before he was the GM of the dealership. They had he hired his former dealers and growers to be salesmen. So I talked to them and weed. They had like a big weed organization, like literally organized crime. Like this one guy, Garrett, yeah. Garrett was like, yeah, I used to grow for CJ. I run the whole show. And I'm like, oh, okay. Did 4.5 years for that ninja. So like all those guys were getting taken care of by the general manager.
He did
now at the
4.5
dealership.
years without ratting them. Okay.
Yeah. So like the main guy made out like a bandit and became the general manager of that dealership. And then he made them like, they're called like the house rat or the house mouse. He's the guy who gets the cheese deals. It's a whole car salesman lingo bullshit thing, but cheese deals are free car deals. It's someone calls in like, hey, I'm buying 5 Ford Rangers for my company. Here's the price. And they're like, okay, deal.
Mm-hmm.
And that guy,
on these spots here, I'm the house mouse. See?
So when that guy comes in, the owner, the GM has to assign that to a salesman. That salesman's going to sell 5 cars today for free. You know, he'll do no work. He'll just do paperwork and he'll get paid. So Garrett would always get those cheese deals. He was the house mouse.
I like that.
Me too. I like the house mouse, but I'm biased because I'm the house mouse. I'm like house mouse. I'm the house mouse. I like the way that sounds. Do you guys see Sinners?
In the mirror.
No, I don't know what that
none
is.
of you. So none of you guys.
Oh wait,
support
no,
black-owned
that's
businesses. No, but none of you support black-owned businesses.
Is that like the Wild West?
Ever.
Is it the Wild West movie?
I've never heard of Sinners. Is this a thing
How do y'all
that is
not
outside?
Y'all are literally disconnected from like the world. I feel like.
I love it that way.
You don't have a fucking clue, do you, Woody? You don't have a fucking clue.
just don't
Outside of
follow movies.
aquariums, you don't have a fucking. No, Taylor, you're fine.
Let me ask
Woody,
you this:
You don't
do you have any aquarium-related questions, though?
Dude, NHL playoffs are on. I'm not watching fucking.
No, dude, so Sinners is the Michael B. Jordan movie that was supposedly supposed to be the OG Blade script for the remake of Blade, but they took so long to make it that Michael B. Jordan just made it himself. And it's a old-timey vampire movie with all black cast, more or less, and it's doing gangbusters. It's the #1 movie, like 150 million on maybe a $60 million budget, something like that. And of course, the black community is super supportive of it. The Rotten Tomatoes are bonkers, like one of the best reviewed movies of all time. I haven't seen it yet though, because I don't go to the theaters.
I don't know about a vampire movie.
Really?
I'm not in the right spirit for a vampire movie right now.
You like horror movies?
I do, but vampire movies are never that scary. Like it's usually more.
You get a lot
mystery or thriller.
of. No, that's true. Vampires did. You got a lot of like sexy and like like with vampires, they try and do a whole thing.
They are the sluttiest of the demons.
It's true. I like monsters.
If you live for 1,000 years, you'd be like, you know what? If you live for 1,000 years, you'd be like, you know what? I'm just like a dick. It's been 1,000 years. I'm gonna suck a dick.
I would be preaching to the church of dollar cost averaging to anyone who listened.
That'd be so funny.
Like getting wealthy is actually quite easy. Just keep investing for your first 250 years, and then after that, you can basically live on interest and dividends.
When you are as mortal as I am, you tend to experiment with all things. And they're like, Taylor, you've been a vampire for 6 days.
The movie that's there's a lot of blues music in it.
I can't get AIDS now.
You like it?
It's kind of whatever I want.
Good movie?
What?
Harley. Is it a good movie?
It's okay. And you know what?
Are you afraid to go against the black
watching an okay?
I actually feel comfortable maybe in only this space with you guys, where I'm like, you guys can't say shit. But yeah, I thought it was okay, and I don't know if I would feel safe sharing that anywhere.
Was it Black Panther okay? Because Black Panther is like just an okay movie that became a sensation because
I know I love Marvel shit. I eat that up. I'm such a fucking loser consumer. So I like Black Panther, and I'm like, that's like a 3 out of 5 stars because it's a Marvel.
Okay,
movie.
yeah, 3 out of 5 stars is fine. But they made
I give Sinners.
Lifetime.
I give Sinners a 3 out of 5 stars.
That's what I thought.
And I know some people were crazy because people cried in that movie. And the part that I heard that people cried at, I was like, first of all, full disclosure, I had an edible, and it was like scary time because my tolerance was at 0.
Hell yeah.
And you guys know I love to eat at scared shitless stoned. And I had no idea what the movie was about. And I went in, and Michael B. Jordan is 2 people in the movie. He's twins. He's Smoke and Stack. That's their names. And I was very high watching this movie, and I didn't know what it was about. And it's about blues for a long time.
Black guy
for a long, and Stack.
Well, Smoke is
I missed your words. It
Insult.
was about blues a long time. What'd you
Yeah,
say?
it says a long part of the movie is blues music.
Oh,
Like we see him here. He's the best blues singer you're gonna see. Do that song, and then like they break into like a 3.5 minute music sequence. It's actually sick. A lot of the music was sick, but I don't like blues. But it was good. It was like good blues for a guy that doesn't like blues. I was like, that sounds really good. And there was musical segments that were good, but it felt like they had such good stuff, and they did, and it was filmed really well. But they didn't want to cut anything because they were like, it would be a shame to cut this.
Was there
so there's a lot. There's a lot for a long time, and I didn't know, and then it's vampires for a second, kind of. What just happened? And then it goes back to like blues, and it takes itself really seriously with blues for. And I was like really high. I was like, was that guy a vampire? Because nothing is like that the whole time. And then I was like, I don't know, was that guy a vampire? And then the movie's vampires. And then it's vampires, and I didn't know. And so I feel like you can't get better than me being so susceptible and immersed to whatever happened. But then my issues were like the pacing and the choreography was really goofy sometimes. Like I hate when like 5 people are behind cars shooting, and a guy is like shooting an automatic weapon while walking at them with no cover, and it goes on for like 15 seconds and they all die. And you're like, how does this even make any sense at all? And that just bothers me, but that's nitpicking, but it still bothers me. And there was a lot
takes you
more
out of the moment. Like you're already doing a lot to believe that there are vampires and that they're this group of black people who are so well dressed. And now I'm supposed to believe that, you know, the gunfire doesn't exist anymore. Come on.
Yeah. And then they're like, there's like a scene where a guy's like, he's a vampire, but they want him to come in, and he comes up and he's like, hey, well, ain't you going to let me in? And then he's like, no, wait a damn second. You've been walking in and out of this place all day, and now you can't walk in here now? What's up with that? And then someone comes up. She's like, no. What's up? And he's like, well, I'm just saying to be polite if you told me to come in. And they're like, nah, look at this. What's up? Someone's up. You've been walking inside and outside. Maybe I'm thinking maybe some you ain't type like we ain't supposed to. And he's like, no, come on. And then they're like, no, and it goes on. And I feel like I'm like, okay, you know what's going on. And there's even like a voodoo person in there, and she knows. She's like, that right there is a hate. That's what they call. And then later she's like, no, that's vampires. So which is funny. Yeah, which is funny because it's like, why did you default to a hate? I would rather than explain it to normies. I don't
know what a hate is.
Yeah, but she was they were like, no, we can't let him in. So then they don't let, and he's all like, I'm a fucking vampire. I would have killed you all. You know, and they're like, oh, good idea. Then they 180 and walk to another door. And there's a dead person in there that they care about. And he's all like, hey, you guys are going to open up the door and let me in. And they're like, now, wait a second. You've been walking inside and out all day. Now you can't walk in. What's up with that? And the guy's like, no, see, I'm thinking. And then they do the whole scene again. And I know I'm high. I'm on an edible. But I'm like looking and I'm like, did we just not do this? And I already thought it took so long for them to be like, I think he's a vampire. Don't invite him in. After like 4 minute scene, it felt like. And then
hello, fellow black people.
Then they did it.
Afro-Americans.
Yeah, but there was, and then there's like the bad guy was an Irish dude. Sorry, but the bad guy was an Irish dude, and he was really good in the movie.
White guy was the bad guy.
Man, well, no, but it wasn't. They didn't do that. They didn't listen. I'm not quick to call that type of stuff, anyways. I actually like resist calling. I mean, things on that.
Forever.
I don't, and I kind of was like, it's going to be hard for me to not watch this now that I see what's going on. Because remember, for me, I didn't know it was vampires, and then now I get white people, and they're the vampires, and I'm like, oh, okay. So now I'm like, how am I going to not? My stupid stone brain, how am I not going to be able to watch these scenes without really over analyzing everything on some sort of modern day race issue stuff? Yeah. And then they came in and the white people were like, we like the music you're doing in there. We want to come do it. And they're like, we don't want your kind in here. And they were trying to get invited in, but they didn't get invited in basically because the black people weren't vibing them in there. Mm-hmm. And then I was like, and they did like a really weird song. Like they did like an Irish, like, song that's kind of cool, but they just did it there, and compared to all the sick bassy blues music and stuff and slow-mo shots they were doing before, it looked really bad. And I was like, I can't help it. I'm like, and I'm wrong about this. I was wrong, but I was like, oh, it feels like all these black people were having a really good time making fucking awesome music. Now the fucking white-skinned bloodsuckers are here to kill the vibe. And that's
that
like,
not what it
that's,
was?
but no, because then they had a moment outside where they really got into their music. And then there was vampires that they made some black vampires and they were there. And it's really like the movie was just, it was vampires and not vampires. But you couldn't help, or at least I couldn't help but be like, oh, this is going to be some skin color shit, I bet.
See, I would have wrote it that way. I'd have had the white guy bite like a pretty white black girl and just and then he looks up at all the like terrified people. He's like, the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. I need that line in there. Like that was the thing, that these Nordic vampires have come to America and they found this delicious black blood. And it's a delicacy to them. That's the movie I'd make.
I like it. I hate to say it. I like
would
it.
be once I figured out that it was like the white people who were the vampires, you kind of can't really get surprised by a twist anymore. It's like you kind of know.
I can tell right away if someone's white or not.
I can tell. Just boom, 1 second. I know.
Just their voice.
You guys, speaking of
all the Google assistants are black on my phone. I swear to God, I ask it a question and it's like, for sure, sugar. Like,
I bet you that's geolocated to where you are. Like that's what they're deciding.
I went through all the options. There's like four, maybe 6 different voices, and every one of them was like, it's a code switching black person, but it is a black person. I promise.
But the people that like live within 30 minutes of you sound like that though. So
yes.
So it's doing a good job.
30 seconds.
Like, I see one out the window now. You don't understand where I live.
Careful, it could be a vampire. It could be reverse. Where you're going to be trying to listen to, I don't know what the fuck, Pearl Jam, and she's going to come in and want to do fucking jazz. And you're going to have to be like, no, you're not invited in. You're going to suck my blood, kill me.
Is jazz people music?
I just didn't want to repeat blues because he'd been saying blues, so I went with jazz.
I knew a black guy who was super into jazz, and every time I was in his car, he'd play it. He'd say, "Are you a jazz man, Kyle?" And I'm like, "No." And it was that terrible jazz that's just like discordant and like,
I hate that.
It sounds like people who don't know how to play. It sounds like a bunch of people who know how to play who are all playing different songs. Is what it sounds. What jazz sounds like to me. It's upsetting.
Harley, were there vampires in this universe already when they predicted that someone was a vampire? Or was that the first vampire they had ever heard about? And they said, you seem kind of vampire.
Someone was like, they were already on some like they were at church. So they go to church and there was someone who was so good at music and they spoke about it really serious a couple times. They got all serious and like, yo, your music is going to bring the devil now. Because you want the devil. I can't. Is it racist that I'm doing an impression of the movie?
Not at all. You're doing.
I'm not asking you. I was just thinking it out loud. I wasn't asking you. Trust me, I wasn't asking you guys. It's not like racist. I've heard your Chinese accent.
I don't know the answer. Were there vampires all over this world? That was like a well-known fact, or did they?
They were like, because they're like I'm pretty sure it was New Orleans. The occult aspect was something that someone was already established as a character being weary of that type of thing.
Okay, so there were no vampires. This is the first vampire sighting.
The vampire. Oh yeah, people. No one was like, but they were all like, I heard of this. Like everyone was like, no one was like, what's a vampire? Everyone was like, oh shit, vampires.
But I swear, I would never identify somebody as a vampire. I would never suggest that in real life. The guy could be like, "Hey, can I come in?" And I'd be like, "You've been coming in all day."
But someone
I've been coming in 1, 2, 3.
No, something was outside,
and I still wouldn't see him as a vampire.
No, but something had happened outside. It was at nighttime, and they were inside, and something had happened that they're like, someone was killed. It's shit just got serious. Hold on, something's weird, and someone practices voodoo was there and was like. Oh, I think I know what's going on here.
Well, anyway, it's a 3 out of 5 movie. I don't think I'll be watching it.
No. Listen, that's it. You listen, you might enjoy it. Some people loved it.
Yeah.
I think don't take my. I say it's 3 on 5, but I have friends that I would definitely recommend it to that I know would love it.
I use you guys exclusively for movie reviews and listen.
Well, you guys, I don't think you said that you don't go out and see movies.
I'm not a big movie guy.
Yeah, so neither of you guys take me as the type of guys that would go see a movie that's all black people.
I saw Get Out.
I can't remember the last movie I've seen in theaters.
I saw Black Panther.
I don't know. I wouldn't go
Wrong.
see Black Panther,
No,
but I also
I am
haven't
wrong.
seen any
am
of
wrong.
the other Marvel, the MCU. So it
You
wasn't.
can't just jump in at Black Panther like that. What is that virtue
No.
signaling bullshit?
Yeah, that'd be like,
Yeah.
and also
I was
my
accused of
understanding.
not watching black movies that I named 2 that I watched.
No,
That
yeah,
was-
no, you're good. You're good. You're good. But I do remember that you hated black people in university. I'll never forget that.
That's so definitely
I mean,
fact.
You're kind of paraphrasing there. But not how I would have phrased it.
That's not how I would. That's funny.
There's just a time where there's a really dominant presence on campus, and it was kind of pleasant for me.
You know, speaking of all this, I did want to ask you guys. We'll just if Kyle will come in. He's going to have an opinion for sure. But did you guys hear any of Kanye's newest music?
Yes, we
Yes.
talked about it before you got here.
Yeah, we talked about it briefly.
You
Heil
spoke about
Hitler?
Heil Hitler before I got here. Now
Not in depth.
That's disrespectful. You guys
I
started
assume-
without me makes sense. I can't believe I came in here and I thanked you guys. And then you do fucking crazy black man Heil Hitler music video without me. You do the segment on the biggest Jew hater without having your most frequent biggest Jew on the podcast.
You are
Literal.
literally the biggest Jew on our podcast.
What did
I'm
you
the
think?
only
Never had a
one.
bigger one.
Did you think that it was what Kyle and I said, which is going to be, you know, I can just picture myself growing up some burgers, blasting the Heil Hitler song for a summer barbecue. What do you think?
I listened to a lot of his interviews and things like that.
Mhm.
And how he talks and things he says, and I see very much the angle that he's taken to get his art out there, and I see how I actually see that he's definitely crazy and has been crazy, and there's definitely no one around him that can do anything or control him in any way, and they took his kids away, so that probably made him way fucking crazier also, and he's been getting a lot of attention. He's been going on these interviews and talking, and I hear him talking. I'm like, oh, he's so fucking, this guy is so crazy. This is fucking crazy, blah, 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 all that. And then I see on Twitter Heil Hitler, and people are like, oh God. And I'm like, I heard some snippets before from it, but then I stopped and I listened to it. And I was talking to my buddy, and he was like, you can't fucking believe this. And I was like, you know what I can't believe? I can't believe that Kanye West, like a guy who was the master of delivery, like an art of delivery is an art in itself. And Kanye is really good at getting attention. And I'm like, this guy's a master at that, but he's also a master at making music. And his art for the delivery of this project took away from the actual project itself. This is a really insane take I'm making right now. And I've thought about this, but if he just dropped this without his silly bullshit before, this would have slapped so fucking hard. I think there's a number of radio stations that would just play it.
No, you know they
think,
wouldn't.
I
They couldn't.
think
You
no,
know who
there's
owns
just
the radio
some
stations.
but there's some places, even if it's local on a fucking, they got a tower in the backyard type shit. Like there's, I'm
I
saying
mean, I'll play it
like
at my barbecue,
local,
but it ain't
even-
going on
even-
the airwaves.
local cable type shit. Like they would fight for their right to jam out to this. Because he really like I saw someone say that, and I was it describes it perfectly. This black guy was like, now I know how it feels to listen to rap music when you're white. Like there's these words that I want to sing out loud and sing along to, but I can't. And he's like, and I've never had that before. And I was like, you know what?
Song?
But what's that?
It sounds like you like this song. Like you found some of the lyrics.
I
but-
can not endorse something and not even particularly like it, but I can definitely acknowledge and respect the power of something. And
I thought the song was bad.
well, it does have like this vibe, like it's like fucking made in AI or something, but it sounds like a Kanye song. And the whole, what the song actually is and what he's saying, for me, I think it's a much greater piece of art than I sucked my cousin's dick. I gave my cousin head. Did you listen to that one?
I didn't listen to that one.
Oh, so he has that other song that he
I've
came up
heard them
right before. Yeah, where he said, I gave my cousin head, and he was talking about how he sucked his cousin's dick. So this era of his artistry is definitely an interesting one if we're really going to analyze it seriously.
I want him added to my death pool.
Kanye West, that could be a good one. You know, it's funny, being a guy who won't say the Heil Hitler part of the song, but will say all the ends. Like, that's why I sing along to it.
Like,
I don't say that hateful stuff.
Like in a weird, the reason why this is what I'm trying to acknowledge, I guess, in a weird laser focused, simple, way too simple sense of it all, the words and chorus of the song is crafted in such a way that in a perfect world, if we could all sing this in public, there and no one's offended, and also it doesn't inspire any then that is truly the ultimate peace.
That's a utopia,
because this is like a very interesting crafted sentence. I never in my time, and I've been an edgelord, and in my time with my friends in the 90s, I've said racist shit and all that. I never said the name of this song back to back like that.
It's almost
they've been really separate. They've been really separate. And now it's like, it's really horseshoe theory shit that's coming around here. And I'm like, I never thought that we would see that happen. So I think I want to acknowledge how powerful that is. But I think he sounds like a fucking idiot in interviews. And I'm just like, oh, he's a fucking dumbass. That's all. I'm just like, oh, he's just fucking dumb.
Yeah, he can't spell well. That was my first indication. He can't spell well, and I don't know how you can be a lyricist and not spell well. The two should probably go hand in hand at least a little. He's a dummy, and he's clearly talented. He made all that good music, but that doesn't mean he's not a dummy. And he's been mentally ill for decades. I remember him on like maybe Sway in the Morning or some shit, one of those XM radio, back when it was XM radio morning shows. And he was like, I'm a genius. I'm cut from the same cloth as Alexander. I'm cut from the same cloth as Da Vinci. And I'm like, that's the kind of shit Mike Tyson used to say.
You ain't got the answer, Sway. You ain't got the answer, Sway, that one, right? Yeah.
You ain't got the answer, Sway. It was just like, he's been sick for a long time, and losing his family the way he did. Like, I mean, that's all he's rapping about, right? First, they took my kids away. Then they froze my bank account. Like, that's clearly front and foremost in his mind, like that shit that happened. And what I was saying before you got here is all of his Hitler worship is clearly just about his dislike for Jewish people and his mentally ill-induced belief that there is a vast Jewish conspiracy against himself.
It's pretty crazy that in like mental health, all the different ways that someone's brain can deteriorate. One of the first things or most common things, maybe not the most, and I'm not speaking from any statistics here, I'm just something I've noticed is we start to get a little crazy. It's so common if you get like the Jewish brand of crazy, where they're like, yeah, he lost his mind. What happened? It's like, yeah, he's obsessed with the Jews. Like, it's like a common type of, you're like, oh yeah, my uncle's crazy. It's like, oh, what type of crazy you want to know? It's like, does he like Jew crazy? Like, what does he think of Jews do?
Well, that's because there's a lot of evidence that suggests what they believe. It's a weird coincidence. And it's a weird coincidence. They're like, because if they already have this mental illness that leads them to believe they're always being watched and that there's a greater power that shouldn't be in power that is controlling them, when they start Googling about greater powers that are in control of us that shouldn't be, you guys are usually the first like Google result. And you know what? Our faces don't help. You look up the faces and it's like Jewish people, and you look up like Jewish people and you see like some gnarly faces, and you're like, Zach, if you're a crazy person and every face looks like a demon already, and you pull up some like old Jewish face or some shit like a caricature, you're like, you're like, that's that's them. You
look,
you're like poorly.
People are like, what's your proof? And you're like, look at them.
Yeah, you guys caricature poorly. Like some groups caricature and they end up looking like cute and silly. Like you caricature Samoan, he looks like a Pixar character. He's all rounded out and like big old cartoon eyes. You caricature you guys. Goblins every time. Yeah. Which I think might harken back to like where goblins came from. I watched a whole documentary about goblins a week ago, like where they came from, the idea of the goblin. When you ask people what is a goblin, what do they think? And they went through this whole list, and it inevitably ends up being anti-Semitic and going back to some place where to that every time. So yeah, you don't caricature well. Those beach caricaturists, I bet you just walk on past. Huh?
Oh my God, I would love to see that guy who's on TikTok who does the caricatures of people. I would love to have that done, but man, he'd fuck me up. But I sent you guys a song. It's I thought this guy, he's kind of doing what Kanye was doing, but I might like this guy's approach better than Kanye. Like I see the Kanye, like how he was doing, but this guy, like, it's very interesting. I wonder what you guys think about this. Are you guys listening to it?
A little bit.
I am.
Is it
Okay, yeah. I just have the transcript here. What were you gonna ask?
Is it the same lyrics? I thought I saw some overlap.
Oh no, it's not the same lyrics at all.
Okay.
He's just
They both talk
also
about
like
how they voted for Trump and hate Jews.
since how we could say whatever we want, it's like, well, then let's listen to this guy too. And he was like, Kanye on this shit, fuck the lip. They some weird ass liberal N-word. Fuck the Jews. And he's like, fuck the Jews. I voted for Donald Trump. N-word. Raise the tariffs. Fuck.
Are you reading the lyrics?
N-word. Yeah.
Is it spelled JOOOOOOS? Because that'd be funny.
It's definitely that's how he said it. Said that. Yeah. But he is like just this. What did he say? He is touching on the tariffs a bunch there.
I don't like censorship, but somebody needs to do something about Kanye.
Yeah, well, my point, if Kanye could be out there, then this guy can rap all these words that he just
Yeah,
said.
sure. I mean, nobody's gonna come get you for saying those things. Just know that, like,
You should be allowed to rap and say it's the Jews.
They're gonna pull this video up with you in a green halo of anti-Semitism, and they're gonna play this, and
It's okay now. That woman called the black kid the N-word, and she.
All right, now let's talk about that. So here's my understanding
Yeah.
of that. Big controversy video. This person apparently called a 5 or 6 year old black kid the N-word. This white lady did, and then she gets confronted with it. And since in the wake of all that, there's been this huge fundraiser. She's raised $750,000 for her protection or whatever. Online, it seemed profitable. Now, her side of the story, from what I understand, is that the kid was some sort of special needs immigrant who was digging through her purse when she called him the N-word.
I heard it was a diaper bag. I could be wrong. I'm not high confidence, but
You can't dig in my diaper bag.
it is a 5-year-old.
That's true.
They have no concept of property rights. They're told to share
They do now.
everything.
They do now.
Right? Like when I heard the kid was 5, I was like, stealing isn't even a thing at 5. Like things are just things. They're all little kleptomaniacs.
I stole a
him-
lot as a kid.
For her to drop N-bombs on a 5-year-old for looking in her diaper bag, if I'm right. I'm like, there aren't two sides to this issue. The kid's 5. I won't.
Was he 5?
Your
Is
Honor,
that-
I rest my case.
Is the kid 5?
I think so. Yeah.
I think even if the
Okay.
kid's 12, even if the kid's 12, I think I feel personally.
Ooh,
I feel
I
like
don't know. I don't know about 12-year-old. I mean, I wouldn't call him the N-word.
You know,
I sounds like
I
that's fighting
call
for
him
it.
something.
you know
I
not
don't
to
know.
steal at 12. Actually, you know not to steal by. I mean, I knew not to steal at 5, but
I knew not to steal at 5 because
Yeah.
I stole this kid's slap bracelet. Y'all remember
because
slap
some guy
bracelets?
yelled slurs at me at the park.
Slap bracelet.
That's how you learn.
Slap
That's how
bracelets.
you learn.
Yeah, I love
Slap
those.
on your
Those
wrist
are
and
great. They were
They
awesome.
were huge. They were huge in 1991, and I stole this kid's slap bracelet and brought it home. And I remember being in the back of my parents' conversion van, and I was slapping it on my wrist, slappity slap, and it like claps on and grabs your wrist. It's fucking the future is now. I'm 5. And they're like, "Where'd you get that?" And I'm like, "Bought it." Like,
Bought it.
5. I mean, I was at the store and tooling around, and so I'm just like, fucking, I don't know. And they're like, "You
I've been
stole it."
moonlighting.
Yeah, dude, those
I
were
remember
like
the
the
whole thing.
third
And I stole this
worst
kid's
thing.
hearing aid.
What are you doing
Well,
with that, though? What are you going to do with that?
I thought it was a laser gun. I was at the lunch table going pew 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 because it had like the wire and clearly some buttons and shit
Oh,
on it.
yeah. And he
And I-
knew you stole it, too.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
wow.
could hear
He
him.
saw you running around blasting people, and he's like, "Where's my thing?" You're like, "I don't know."
Hey, I
What?
found this. Whoever's it is, speak up. No one.
And then you
Okay.
got home and you looked at it, and you're like, "This thing's
Not
weird."
now.
But
Maybe
I
he
remember,
had the other
I was
hearing aid. And he
definitely-
was listening to Kyle the whole time.
but yeah, 5-year-old me knew not to steal because they told me after I did those things. But I don't know. I don't know why this lady called the kid an N-word. I don't know why you're calling any kids an N-word. I don't know why you're calling anybody an N-word. I've never done that.
It seemed
that's
like
pretty
pushback
wild.
against that other thing with a black track athlete stabbed
Carmelo.
a white. Yeah, Carmelo Anthony was his name, right?
Yeah, I don't know if
Yeah.
it's like revenge for that. Who donates money to people with that in their heart? But it is there
I can see
to
that
mirror
being a thing.
the two
Yeah.
events. I think you know,
Yeah.
you're getting similar groups of people are donating the money for the same reason. Essentially, you're just supporting your race, whether they're right or wrong. That's what's happening. Like
Yeah,
clearly
I
that
get-
white woman was wrong, and clearly that black kid was wrong. But the people online are so enraged that they
Mhm.
can't admit that. They'd rather donate to those scummy people.
I think that's what it is. Is
When
like,
Luigi's
I don't
only got $1.5
think-
million, he needs some more cash. Now, if you want to donate to somebody, Luigi Mangione over there, or whatever his
American
name is,
hero.
I don't know
They-
about
if they
that. But he's only up to
haven't,
$1.5 million. He's got 3
Kyle
trials
said he's an
ahead of him.
American hero off camera.
I don't know. That CEO deserved due process.
That, you know, that's
Touche.
that guy.
I love it. I love it.
You know what I always feel bad about with that guy is the dude he killed. Like obviously someone's dad as well. That's terrible. And husband and father. But he was like up early on the grind. And obviously his job, terrible things, the decisions that get made and all that. But like, it's a guy that, you know, he was working hard. He was
Doesn't that make it better though? That
but he
if
was playing the
if he was a
game.
lazy evil person, like he was doing bad things but lazily, and maybe we let him stay around. But when you've got the hardest working up at the crack of dawn evil guy,
That's a great point. That's a great
come
point.
on.
Yeah.
Think
Yeah,
about
at that point now, if you're gonna be, it's like, yeah, I'm trying to think of the message, and like it didn't do anything. But now he's like, he's working way too hard. Let's slow
He's
the shit down.
Saruman with a work
But-
ethic. You can't
But they
deal with
did.
that.
But they did pick. But like they, I think they
Good
picked.
work.
I think they picked things up right away the next day. Just that guy's dead now, though. But I think everything's pretty much exactly the same, right?
Think about this: Hitler, Stalin, notoriously hard workers, largely hated. Mussolini, constantly phoning it in.
If it had been lazy Nazis since Hitler, like not hard workers, just lazy Nazis, they'd still have a presence. They'd be like over there, all like up even today. They'd be like over there, like in Canadian politics or something. They're like,
because they wouldn't have gotten anything done, and so
United
they wouldn't-
Healthcare picked up right where they left off. And I don't think it's appropriate for you to call for the murder of his successor right here on our show.
That's true, but I don't think he did. He definitely.
Well, I
did.
heard it. I heard it. We all heard it.
What did I do?
Harley's like, they picked up right where they left off. Wink, wink.
No, he
no. Listen, dude,
Yeah.
that guy was a hard worker. He's
152.
a dad, and people were celebrating that he was killed. And I see that, and I'm like, that guy was fucking up early to go to work, and you got killed. That's so annoying. Like you're like playing the game in the way that we set it up, and you're doing it, and you're all about it, and you have your family and everything, but then you get killed because what, you're playing the game.
It's like Jack LaLanne.
He was
remember?
divorced and his kids were adults, right?
Died on a run. No, I think
He
his
was
kids were
definitely
young, weren't
divorced.
they?
Well, I still think it stands. Like, you know, I don't know if like killing the guy. I don't know if the killing. I can't. I just don't want to get hyped about killing some guy that looks like a dude that woke up early to go to work. I know
All
the
right, how
job
about
and everything. I
counterpoint,
understand it. I'm
counterpoint?
making it stupid. I'm making it very
No.
stupid. But I'm
I'll
just
play your
saying.
game. No, well, I mean, counterpoint. Luigi Mangione allegedly got up even earlier to do his job that morning because he was there waiting when
Do
this
you know how hard it
hard-working
is for an
Saruman with a
Italian-
work ethic got
And
there.
he went to a good school and stuff too, didn't he?
Luigi.
Yeah, I think his family's very rich or something. I didn't.
think-
Yeah.
to
So
Harvard.
couldn't he like? Is there like if you're so sick, isn't there a way to like fix it better than that? Any
Well,
Joe Schmo can get a gun and shoot a guy, but you had access. You had access to change it from the inside, and you chose to just fucking blast it, dude.
I don't think that
I
works.
think he was acting on behalf of society, not selfishly.
Mhm.
But what did it do?
Well,
didn't do
it's
anything.
like a garden. It needs to be watered.
It's not over yet.
regularly.
I don't think it's over yet. We'll see if we'll see what happens to him. If there's like jury nullification or something like that, that could spark a cultural change. That could also encourage some other people to do some other things. So he's got 3 trials ahead of him. We'll see what happens.
I mean, they've got to lock him up. He murdered someone. And
They don't have to. There's a jury trial.
Allegedly. He needs due process, Taylor. You said it yourself.
I think he did it.
I thought OJ did
your
it.
video evidence. Come on.
Yeah, this video evidence where he turns around, thumbs up.
This feels a lot like the OJ Simpson trial to me. Something that's so incredibly charged, and the establishment is definitely leaning one way, but the public, the average person on the street, is probably going to be real easy to sway the other way toward, fuck that guy who was taking those people's health.
There's also like,
You think it's big news?
There's like a big, like people who are online constantly have I think skewed view. Like a lot of normal people are not like, yo, he murdered that healthcare guy in cold blood. Awesome. Like that's a very like you'll see that all day on Reddit, but people who aren't hyper online like are much more.
I have circles of friends that say that. I have circles of friends that say that. That I've heard it in person, but like that I don't even. But it made me think about it. Like I've just heard people the way they spoke about it, and it's like a very Reddit online take. But I've heard it in person, and it got me thinking about the situation. I was like, let me ponder on this, and then I was like, after much thought, I've decided I don't think it was that chill that he killed that man who was on his way to work. I understand. Yeah. Having said everything, I don't know if that was the most important thing. And I think in retrospect, the results weren't that hype either.
I don't know. I think morally it might have been a good thing. I don't know. It might have been akin to killing a Nazi on his way to the death camp.
If it's like Fallout 3 and we're trying to stack good karma, like, you know, like it's
everyone liked that.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, definitely. Like for sure. Like you're coming out in net positive here, you know? I'm the one that's saying killing that person's dad wasn't that chill. I'm the one.
Everybody's got dads and kids. I don't hear that argument either. Hitler had kids. Hitler had a wife.
What a childless man thing to say. Meanwhile, I have a race car bed.
like I'd leave you guys behind if somebody killed me. Why is nobody feeling sorry for you guys? Living in a world without me in it. Like, come on, wives and children.
We're the real victims.
I chose to be you people's friends. I could walk away anytime I want. Meanwhile, family you're glued to with DNA and laws. Fuck that.
Here's an Axios poll. Total percentage of those polled who said United Healthcare CEO killing was acceptable or somewhat acceptable by age. 18 to 29 years old, 40%. 30 to 39, 23%, 40 to 49, 13%, 50 to 59, 8%, 60 to 69, 9%, 70 or more, 11%, overall 17%. And so based on this and a couple other polls I'm seeing, it is far more common to be like, yeah, you can't be murdering people.
Well, no, we only need one.
What I'm hearing
jury
is
of 12,
boomers don't support it, but us young kids, we're down with Luigi.
Us young kids with our skateboards. And even then, the highest percentage was only 40 there. So 60.
I'm curious,
41, 59.
Was the other percentage the rest of it, or is it one of those things where like 40% support him, 30% don't, and this many are unclear?
It just says, I assume it says, because if what I just read to you was the acceptable and somewhat acceptable, all the other percentages fall into totally unacceptable, somewhat unacceptable, and then the middle part, which is like, why even participate in a survey if you're going to be like, I'm just going to wreck the data. I'm just going to pop in here and wreck the data and ruin this for everyone.
No, you only need one on a jury, right? At 12 people, it sounds like the odds are that one of the 12 people will feel that way. And even stronger if the demographics don't skew perfectly the way that survey went. If it's, I don't know what juries usually look like, but in the movies and on TV, they're usually 20 to 45 or 50, something like that. It's people who can get out and about and for some reason are stuck on jury duty. That's one of the pluses of being a felon. They don't want me.
I've never been requisitioned for jury duty. I've never gotten a letter.
That's crazy because you're registered to vote too.
Yeah, I voted, and I figured I just must be slipping through the cracks. Like
I've been requisitioned like 4 times, but every time the way that they do it here, you just call in and you have a number and you listen for it, and they give these ranges. They're like numbers 600 through 693. We want you to come. Higher than 693, you can stay home. And I've always been on the stay home list. Except when I was young.
I got called into a rape trial like 10 years ago, maybe. and there's I googled online how to.
No,
get
we're
a
talking
jury
about
duty.
you as a member of a jury. Kyle.
Yeah, I was like, who's taking this? This is what it's set
Not
up.
guilty. But I was like, dude looks guilty to me. but I googled how to get out of jury duty, and I think that you just literally quote something that says, don't feel comfortable standing in judgment of another human being.
Yeah, just ask what was she wearing, and then they're gonna be like, "Get the hell out of here."
He
Boom.
did it.
Look, I know I'm
Playoff
off jury
season.
duty already, but seriously, what was she wearing?
Yeah, I know. Blues game starts at 8. I'm gonna have to really go wild with this one to get on.
They were both ugly.
The Blues won't be starting.
No, not for a while. This would be.
I was just thinking, like, why would you rape an ugly girl?
that's your go-to.
That's what I said. I was like, why would he rape that ugly woman? She's clearly
Taylor,
innocent.
you want to do an ad read?
Yes. Yes.
Get us out of here.
Look at that. All right. Well, we should go back to something
Unless
like
unless you
Kanye's
take the last.
song.
Oh, sorry. I was just saying, unless you take the last thing Kyle said and made a T-shirt out of it.
We could surprise the audience with that one. All right. This episode of PKA is sponsored by Harry's. Everyone in the comedy world knows not every joke delivers, but Harry's always delivers. They send the best quality razors right to your door for a fraction of the price of the big brands. Better designed shaving products at a better price is no joke. It's Harry's. We originally tried the starter set from Harry's, which was a great entry point, and then I personally upgraded to the Winston set and have been using that to clean myself up for a while. I love the weight and feel of the handle, and obviously the blades go across with such a satisfying smooth glide, no nicking. Plus, I look forward to the smell of the foaming gel anytime I got to use it. It's a fantastic combination, not too strong or tough on the skin like a lot of other products I've used over the years. Harry's utilizes German-engineered blades made in their own factory that stay sharp longer. Plus, they've got customizable delivery options for scheduled refills as low as $2, half of what you pay for other big brands. Plus, outside of the foaming gel, they also offer body washes that create such a rich lather that's moisturizing for the skin in scents such as redwood, wildlands, and stone. I can't complain about their extra strength, high quality deodorant as well. It's just $5 and smells fantastic while lasting the day. Harry's has a no risk trial. If you don't like your shave, no worries, it's on them. That, coupled with their convenient subscription model, means being able to cancel at any time. But trust us, you won't be wanting to once you make their grooming products part of your daily routine. Get the shaving products that always deliver. Get Harry's. Get started with a $13 trial set for just $3 at harrys.com/painkiller. That's harrys.com/painkiller for a $3 trial set. Again, harrys.com/painkiller. Check out Harry's. harrys.com/painkiller. Get that $3 trial set. You won't regret it. You're going to enjoy it and all their wonderful smelling products and high quality razors. harrys.com/painkiller. harrys.com/painkiller. This episode is also brought to you by Lock and Load, the unironically top selling ejaculate supplement on earth. So if you're looking to bust hard, if you're looking to cream, if you're looking to come, if you're looking to impress your lovers, male or female, we're not the fucking Pope. We don't care. Check it out. Lock and Load. Use code PKA or use code JIZ to get 10% off, but it doesn't stop there. Any product on that website. You want Gorilla Dream? Code PKA. You want protein powder? Code PKA. You want energy drinks, weight loss supplements, anything and everything, even the new collagen powder, flavored collagen powder. I don't see that anywhere else, even on Amazon when I've poked around. Use code PKA or code JIZ for anything over there. Load up your cart and use the discount, make the most of it. But of course, start with Lock and Load because it's, in my humble opinion, the finest supplement in human history, much less just on Derek's, the all of human history. So check it out, Lock and Load. Also, we've got new designs and whatnot showing up in the merch store. So remember to check that out. Link for all these things is below, and use code PKA10 to get 10% off hoodies, stickers, mugs, whatever you want. And I believe a few new hoodies and t-shirts coming as well. Maybe in time for Saturday, maybe next Saturday, but just check it out either way. There might be some new ones, some new good ones you want to be wearing out and about. Code PKA10 for that. There we go.
I was on a subreddit about increasing the amount of ejaculate you have, and I'm like, there's a subreddit for this, but they were praising Lock and Load on the subreddit.
Load maxing.
Is that what it was called?
Yeah.
Or you just make that up?
No, I pop in there occasionally.
What do you mean made that up? This guy, he knows every subreddit. He knows
He really
all the like.
Wait,
I wish.
Load maxing Reddit? What?
He made it up. That wasn't it.
I was gonna say like I don't want to ask for the subreddit because I don't want to like reveal too much of myself to you. But I would like. I mean, I want to go through your Reddit history. That's what I want to do. Reddit, because Reddit you could like things that you've seen will stay in history. And going through Kyle's Reddit history, I want to sort from the oldest to the newest. That'd be so sick.
What I do is
It's called cut bigger loads. I found one.
I frequent like a few of the like crazy subreddits. Like I like crazy fucking videos. I like public freakouts, actual public freakouts. I don't know if Thunder Thoughts is still up, but it was
you just always know like these perverted subreddits also.
Oh yeah,
like, you're like yeah, that's bigger loads / bigger loads. Just to have that right off the dome is like you got it. You always have them.
Because what I'll do is like sometimes I'll find like a content creator and you'll go to her profile on Reddit and she'll post in like a dozen different communities. And it's like if you liked her being all cutesy and coy, you're gonna love her like getting spanked over here in the BDSM subreddit. Or you're gonna love it over here where she does cosplay of some video game character. Or you can go over here where she like I don't know does fitness shit too, and you're like, oh, she's actually in good shape. That's a good tip. Like so I sort of delineate through those routes and processes of going through Reddit, and I find all sorts of filthy avenues of just disgustingness. That's what it's like. It's like walking through a red light district that continually branches off into more disgusting, poorly lit branches and avenues of depravity.
Delicious, maybe.
The shit is the
delicious,
worst.
Right? Gorgeous women online. Delicious.
Like
am I right, boys?
Like feet, I don't understand, but I don't find disgusting. But I'm
very happy that that feet is not my thing. Actually, now that you mention it, because I would be so just knowing how much of a fucking pervert I am. If feet were my thing, I don't even want to know what I'd be doing.
I wish feet were my thing.
That'd be the easiest thing.
Well, the thing is, right? Young Woody did not get enough play, but
you saw a lot of feet.
I feel like getting foot action is just a smaller ask. Right, women who wouldn't blow you or bang you may very well let you get off to their feet, but it's not my thing.
Yeah, but what I notice is like a lot of like content creator girls like feature their feet. They'll do like a photo album. There'll be like 8 photos, and it's like 7 photos of what I want to see, and then her feet like curled up together, and I'm like, who's that for? Who's that one for? Who didn't want to see more tits?
That's for the guy we all wish we were.
Put yourself in her situation, right? Some guy wants a little loving from you. There's the undercarriage you could give him. There's your mouth you could give him. There's a hand job, and then there's feet. And
you're putting like that's
the one that's most distanced from me. I might be like, you know what? Knock yourself out with the feet. I'm going to read on my laptop.
Mm-hmm.
No, see, I think you're putting a lot of you're empowering the Riz. I never say that term, and I've said it twice in this on this podcast.
Oh, it's skibbity. Like, it's cool.
You know what I mean? It is very skibbity toilet. But what is the like a mature word for that again?
I don't
charisma.
Yeah, charisma. But like, there's like a better word to describe one's Riz. And I seem to have lost it. I only have the okay. We'll take that, but it's not going to work in the context that I'm trying to say right now. But you taking the feet, the way you're describing it is, it's putting a lot of weight on the approach. Like, please, just a little bit. And that approach never worked for me. And I have even with earlier girlfriends that wasn't approach. Sometimes I'd be like, please, okay. And it never worked. And I think being like, come on, just the feet, just a little ankle bust. I feel like they'd be like, no, get out of here.
Tell me I'm poor.
Like, fuck off. I feel like if she would do that, you'd be like, please let me fuck the feet. She'd probably be like, I'll just give you a hand job and then fuck off. I feel like it would be like that. But then again, I don't know your relationship at all. But I'm just saying, in my experience, can I just do a little fuck over here on your ankles? I don't know if it'll work. Who knows?
I think
Maybe,
they'd be turned
maybe
on.
I don't have all the answers. I'm just saying.
And also, like, if you're a foot guy, you ideally the girl would be a foot girl. She'd be into her like shit happening with her feet, and like the idea that you're into her feet, like that's the dream come true. But what I was saying is like,
You
as
seem
much as
overly concerned with female pleasure, Kyle. Just
indeed, I've been told that.
yeah, just look.
but
if I take care of me, she can take care of herself, right? If she doesn't come, that's because I'm better at sex.
come on, you want me to? Yeah, you can rub on my feet. Go ahead.
Yeah,
ride 'em.
I got off. You didn't. Clearly, I'm better at sex.
You imagine if the girl was into feet and she just wanted to like ride your foot, like you lay down on your stomach with your palm, like the palms of your feet up, and she's back there humping them.
Oh, I
And you
would
just
hate
lay-
that.
Yeah, that's interesting because now you got me thinking, and I never thought of that before. That's a very interesting question because now I could further put myself in the shoes of like if she'd be like, please let me just on your toes while you're gaming. And now I'm sitting there with like my feet crossed on the ottoman, and she's like straddling like the ottoman, like while I'm
Like
trying
a
to
slimy
I'm trying
moccasin.
to look past her to continue gaming. It was like yeah, get it, go on the feet, and then and then get the fuck out of here. But then
Her
we
pussy smells like feet.
Ew. Her pussy smells like
Dude, I'll
You
be
got
honest, my toenails are fucking. I've been getting some of that. What's that bullshit? You guys selling it, the flavored one? It's actually I can't find flavored ones either. They don't exist. What is it called? You guys selling it? That shit you're selling. That's not the cum shit. What's it called again?
Lock and load's the
Yeah, not that one. The other one. It's good for your ligaments and hair. Why am I forgetting what it's called right now? They sell flavored ones.
collagen. Yeah.
Collagen. Thank you. Fuck. Oh my god, my brain. But
And you
yeah,
didn't even box.
yeah, exactly. I'm already without it.
Just the training.
The collagen is I've been taking so much of that, and it really like the reason why that stuff works is because my fingernails are mad strong. I used to bite my fingernails a lot. Now I can't bite them because they're too hard. And it says it does it for your hair and your ligaments. Yeah, it says it does it for your hair and your ligaments and your fingernails. And I'm always like, fuck this bullshit powder. But that one, because I bite my fingernails after like 2 months of doing it, I'm like, oh, my fingernails are much more powerful. All this to say, my girlfriend, even if she loves feet, she can't grind her pussy on my feet because my toenails will fuck that shit up, bro.
She'll get athlete's pussy.
yeah.
But then I do a fucking sandwich slice or a gauze at Subway. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like little box cutters right on the edge. Like old men, I feel like every time I've seen like one of my grandpas or like another old man's shoes off, I remember this especially as a kid, like opening presents on Christmas and just being blown away at the sharpness and thickness of the toenails and being like,
Any
what
fungus?
the fuck?
Any fungus?
The
Like the
tint.
No,
oak
Always a
toenails?
little tint, a
Not
little
really,
tint. Come
no.
on, no tint?
You know what my theory is? Lack of flexibility. I bet maintaining your toenails gets harder and harder as you get older. Sometimes I have tiny little next to invisible hairs growing from my ear. 19-year-old Woody would have the eyesight to take care of that shit. Now I'm like, that's half an inch long. How long have I had this?
Yeah. I gotta thick it in there. I gotta keep them plucked.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, they're angry. They're black. They're like black angry beard hairs crawling out of my ear.
I
my
could
ear
see
canal.
those. No, I get like the finest of the
They
but
start
long.
like next to my brain apparently because I'll pluck one out and it'll hurt deep
It's
inside my
crazy
skull.
how deep the ear hairs are. You're like, wow, you've really been growing that whole time before you came out.
I have one eyebrow hair. Rather than growing sideways like they're supposed to, it just goes straight towards whoever I'm talking to.
Sick.
And Colin describes it as the longest hair. He's like, Dad, you've got the longest hair. Plucks it, but not the first time. It's a rough situation.
Oof.
You're right. You're right on
Failed pluck.
the flexibility for cutting your toenails is absolutely correct. As someone who's been 75 pounds heavier than I am now, there were times where they just stayed for like 3.5 months. Like pandemic, I probably clipped my toenails. I probably clipped my toenails twice in pandemic. And yeah, I definitely like thinking about how long I am, and also like my body's shaped weird when I'm fat. So I'm like one of those dolls that like don't tip over, like the I'm like rolling around on the bed trying to get a good grip to like get my toenails. And even then they were strong. Pre-college days, I used to have to soak them. I'd put warm water in this toe bowl. It was a bowl I called my toe bowl, and I'd put my feet in there and sit for like about just 5 minutes.
Heck?
Your toe bowl, like the clippers are made of steel.
Toenail clippers are designed for this task,
I've broken so many nail clippers on my toes.
What,
I
you
do
break the nail clippers? Your toenails beat
It's very
the
easy to
clippers?
break. The clipper part that breaks down, it's snapped there before many times. I've broken like 15 toenail clippers.
That's hilarious.
This is wild.
Maybe collagen isn't for you. Yeah.
You should see them now. They're fucking.
Now he uses
Yeah.
a freaking DeWalt.
Jews are never
grinder.
beating the goblin accusation. So.
You were growing them out to give fucking LA Beast a couple puncture wounds.
I was gonna have a
With
hole in my
his cap.
boxing, like right at the toe, just a little hole that has just the toenail coming out a little bit, and I was using to slice him up.
Fuck his ass up.
And then I
How
was
much
gonna
were the gloves
steal money
gonna weigh?
from charity.
Tell me real quick, what were the gloves going to weigh?
Maybe 10 ounce, bro. Maybe.
Really?
Maybe.
Wait, are you?
We'll
is
never
he-
know now. It doesn't matter. Maybe we signed up for 10 ounce gloves. Fuck
Is that
you.
normal?
Fuck you, Woody. No, I'm kidding. No, 16 ounces. I wouldn't have
Okay.
done the boxing match if it wasn't 16 ounces again. The previous matches were 16 ounce gloves, and that's the sparring size. I've sparred quite a few
That's what
times
I
with
trained.
headgear. Yeah, and like 16 ounce, like you really understand the difference between 16 ounce and pro rules when you put on gloves and you start sparring with someone, because 10 ounce gloves are very small. That means that you're gonna get hit way more. You can't, like, you have 16 ounce gloves, you put your gloves up, they take up so much space. It's
Mhm.
hard, and because their glove is also big, it's hard to sneak it past your defenses and hit you because the gloves are so big.
Right.
And I've been fucking pummeled in the head by a fucking guy juiced to the gills on steroids, and he had 16 ounce gloves on, Creator Class 2, and it was like fine. I didn't have a concussion or anything.
Have you tried MMA gloves? The sparring gloves they wear.
No, I haven't, but I'm sure you would feel very lethal in those.
Felt like my offense was good, my defense was terrible, as you'd expect.
What do you do? Do you like an MMA like
I
striking?
don't do
you
shit
like,
now. It's what
do
I
they
Get out of the way.
Yeah.
catch? Do you like catch someone? How do you defend?
John
Like
Jones, you might, but you get out of the fucking way. That's what you do. You try to not be there, right? Like the idea of catching punches with those five, you'll break people. I can't remember who it was, but John Jones is doing that bullshit. He's coming at him with his fingers, and they hit his fingers like this, like trying to break them. And they were like, this, and they referenced some other fight where it happened, and the guy compound fractured another guy's finger doing that. Guy was coming at him with the pokey fingers for his eyes, like measuring distance, and he just slam punched his hand and like jammed his fingers, and the bone came through.
Really?
Yeah.
I wish
that worked.
I wish they would do it to John. He deserves it.
I think it was Reyes who tried that.
Might have been. Yeah.
the last some of the last
maybe.
boxing
Reyes
that I've
stuff,
done. I had gotten to a place where, like, I guess strategy wise or understanding technique, not execution, because I'm always making mistakes, but like like understanding the technique. I had the very foundation understood. So now as I last left it, I was in the realm of like sparring, because I was sparring a whole bunch. Like when someone has their hands up, like, when I first started, it was like, yeah, you throw punches. But then when you watch a lot of boxing, you're like, oh, there's a lot more like missing a punch and pulling down their gloves on you when you're returning your hand to your head, and slapping people's gloves. So like the strategy, even though we got punched in the fingers, the strategy of having your hand out, like I do that in boxing. Like I'm far, so as a defense, like me putting my glove in your face, you can't see, and you're spending a lot of energy to move around while I just have like a
Even if you
glove.
extend your
Great.
fingers though with that glove, like your fingertips don't extend.
That's
beyond
true.
the
No,
gap.
that's true for sure.
In MMA, their whole finger is out, and what he's doing, because he's 6'4" and his arms are unusually long, even for someone who is 6'4", and his fingers are unusually long on top of that. He's
That
got them
sucks.
in your eye level doing this as he shuffles toward you, and you're trying to knock that out of your way, but then he'll reach up and grab your hand and pull your hand down, and now he's like, no, stop blocking me. I want to poke you in the eye. Stop blocking me. I want to poke you in the eye. And eventually he's going to poke you in the eye. Now you can't see. And he's already lethal as fuck. So now you can't see, and he's beating you. That's John Jones. I really hope we get the Aspinall fight.
Yes.
I really do.
I think we won't.
I think we won't too. But fingers crossed.
The world has been hating Dana White lately. Like he's never been less popular in my observation.
Why?
A couple things. So UFC.
He hit his wife. Never mind. I remember.
No, they're okay with that. The problem is they're not getting the matches that they want. Jones Aspinall is a good example, but there's more. The fighters just seem less interesting, so they feel like Dana's responsible for promoting them and making me care, but he's not getting that done. And they just think the product is bad, so they're mad at Dana.
The UFC product.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, and the fighters aren't paid very well. And that's partly why the product is bad. I mean, what is the Brazilian guy who beat Sean Strickland but just lost to
Pereira? They straightened all that out.
Really? Yeah, just recently he was like, man, I've always been good. I'm thinking about retiring because of the way the UFC is treating me. Did you see that tweet?
Yeah, and then today he tweeted, I was hacked. My relationship with the UFC's always been great. Ignore that post from yesterday because Dana has sent me a check. That's literally what happened. Pereira tweets that, like, I've always shown up for the UFC. I've always been there for them. But the phone call I just had leaves me discouraged. And it makes me think that maybe the fight game's over for me. And what I think it was is they don't want to give him the rematch. And after that tweet, someone clearly reached out to him from the UFC because today his tweet is, I was hacked. Me and the UFC are tight. What are you talking about?
So I like what you said. I think he wasn't getting paid like a champion. And he's become accustomed to getting paid like a champion. And that's why he was upset.
No, he wants the rematch. So? He wants the rematch. That's they're not going to give him the rematch, and that's what it is. They want to move. And I don't even know what his deal is. Like he seems old. I don't know how old he is, but he seems like he's at the.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like him on my TV though, I guess. But the divisions are all jammed up anyway. Everybody's wanting to move up or down a weight division and take on the champ from there. I know Topuria is moving up, and Islam wants to move up too. So it's a whole kerfuffle there. I think the product's okay, but it's not what it used to be. It doesn't feel like an event. I was looking at one of the future cards, and it was like, I would never pay for that. Like I'll watch, but I would never pay for that. But they don't have the problem the NBA has. The NBA is. I watched 2 games of the NBA, Woody. Oh my God. I know why you're a stats and stories fan now, because the game is awful. Like I like the stats and stories a little bit with the NBA. I watch enough podcasts and enough YouTube shorts and shit. Okay, I can get on board with this drama. It's fun, but God, that game sucks to watch.
Yeah, like I would say I've heard you enjoy like Larry Bird stories, for example. Those stories are still going on. It's just new players. Like people, the game hasn't changed so much. They're still fighting and arguing and saying funny stuff and whatever. I watch games. They take the whole game, they condense it down to 10 minutes in a YouTube video. And then I skip the first 5 and watch the second half of a condensed game. And I get a vibe for it. That's all I need.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't watch it. I don't feel like they play any defense. The traveling, for whatever reason, bothers me. It's like I kind of wish they would just enforce the rules. And the back and forth 3-point shooting, like I've seen the montages of them going back and forth with no score for 4 minutes in an NBA game, back and forth missing threes. And I guess we've talked about this ad nauseum, but the analytics say that shooting more threes is good. But the fans say, I don't want to watch that bullshit. You're not Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors. You're you. Play your game. And I don't know. I do, when I watch highlights, the ones that are interesting to me are usually inside the paint play that's either technical or rough. Either one is good. Like you can be dancing around like a ballerina, dodging everybody and juking everybody, and I love to see that. Back up and shoot some mid-range jumper, that's cool. I like to see that slickness. But I also like to see somebody like the old clips of Shaq just dunking on people with his nuts in their face, and everybody's pissed off about it. Like I like that too, and I don't know if you see that in the modern game.
You got paid more though. People were buying magazines and shit. Sports Illustrated was mad cool. Like Space Jam was the shit. Everyone had basketball jerseys and jackets. You know what I mean?
Jam was the shit. Yeah.
Like that. There's like Shaq had a Sega game. Like you dunked on people, because if you dunked on people, then you could be Shazam and have Shaq Fu. And that's why and he had toys. I remember I had toys from Toys R Us that were like Shaq toys that like they were little basketball mini games you played with your fingers and shit. Shaq he did it.
The way you watch sports, Woody, is so fascinating to me because it's like I don't think we could be more different.
Total opposite ends of the spectrum.
I watched like the whole hockey game of like the team I'm interested in. And then literally as soon as the game ends, before they do any post-game interviews, before they announce like the stars of the game, I turn it off. Like I only see any interviews from hockey players if it's like something so absurd it enters another arena, like that goalie for the Jets being interviewed, like, why are you struggling so much? And he's like, actually, I've studied the net. I've studied the net more than anyone perhaps on earth. I am a master of the net. And it's like, okay, well, you're letting in goalies like a fucking college player right now. So what's going on? He's like, no, I've studied it more. Like it has to be that. Or what's his name? I don't remember. It wasn't Sergei Bobrovsky. It was another Russian guy. The guy who was like, why you have to be mad? It is only game. Because that guy was in Philly.
So opposite ends of the spectrum that if I'm super interested in a game, like, oh, it's game 7, I want to see this one, I just pull up the box score while I watch TV and see the scores and the stats increment.
I will do that.
I was going to say you guys are so opposite ends of the spectrum that Woody, I bet, watches a whole sports game and doesn't eat anything the whole time.
Meanwhile, I have to be eating the whole time because I'm stressed out.
When I watch sports, I chose watching sports as a time to just celebrate eating food, because I the only sport I really ever watched was football, and that was just one day a week. You could afford to fuck up every Sunday, like, you know, in my early 20s, it was totally fine. And I just definitely, like, still when I think about sitting down and watching a whole sporting event, like when I, you know, closest thing being wrestling or something that I do these days, like I fucking eat, bro. I eat, and I could just imagine maybe Woody's like, this game's crazy. I might choose to eat like 5 almonds now.
I have occasionally maintained that calories don't count during UFC fights.
And they don't count during any of the 82 Blues games a year. And there's 2 intermissions, so it's like, you know, maybe it's
that's like double XP. That's double XP intermission. Anything you eat at intermission double doesn't count.
Those chips don't count. Those peanuts I bought don't count. I keep buying like nuts and seeds. Like I'll get pistachios in a shell. I'll get peanuts in the peanut. I'll get sunflower seeds. All that happens is within like 30 minutes, I've become a monk level master at how fast I can open these things. And it's like, damn it.
I played a game called Another Crab's Treasure. It's a Souls-like game, but you are a crab fighting people. And they're all like, Taylor should play this. This should be Taylor's game. Taylor would wreck house. I'm fighting like a lobster. Taylor would beat this guy first try.
Oh, easily. Yeah, anything to do with crustaceans, I'm in the mix. I can fuck them up. In a way that some people might go out to eat with me at a seafood place and call it, quote, rude. Like they might call it gauche, you know, for me to eat it as fast as I do. But I just think it's courteous, because if you're at a seafood place and your friends order like fish or something that's like just bite it and eat it, you do kind of have to hustle. Like you don't want to force them to be sitting there after they've finished eating for 20 minutes while you're still cracking away. Like get it done. Get the lead
I
up.
feel lucky to have watched sports in the same era as Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Wayne Gretzky, you know, for that matter. Like, you know, it's the great ones. And along those lines, I would really like to have seafood with you someday.
Oh, we ever get the you know, live recording thing down? We're getting crab.
We're going to Red Lobster.
We're getting a huge amount of crab. Well, I would hopefully we'd go somewhere a little higher quality than Red Lobster, unless Red Lobster has some sort of stunning deal that I'm not aware of.
They don't.
They don't. They don't have.
I like Red
deal.
Lobster. I don't want to see that cheesy bread. The shit
Red Lobster made it. They turned it around. They turned it around. They did all you can eat shrimp, and it was fucking up big time.
Yeah, they lost a ton of money.
Yeah, they lost a lot as a bad mathematical.
They closed hundreds of locations. It almost killed them.
But Flava Flav, but now Flava Flav is part of the marketing.
Oh, that'll get them going.
No, but it's actually they bounced back quite a bit. But they were not. That's not to say that much, because they were in a bad place apparently. But
I took advantage of that all-you-can-eat shrimp thing one time. I ate like 120 in a sitting. An all shrimp scampi. It was so sick.
I can tell you,
in Canada was
because you're counting your food. I don't count.
It was a competition.
I don't count my wings. Oh, it's competition. Well, then a paltry 120.
They closed the kitchen. They closed the kitchen. I'll have you know. All right. They were like, we're out of shrimp. We're closing the kitchen. And I was like, what do you have? And they're like, we have cold stuff. We have cake. We have. I was like, there you go. It's cake.
I'd be like, bring it
More
out.
Slabs of cake.
Good call. I want cake.
The other
Can't
guy
go
was
wrong.
Turkish and had bad teeth. And he's like, I cannot eat sweet. It hurt. I'm like, fuck you, dude. We're eating the cake. Like, we eat the 2 slices of cake, and then they close the restaurant.
Who is this guy?
I paid the
How'd you
bill.
get there with him?
His
That
name
was
was
his
Barack.
competitor.
He was a Turkish guy named Barack. I sold cars with him. He's a piece of shit. And so then the competition wasn't over because we'd both eaten 120 shrimp and 2 huge slices of cake. So we went across the street to Crystal, which is like it's
like
the
White
little
Castle.
burgers. It's the Southern White Castle. Yeah. And I don't remember how many burgers we ate, but we ate burgers until he quit. And then
this
I
wasn't
vomited it all.
This wasn't a contest at Red Lobster.
There was a competition between 2 men.
There was a competition with this guy he hated named Barack.
No, we were sitting at work, and the all you can eat shrimp thing came on. We had like a huge array of TV screens for the showroom, and it was like all you can eat shrimp. And I was like, we were so hungry, and I could eat so many shrimp. And we got into some, I eat more shrimp than you, and I was like, let's fucking go. And then I ended up eating more shrimp than. Not more shrimp, but more food because we went to the White Castles.
He beat you on
Cake,
shrimp.
you got him. It was the cake. Once they brought the
No.
cake, but he had bad teeth. He said
He had
it hurt
bad
his
teeth. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, that's where. And
bad
that's when you were like, so you lose. That's
Dude,
when
when
you
you guys were like,
that's when you
Powered
secured
through
the
it.
victory.
when you guys were
Powered
like
through the
30, when you guys were like 30 shrimp in, I would have kicked those doors open like Clint Eastwood, come in and been like, let's go.
Well, see,
Let's
the limiting
hammer it.
factor was they'll only bring you 1 serving of shrimp at a time. So they would bring it, and you'd be like, all right, another. And then like, yeah, give me 5 to 10. And then
That's the problem in
forever.
Canada. They brought this. It was also the smallest shrimp. It was really ugly.
Yeah, it was lame. I haven't eaten at Red Lobster in years. Actually, I ordered Red Lobster maybe a year or 2 ago and got sick.
You ordered Red Lobster? That's a terrible order in food.
Yeah, that's true too. Actually,
wanted
now that I think
pasta.
about ordering it is crazy.
I wanted that crab
Chinese and
pasta.
pizza are the foods that hold well on a delivery. There's a reason
I
you don't
make
get
mistakes.
like
It's not the
Yeah.
Oregon Trail. It's fucking Atlanta. He came
You're
from a
both
mile and a
right.
half away.
you don't want a burger delivered. It's gonna
You're
be
both
the
right.
wrong-
I've
yeah.
done a burger. I've had some good burgers delivered. Of course, not as good as if it was there, but there's sometimes in under 30 minutes you get it and you're like,
It was.
It's fine.
I like what I do like at Red Lobster is they've got like crab pasta, like that stuff.
no, you don't do that on Uber Eats crab pasta.
I
That's
did.
where
I
you-
got very sick.
See but that's it. See, that's what now
That's
then
absurd.
he doesn't even he's saying Chinese food or burgers, and I'm trying to back you and you're like crab pasta. And it's like, how does that make me look right now, dude?
I
You've really
Fearless.
harmed
I was
Harley's
like, Kyle's
credibility.
making sense. I'm like, Kyle's making sense. And then you say crab pasta. That like, would you
Best
buy it?
dish.
But would
Crab
you?
pasta
Would
on
you?
delivery.
I saw someone. He got
Crazy.
seafood Alfredo off Facebook Marketplace, and I was like, that's crazy, dude. That's crazy stuff.
They delivered to him, or he had to go pick it up.
Yeah, I think he had to go pick it up, or they met somewhere. I think maybe they met somewhere.
I meet you halfway with this crab pasta.
And
Man,
I thought that was crazy.
I'd like
but-
to do a fun eating competition. That would be good. I don't know
Oh,
what
yeah.
I'd want. Chicken wings or crab would probably
No,
be
no,
my
no.
preference because I won't get bored of those.
Don't make it a
things.
skill issue. Just put a food on the table that anybody can pick up with their food. Don't make it a whole
Chicken
fucking
wings.
game of Jenga. That's a little bit. All right, so we're going to be arguing over whether you ate them or not. We're going to have to pre-weigh the wings now and have to eat pounds of meat rather than numbers of wings
That's
because
fine.
they're going to vary
Here's
so
the thing.
wildly. Because if you don't clean them well,
These
that's
things,
fine.
though, these competitions, the problem with these is like there's a strategy, and this is what I don't like about food competitions and eating stuff. And I did consume a lot of that, and it has nothing to do with the fact that like professional eaters destroyed my business on YouTube. It has nothing to do with that. I just think that the meta exists. And the meta is like drink 8 glasses of water to expand your stomach and jam everything down with like, in super speed because that's how they do it. It has to be timed. Where I'm thinking like what would be really cool would be like a serious level of endurance that is can't be done in a fast like little. It's not a fucking pie eating contest at a fair. And we're going really crazy with it. And it's being surrounded by lots of delicious food and constantly eating, like first one to tap. And the only basis of you're going too slow. You're gonna have to eat a bit faster than that. Just eating at a normal, enjoyable, jovial, celebratory pace.
You know how to do that.
As if you were at a party and it was endless eating, and you keep eating, but you also have to drink soda too. You have to drink alcohol. You have to really.
What if we go
binge.
next level, Harley?
gotta be
What
something
if we make
carbonated.
it 6 weeks long? See who gains the most weight in that time period.
Ooh.
Yeah. Well, at the pace,
Nobody wants to win that.
the pace that I'm describing, the pace.
Kyle, there's a
The-
plastic trophy at stake here.
What you like? You do
The pace that I'm
you
describing,
don't
you wouldn't be able to
get
do
that
that
at all.
Yeah, I would also not want to do a timed eating competition. Like I see myself in those competitions as sort of like a Kenyan chasing a gazelle until they get exhausted. Where like through sheer force of will and appetite, I will overcome you, even if it takes a little longer, even if Kyle takes an early lead, because I know I'm fucking slow and steady wins the race. It would be much harder if, to your point, Harley, you had to have like beer or soda, anything carbonated during it would make it
Go
difficult.
Brazilian steakhouse.
That's
and
exactly
don't
what
flip
it is. It would be that. Yeah. But
You don't flip your card until they kick you out, or the other guy flips his
Oh,
card.
they're gonna kick us out.
Well, there's more than one Brazilian
No,
steakhouse.
Fogo de Chao, I've been to a few of them. You can post up there.
You go to lunch hour, and when they kick you out, you get the
So I have to eat 6 pounds of meat and then take a 40-minute Uber across town.
Folk de Chow's calling ahead to the other place. Look, he are coming your way. I don't know why he's Asian now.
He is.
They on the way.
Might be. They have one back there.
Close
Yeah.
the restaurant now.
Dude, I love Brazilian.
Save yourself.
I love Brazilian steakhouse. That Joe Lozon introduced us to that like 15 years ago or something like that.
I love
Anyone-
gorgeous Brazilian women.
Everybody loves gorgeous
Everybody likes
Brazilian
that.
women. You ever see Arnold
Right, boys.
Schwarzenegger at Carnival?
No.
No.
I
he around
love
a
the
bunch of
Brazilian women. I love the ass. Like it's like 22-year-old Arnold
Oh,
off of like a
yeah,
couple
hell
of
yeah.
like Mr. Universe pageants, and they sent him to Brazil's Carnival to, I don't know, harass women on camera, I guess, because that's what he does for this whole documentary.
They fucking loved it, dude.
They
They
did seem to be willing participants. Yeah.
Kyle, maybe you told me this, or I saw it online somewhere. Apparently, like Arnold Schwarzenegger doesn't sound like that's not what Austrians sound like. Like
It is.
His accent is like weird in Austria too. Like he just has a weird way of talking.
If he does,
My
that's
neighbor-
news to me.
My neighbor's mom is Austrian, and I think she sounds quite a bit like him.
Oh, maybe
But she might
Green.
also have a weird accent too, because I don't know anyone else in my entire life that sounds like her and Arnold Schwarzenegger. Literally, I've never. It's not a common. Like I can't think of other examples where I'm like, this guy's from the same place that Arnold Schwarzenegger's act. Like I never heard that accent before.
Yeah. And there's not a lot, like I just would have imagined like, oh, Austrians, they probably have like a Germanish accent, like probably pretty close.
Bavarian.
I wouldn't be surprised if he plays it
Very.
up. He's a performer. Maybe he just played it up and he's caught in it. It's just how
The
he is now.
opposite. He took classes to try to lose it, I think, and then I think he started taking
Wow,
classes
he was
to keep
had.
it. Like he lost too much of it at one point, and I think he had to get it back. I'm pretty sure that happened because
believe
it is
that too.
iconic. Like
Yeah.
if he didn't sound the way he does, I wouldn't be as into him. It was, I don't know. Arnold's characters almost never make sense because of his accent and his build. Like at first, when he's going in the Barbarian, it's like, oh, you're made for this role. Look at you. You don't speak any fucking English and you're enormous. Oh, and you're good at posing? Perfect. You're Conan the Barbarian. But then later on, he's a secret agent. He's the everyman. He's a dad. And it's like,
Kindergarten teacher.
yeah, that fish out of water thing was perfect because the accent sort of added to it. If he had a Chicago accent, Arnold Schwarzenegger would have went nowhere. But he
What I the one say that I will say too. I agree with you mostly, really, but I think he really, the way he looked, he would be you couldn't ignore him. He really, even looking back in comparison, he looked such a way. He would be something. We would know his name at least, maybe not to the extent that he is now. Like all of the Terminator lines are so iconic. Hasta la vista, baby's not hitting if he sounds like fucking.
Oh,
like
for
some
sure.
dude.
It's true. It sounds pretty fucking stupid if like, I don't know, pick some American actor.
It's the only accent that really would have delivered that
Hasta
line perfectly.
La vista, baby. Like, yeah, nobody. It's I loved
you
Arnold
need it
growing
for
up.
like maybe Jason Statham could have done it. Maybe
For the Vista, baby.
yeah, that was
No,
I hated that.
growing up, I loved Arnold so much, and even now, I guess I'm a big Arnold fan. When I see him doing things, he's usually doing the right thing. He's being a cool guy, a generous guy. I saw he bought all those tiny homes for either veterans or homeless, whichever. Probably homeless veterans
there's
in
a lot of
California.
overlap.
Yeah, but a lot of overlap there for some reason. And I don't know. He's given those motivational speeches. I've seen him on Reddit hop into the comments. Some guy will be like, talk about getting made fun of at the gym, and he's like, I'm just gonna quit. They made fun of me, they laughed at me, like people actively picked on me, and I'm a grown man. And then Arnold comes into the comments like, never give up. Never give up. You have more bravery in your little finger than those bullies have in their whole bodies. And he's like he gives him this, pumps him up, shines his wheels, and it was just like this beautiful moment. It's like, what's Arnold doing in here? It's just on the bodybuilding subreddit.
I watched Terminator 2 against Taylor Still. You still haven't seen it?
Not quite.
What the fuck's going on with you guys? All of you guys, I swear. Always on a little bit of gay shit, dude, for real.
There's a little bit of shit.
I watched Terminator 2 recently, and I watch it often. It is my number one favorite movie. It's also the first movie I ever saw in theaters. So when I saw that movie, I was like,
strong memories.
I was like, movies are so good. This is how they are. Little did I know that that's actually going to be the best movie.
You started
that's where I started. Literally the best movie. I was watching it again recently, and T-1000 was flying a helicopter, and he was doing something. Yeah, and he had 3 hands, and I never saw the third arm before. And I was just like, man, I've seen this movie so many times. And there was this like at the time, there was either a device made so a guy can go in there or whatever, or there was a puppet arm made and it moved. Whatever they figured out, they spent like thousands of dollars on it. I've seen the movie hundreds of times and I never noticed it before.
So James Cameron wanted the T-1000 to be in the first Terminator, but the technology wasn't there. So he invented the technology making the movie The Abyss. That whole production company, that special effects company, I can't recall the name of it, but it learned that tech doing The Abyss, doing the water creatures that were they were intelligent water being like puppeted by the underwater aliens. It was part of their technology, their water tech. And they used that to make the T-1000. And that scene you're talking about, he's flying the helicopter and he's got this third arm holding the yoke or whatever, piloting, and then the other's reloading an MP5.
Yeah, that's yeah, and it's so cool. It looks so cool, and shit slapped in 1992 when you're 5 years old. You didn't even fucking see it.
Fuck yeah! Oh, I just thought Sarah Connor was such a badass.
I had such an interesting, the same thing. Like I bought in the first grade, I bought or was it second grade? I bought Alien toys. I went to Toys R Us and I can get a toy, and I ended up getting 2 toys, and one of them was Ripley from Alien. Yeah, and I remembered like my buddies came over and they were clowning Ripley. They were clowning that I had a girl doll. And I remembered like not being able to vocalize that it could, like they could, like I've seen aliens, like they don't understand. She duct tape a fucking flamethrower to a pulse rifle, you fucking moron. But I'm fucking 5-year-old also, I can't vocalize it, but like it's like I got beef over this because I got this guy telling me this is a doll. I'm like, you don't get it. She'll fucking kill everyone here. You don't even know what a power loader is.
I got into such an argument when I was 13.
Sarah Connor, I was going to say Sarah Connor made me feel the same way. I was like, look at this shit. This is what I'm talking about. But little did I know that these were like the 2 most badass women that I was going to see.
The most badass, and it's why it irks me when someone like Jennifer Lawrence is like, I'm the first female action hero who's done this, that. And it's like, bitch, what are you talking about? I can go back to the 70s and find one so much more hard than you'll ever be with your butthole out in front of the camera. Disgraceful, J. Loud. Disgraceful. But yeah, I remember getting into a whole argument with this kid when I was homeschooled. I only had like 2 or 3 friends left because I wasn't in school anymore. And I was on some play date at this kid's house, and he had the power loader. He had the Sarah Connor in the power loader toy. And he was arguing that they made the power loader specifically to fight aliens. And I'm like, no, that's just a piece of machinery in their universe. It's like a bulldozer or a loader. Like that's
it's like it's putting missiles on the space, on the fighter jet or whatever. It's like loading missiles. Like you see them working it on it.
Yeah, and like Sarah's like certified on that. They have they give you those crumbs in the beginning. They're like, yeah, this is the only thing I actually know how to do. It's my only workable skill anymore is I know how to drive a loader. And then that comes back in the end when she has to fight the queen alien. And I'm like, no, it's a loader. It's like they made it to fight the queen. I was ready to fight this kid.
100%. When I had that Sarah Connor figure,
there was no internet.
When I had that Sarah Connor figure, and I was like, I had beef about it. My brain level was so much lower than how your brain level was working. Whenever it was that you saw it, my brain level, I was like, she turns into a yellow robot, dude. She literally turns into a yellow robot. Like that's the level I was at. Like I didn't really,
I stayed with my grandmother every weekend when I was maybe 4 to 10 or something like that throughout those formative years. I think I was a lot to handle. And so we would watch movies, but she wouldn't put kiddie movies on. She'd play what she was going to watch. So I would watch just adult movies as a tiny little child. I remember she liked Sigourney Weaver a lot. So we watched all her shit, and she liked Arnold a lot. So movies like Alien and Terminator were on a regular basis at her house. She loved that shit. And then my grandpa liked wrestling, and that didn't translate. That I wanted you to defend wrestling because you said you watched it earlier. Explain to me why, because I hate to shit on somebody else's fun time, but when I look at that, I think, man, this is silly.
You don't watch wrestling?
I've never seen it, so I'm in the same boat as Kyle.
What are you guys, gay?
I guess so.
Are you what's going on here? What's wrong with you? You guys don't watch fucking cool shit. I bet you don't watch Japanese cartoons either.
I watch some Japanese cartoons, but at least they let you know that this is a silly Japanese cartoon. It's not a bunch of racist 40-year-old men who are sexually assaulting the. Well,
that's when you find out, Kyle, it is actually
cutting themselves in the head.
That's when you find out.
Take a look around, pal. Everywhere is 40-year-old racist men. Now that we're
not
40,
here.
Now that we're 40, it seems like everyone we know is 40-year-old.
No, Pokemon was not for racists. Great show. Or it was in the 90s.
I can't believe you guys don't watch Japanese anime.
I just don't like
don't pivot. Don't defend the wrestling to me. Look,
I'm actually making my debate harder even. I can't believe you don't watch wrestling.
Okay.
And I'm trying to think of like some things that you guys might.
What's the best thing you've seen while watching wrestling, and you were like, "Wow, glad I tuned in tonight."
So what's your favorite, like I guess I wasn't making a point with anime that I didn't realize that would make sense right now, but what kind of shows do you watch? What's a story, like something that you enjoy?
I like crime dramas. I like right now I'm watching The Penguin on HBO. It feels very much like Sopranos a little bit, like proto Sopranos, like The Penguin is learning to be Tony Soprano.
You rewatch Sopranos?
Yeah, I know it works.
And then there's parts that come up that you're like, oh, this fucking episode, this moment right here.
Yeah, the Pine Barrens.
You're like, I can't believe he just said that.
Sure.
Like they're like because you know what that means, right? He said that because this happened, and you remember what the other guy said that time. Yeah, he knew the whole time, and you have a fucking moment where you're like, fuck yeah, man. Oh shit. And it made sense in season 4 because of the thing that happened in season 1 and 3. And that's like what really makes it huge. And you have that little moment. But like wrestling.
Here's where you're losing me, I think. I can't buy into it being not just a make-believe silly thing that they're doing on that stage. Because it's not even a stage, it's a ring.
Well, it's like a play, right? Like you're supposed to watch it like you have your favorite characters, and then you have the ones who are literally called heels because you're supposed to dislike them.
You have to like it's like, for example, like wrestling, the way it's revolutionary and perhaps the time is different now, and it is such a weird place for wrestling to navigate. I'm surprised that they're doing it in such an incredible fashion, because wrestling, the real time was when it was a show and it started to exist. It's like the 80s. You've never seen guys this big. Literally like 90% of it back then is like, look how big these motherfuckers are. And they're guys in underwear like boom, boom, boom in the ring and fucking doing like the dumbest moves. But they're like, Andre the Giant is like, people are like, we're going to this shit. This guy's apparently 10 feet tall. And it had this thing. And then, Vince McMahon and the WWF at the time like come in and they just like make these yes, 40-year-old racist meth head biker dudes. They just spin it like they're superheroes. And so as a kid at a time, you might like buy into that and really like that's easy shit to eat up. And you're like, oh, this is real or whatever. And then you kind of hear that it's not real or whatever. But he did jump off that rope. You know that as a kid. You're like, wow.
Yeah, but he planned to. Yes.
Yeah. And you, the winner,
Chris
we already know.
did kill his family.
Okay, that wasn't part of the bit, though.
So
he's committed to the craft. What a villain! What a heel!
It's terrible what happened to his family.
That was the only time I know about this because they talked about it on O&A, but apparently that was like when Vince McMahon faked his own death in like a limo crash, and then like 2 days later, Chris Benoit killed his whole family, and so Vince McMahon had to be like, I'm not dead, and it's tragic. What happened?
I think he came. I think someone. He came out at the beginning of the show, and he was like, "Yeah, I think so. Something silly happened. I think maybe he said it at the beginning of the show, and then they were like, "Yeah, so now enjoy wrestling."
Did you watch the documentary on Netflix?
I did, but I don't remember it. But I remember. I know details of it, but
the production of it and the way it came about is the interesting part. So it is a documentary that covers Vince McMahon, wrestling business, the history of it, etc. But during the production of this documentary that Vince McMahon is full-heartedly taking part in, all the allegations came out and the truth behind them, and all the lawsuits came out. And we found out that Vince McMahon was a vicious, sexually assaulting criminal, horrific kind of character. But he's in there sort of like, you know, we did things our own way back then. Like he's sort of like he doesn't know that he's being attacked because he wasn't being attacked when he recorded his parts. Yeah. But now that the narrative has shifted, they're able to play that footage and it looks doubly bad
with spooky music behind it, like dum dum dum, like making
and like worse. And that business is dirty. Like there's so much sexual assault was going on with the women and boys. At the end, they're like the last episode of the documentary, they're like, oh yeah, and there was these like page boys. I don't know what a page boy is. I think it's like a personal assistant, a runner, like on a film set or something. That's what comes to my mind, and like I've seen that in my experience, like someone who just runs and gets shit, like an assistant who does all. But they made it sound like they were banging these little boy dudes. And then they were covering it all up. There's always a conspiracy.
With wrestling, there's like, even if someone doesn't like wrestling or doesn't see the appeal, the world of wrestling is so huge and fascinating in so many ways that there are countless documentaries you could watch about wrestling without even watching wrestling. And it might spark an interest for you to want to check out what the fuck happens, because there's so many things behind the scenes and sidelines that when you like watch wrestling, what I was saying before is like how you watch your favorite show and you're like, whoa, I can't believe he said that. Because remember in season 1 and season 3, like wrestling, there are things that have been planted for like 15 years.
Yeah.
In a way. And then when something else happens in the wrestling universe, but you know that in real life, that guy 8 years ago fucked his fiance, and then it was like, and then a body was found dead in that hotel that same night. So it's crazy that they're doing no needle match, you know, like it's like it has like this history and attachment to it that you're like, whoa, I can't believe that's happening. But yeah, so it's silly.
What draws me to it is
it's also so physically impressive.
So I think I'm a golden age guy, maybe a little bit. What do they call Hogan? Like the intensity era or something like that, like intimidation era, something like that. No,
there was the attitude era. That was like that was after Hogan. That was like when Hogan was
Hollywood Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, Hollywood Hogan.
I like that.
That's crazy. That was crazy shit, because that was before reality TV was a thing, and they were doing some really crazy reality TV moves. But there's this documentary called Monday Night Wars, and you can watch it if you have the WWE network or whatever, but I think it's available in a few places. But yeah, Monday Night Wars, it's WCW versus WWE, and it's so fascinating, the beef that they have, because this guy Eric Bischoff, Ted Turner wanted to beat Vince McMahon. He just wanted to beat him, so he was like, take all the money you need, and make it happen. So he went around and started buying up wrestlers like Hulk Hogan and everyone. And the wrestlers were like running the show. So it was kind of crazy. And whoa, what are they doing for a bit there? But then very quickly it was like, all these cokeheads are running the show. They have no idea what they're doing. And but they both had live shows on Monday night. Like the live thing was a big deal. And they would do shit like on WCW once. They would find out what was happening on Monday Night Raw, because Monday Night Raw wasn't live. It was taped from the weekend. And they would go on and be like, yeah, no point in turning to WWE because mankind, X, Y, and Z happens.
They would
say that at the beginning of their live show. Yeah, their show's live. So people would be like, whoa, that's crazy, and then not watch Raw. Now they have to do what happened on WCW.
It's dirty business.
But one time they were like, oh yeah, Mankind beats The Rock in a title match or something, and they lost like 80% of the people that were watching that night. The ratings dropped. All these people checked in.
I like Ric Flair and the legend of Ric Flair, I guess I'll say, is what I really like. I like the ESPN 30 for 30 on Ric Flair. I choose to believe it's all real.
I cried during that.
I might have cried a little. Yeah. It's pretty emotional.
I was lying. Haha, you're gay.
What? Why would you like? What was?
Look at this! This ketamine guy wants to cry. Eh? You want something good to cry to after this? Eh? You want to fucking do some lines of ketamine?
There's nothing about Ric Flair.
You want a nice cry? Okay, I got you.
See, he's doing his own heel turn.
What made you cry? I was trying to ask what made you cry without passing judgment on.
No, I didn't feel judged at all. That's why I felt it was funny to make a joke. Because I actually
his son died.
I flipped it.
His son died, and he's like he's talking about the death of his son, and he's crying to the camera a little bit toward the end. His son has a tragic death.
Well, for me, it was attached to the son. For me, it was. He was there and he was like so sad, and he was talking about how his son wanted to be the wrestler, and then his daughter Charlotte, who wasn't going to be a wrestler, became a wrestler because she like loved her brother so much, and like it was his dream, so she became the champion at WWE. And Ric Flair's there like, and he's crying, but you could just gather so much. There's like a level of estranged father-daughter things going on here, and it's like really like this moment is so complex. The way I was taking it, it's like she won this for her brother, but her dad is there. It's obviously like a moment for him too, but I don't think she did any of it for him, but he's there like it's for him too. And I'm like just making a lot of this up and inferring it from watching from this documentary, but it's just like it was so complex and crazy and like low-key a little sad, you know. But I mean, I went to WrestleMania a couple of years back, 2018, in New Orleans, and I had a flight at like 7 a.m. I had to be there like 5:30, and I'm walking to my flight, and Ric Flair's at the bar with a fucking tall glass of brown. And I'm like, he's at the bar, and I like walk up. I'm like going to my, I'm like, fucking legend, dude. Like they say it. I'm like, Rick, they say it about you, but here you are. What is it? Fucking 6:02 a.m. and you got this big stinky brown cup. Look at you. Let me take a picture. Fucking the real guy. Like he's out here living it, dude. He looked like shit. He was like old, man. He was old. I was turning the juice up a little bit when I was saying hi. I was like, "What's up, buddy?" I was like, "If he dies here, this will be crazy. I'll get my YouTube channel back. Definitely gonna get views. I'll leverage that into some marketing shit."
Maybe
I'm like, I was there when Rick died. It was fuck, bro. Yeah, this episode we're doing a bacon rack, Ric Flair, fucking.
I mean, he's 76, so that's got to be.
No, he was 91 when I saw him.
He's got to be like 112 in wrestler years.
He even worse than the wrestling was the alcohol abuse he put his body through. He talks about it in the 30 for 30, like telling the doctor how many drinks he has a week. I don't know. Like,
dude, this is
150.
End of WrestleMania weekend, 6:02, like a tall glass, like a full cup, like a full glass, like to the top.
Yeah, and he was 69 or 70 doing that. Like,
yeah.
So he was doing this consistently for like 50 years?
He was on and off. There were years in his older years where he wasn't there so much. He had a heart attack in the ring, and nobody knew if it was real. I didn't know it was real. Like when it happened, I think I was a kid or a teenager, and it was like Ric Flair had a heart attack in the ring, and it's like, was that part of the show or not? You could believe either one because he looks very heart attack prone. He's always been very red.
Do you happen to know what glass I'm talking about? When I said he had this glass. Yeah, do you know what? Like, is there any shot that either of you guys know the name of this glass? Glasses have names, you know. Just what would you call it? What's a regular glass? Like just a regular like not a small,
like a pint glass.
Like when
no smaller, like half that, a half maybe like if you had like a shot of like a glass of whiskey.
Oh, you mean like brown, not beer, brown like liquor.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know that like whiskey glass,
highball glass.
That's you know what that was in my brain too. That's why was that in my brain? But that's what was there. But that's what I was thinking. Like,
that's not be the right thing.
No, but like that space, like you got to have understanding. You got to know what a highball is to know what glass I'm talking about.
Yeah,
but you don't.
That explains why I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't. Yeah. This is really hard for me. I don't know what I'm talking about when I was saying this. I was wondering if you guys
big glasses that are like 4 inches tall.
It's not that big.
The Cowboys drink.
Yeah.
What is it? It's just so he was drinking a big tall whiskey glass of.
No, it was just like just a regular glass. It was just like a regular glass that you would, maybe like I want to say like it could fit like 500 milliliters maybe if you filled it up to the top.
That's amazing.
See, this is why I knew that already. Look at this. I'm talking about. Yeah, maybe highball. Yeah, highball with no ice. Filled to like literally like 80%.
With no ice. Can't
no
be
ice.
Trifling with that space waster. Straight up liquor. The vodka
glass is different than a shot glass. Okay, new to me.
Yeah, well, a shot glass is just a little shot glass. I would imagine all those we just
still
saw
too big.
Were still too much.
Now that it's there and it's been pointed out, I realize that I did always know that it's a different glass for vodka. Like I never noticed it, but like now in memory, like I can think that all the time that I would be that was when I was having vodka somewhere at a place. Like that's the glass that's the only time I've ever seen that. Like I'm like that.
Did you take the opportunity to get a glass of whiskey with Ric Flair as he said?
No, I was disgusted.
Hungover.
I was absolutely disgusted. I was making mistakes like the whole weekend. I like my buddy that I was with, he was like sick last night. I'm like wasted, like trying to get us back. And I'm like hungover. I feel how Ric Flair looked. So I was not gonna participate, but I definitely sat somewhere where I could see him and I stared at him the entire time.
When was this?
Like 2018, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, so he was 69 or 70 and just drunk at 6 a.m. at the airport.
I wish you talked more about steroids because I want to. Whenever I see a documentary about a guy who was historically enormous like that, someone who had a crazy physique, I want to know how you did that. He talks about working out hard and he talks about being coached hard and you go to this wrestling boot camp type thing and learn the business. And he talks about his, ribs being raw from rubbing against the ropes. How much testosterone, dude? How much Deanabol? Like, what were you taking? That's what I want to know.
I'm trying to find him when he was in his prime.
I was looking at that too. In his prime, he was pretty good. I've seen so much old Ric Flair, I forgot where he peaked.
That's because even in his prime, he looked old. He always had like that platinum hair. Like when I was a kid, I just thought he was way older than he was because I just didn't understand that his hair could look like that in any other way than as if he was old.
Ric Flair through the years. What quite the article.
That is not a good photo of him in either frame.
I thought they were both great photos. I actually thought both photos were sick. I just looked at it. I was like, what a sick guy.
The left one is very.
I saw these pictures. I was like, fucking legendary dude.
The left, he has that like aged man pecs earlier than he should have.
He looks like barrel chested.
They're almost droopy to me. Yeah, poor guy. On the right, it looks worse.
You think he gives a fuck what you think about his pecs?
Yes, he makes a living caring about what I think of his pecs.
He's probably 65 in this right picture, or I don't know. You guys are saying he always looks old.
Yeah.
If you tell me he's 65 there, I'm like, all right, that guy looks pretty fucking good for 65 physique wise.
Right.
But if you tell me he's 48. I'm like, all right, this guy just maybe gets a lot of sun, a lot of early morning boozing.
I'm sorry, Zach says 59.
59.
I wish Arnold
was pretty good for 50.
Visible bicep veins of 59, pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I remember Ronnie Coleman was on Rogan, and he was trying to be squirrely about his steroid use. I used a little bit, you know, everybody used a little, but yeah. And it's like, dude, just be real. You were the biggest human ever. Explain to us how. Like, we don't mind if you use steroids. Like, clearly, you were.
They thought it was going to be a safe space to lie about it forever. It's very funny. The entire community really just thought that everyone was going to be in agreement, and then like newer people came up. People like honestly, Rich Piana like was just always like, yeah, here's all the steroids I do. This is it. This is what everyone's on steroids like here, like, you know. And he showed what he did, and like really, then there was a whole bunch of other creators, but really, I think it was like a lot of YouTube that fucked up the whole. Yes, we're just going to have a safe space and all agree to lie about this type thing.
Mm-hmm.
Even like natural bodybuilders, I'm like, oh, so you just take below a certain detectable threshold.
Yeah, the natty guys, I've seen some of those competitions, and to me, it's like, Jesus, why would you ever want to be bigger than that? Genuinely, when I see the quote unquote natural bodybuilders, I saw a picture recently of like the top 3 guys in that. It may have happened recently, their championship, whatever it's called. But I was like, damn, they all look perfect. Like nobody's like, when I see Mr. Olympia or whatever it is, the open bodybuilding, those people are not attractive. They're not to any aesthetic that I would aspire to. They're just colossal. They're symmetrical. Everything matches. Don't get me wrong, but it's still like I wouldn't want that.
I don't think they match like they should. Like I think the open, they get as big as they can every muscle group, whereas like Schwarzenegger would be like, you know. Like if your pecs can't get bigger than that, your biceps shouldn't be what they are. You should be a better match.
Ronnie Coleman stopped training one of his muscle groups. I can't remember which for like 3 years. He was like, yeah, my arms got too big. So for 3 years, I just didn't train arms. And they're like, you didn't train arms for 3 years? Yeah, they was just too big. What a genetic freak. Like Zach, can you show a picture of Ronnie Coleman in his policeman outfit? He worked as an on-duty cop. And you imagine being pulled over by this behemoth.
While he looks for that, Dorian Yates, another guy who was Mr. Olympia a couple times, he said that the amount of steroids he took was nothing compared to what they take to get today, that they've upped the game from where he was. And I mean, I don't know, I'm the resident autist, but he vibed telling the truth to me. I listen to a lot of Dorian Yates too. I enjoy his interviews. They're really, really good. And he seems to not be a meathead. Like I guess at the top, very few of them are meatheads, but Dorian seemed to know what he was talking about. And let me look at that. Holy shit.
So no pants, huh? Just
they exploded.
He flexed his thighs.
I think that's so cool.
Him in a cop uniform?
No, just like being like the most jacked you could be has always been very cool to me. Like if I ever see a guy that's fucking huge like this, like I'm always hyped up about it. Like if I'm going, this even happened.
What is this
within the last 2 weeks?
Why does his head look weird? This is drawn. This is drawn.
This is someone's interpretation.
This is fan art, bro. It is weird as hell, dude. What the fuck? I don't even want to talk. I don't even want to talk about how much I love muscly men now because this art.
I don't like how he's looking at it.
No, get all of it off. I don't like any of it anymore.
Here's what's cool about muscles like that. You can't buy them. There's only one way to get them. You can only get muscles like that by working hard. There's no shortcuts. Well, kind of shortcuts, but like, I don't know. It's an achievement that can only be earned.
That's true.
Yeah, I shared that picture, by the way, of Ric Flair and I at the airport. If you want to click.
Ooh, yeah,
oh, cool.
Bring that
he looks
up.
pretty good here, dude. Like genuinely, like not bad. Not what I would call bad.
Click to the right though, Zach. If you can click to the right to the close up of his face.
Oh, like only use the blade in the background there.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Early morning
that face was haunting me first thing in the morning because he was like good to go. He was good to go. Like he was very entertaining. Like he was just, he was doing it.
He seemed energized.
It's funny though, now that we're looking at the picture, like I actually looked like shit that day. That was major projection. Like I'm 38. What's his excuse?
He's wearing a Rolex and a diamond
That's just some
ring.
gay shit Ric Flair was trying to do to me, bro. No, I'm kidding. I did that, and he just did it with me. He he pointed at me, and I put my finger on his. That's what I do when someone points.
Look at that, a consummate professional.
ET phone home. Okay.
I have Ric Flair on my jacket in that picture too. Like it has my entire back of my jacket is Ric Flair's face. That's like the jacket I was wearing.
Man, what a serendipitous run-in for you.
Did you have how tall was he? Like, did you have?
He was sitting. He didn't stand up. He was sitting. But it's like I met
my
Arnold,
dad
and I was
always
towered over Arnold, and I always thought I was like, that's crazy. I'm standing next to Arnold. I'm like, look, I'm taller.
My dad was in an elevator with Dusty Rhodes one time, and he's like, all I kept thinking is, this is that big son of a bitch from the TV. I whoop him right here.
No way, though. Could he really? No.
Probably.
Your daddy could beat people up. Your daddy could beat people up. You're like, oh, don't do that. My daddy will beat up your daddy.
My daddy will beat up your daddy.
No, but he knows how to fight. What's his deal? He like fought for like fisticuffs over cases of beer. Like
no, that's my like weird, sketchy step uncle.
This is where you find out it's in your blood, like that you should have been doing Creator Clash the whole time. Like,
oh, it's not. I promise you, it's not my blood.
Kyle tried to pick a fight. Diego backed out.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to chase him down. He's clearly afraid, and he's dealing with a lot of mental illness now. I don't know why we're making fun of him. He clearly actually has mental illness. I just leave him alone. Yeah, my daddy could beat up your daddy. Maybe not now.
Oh, definitely my daddy. Definitely. Your
daddy not tough?
My dad's like, he's so pink and soft and like has the skinniest arms and is just like he's so easily, you could push him over so easily. I think it was like when I was 11, I'm like 5'10" or something, and it was like the 90s. So you fuck around, you can get slapped. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was just like I'm like 11 and a slap came and I like pushed it away. I was like, "What the fuck is this, bro?" And I do it again. I'm like, "What? Are we finding this out at 11 years old? I can fuck you up?" I'm like, your job got so much harder after that attempt. No, I love my dad. He's awesome. Makes sound like he beats me or something. No, not at all. But
is he not a big guy? Like he's not a tall guy like you?
No, not at all. But he also like just doesn't like he never played a sport. He wasn't the guy that ever played a sport, so that wasn't part of his life at all. Like, and you'd be surprised. Some people that don't play a sport, they can grow to be like 20 years old and not know how to run.
Indians.
Like they don't know how to run. Like not knowing how to run is a very it sounds so stupid because it's simple, but actually. My dad, I bet I've never ever seen him run. My dad, he loves like Diet Pepsi or Diet Coke. I've never seen him sip water once. We were at the airport and he had like his thermos thing with him, like his water cooler, to drink from. And they were like, "Oh, sir, you can't come on the plane with any liquid." And he was like, "Oh, okay." And he opened it up and started dumping out, and it was like brown and fizzy, and everyone was laughing. And I was like, you should be embarrassed right now. Everyone thinks you are so fucking silly to have fizzy brown liquid in your water container, and we're in Europe on top of it. They think we're fucking Americans. This shit is so fucking dumb to them.
Say it's beer. They'd be down with that.
Yeah, they would accept it in Europe.
And then lit up a cigarette and hit a woman.
So at 11, your father couldn't beat you up anymore? Is that true?
Yeah, it was around like 11, 12. Like,
dude, so let me tell my story. I think I've told it before, but first thing you need to know is my grandfather ran away from home when my dad was 10. So there was this moment in my father's childhood. I think he was like 12, and his mother was going to hit him, and he grabs her wrists and he says, "Mom, listen. I want to hear this. I want to hear it, but you did tell me the story." Oh, but no, I don't. Why would you say that then?
I thought about telling you or not, but I thought I should be honest. Like, I thought I should be honest. What do you want me to do? Lie to you?
I want you to shut the fuck up while I tell my story.
Okay, tell the story, dude. I'm so curious what happens. I can't wait to hear what happens.
I'm not going to tell it. I'm not going to tell it.
You wanted me to shut the fuck up. But now
you shouldn't have talked about wrestling.
Now he's you know what? You know what? We can make it actually a game. I remember the story very well. How about you go and I'll see if there's any.
I'm literally not going to tell it.
Don't do this to the fucking some asshole that hasn't watched the show in a little while and they want to hear it so bad. If you don't tell this story, I'm gonna get some fucking unhinged loser in my DM being like, I love Woody's stories and you didn't let him tell it and now I don't get to hear the story. So do me a favor, please, and tell us the story. Please.
I'm not mad at you, but I'm not gonna.
I was definitely older than 11 or 12 when I thought I could beat my dad up. It didn't. The thought
I
of me
wasn't
getting in
sure
a
until a
fight
couple
with-
years ago, dude. I'm not even. I swear to God, I wasn't sure until a couple years ago. I remember thinking when I was like 20, I'm like, better not make him mad. He'll embarrass me.
by late teens, I 100% knew because I was pretty significantly bigger than him by that point. But like, even when I like probably caught up and passed him in height, probably at like 16, I still was like, no, that's my dad. He'd probably fuck me up or something. Didn't even think like he was a soccer player.
I don't know when I could, but I think I could have way earlier than I thought I could have. Right? Like at 20 years old, I was pretty fit. I was working out like literally 4 hours a day, sometimes more. And but my self impression was that I could never. I would get whooped by my father.
There's a big psyop to it. Like with my older brother, I look back and I'm like, oh yeah, I probably could have been 10 years before I thought it. Right. He was 100% bluff with any of his moves. If I called him on any of those, I'm like, oh, now that I think about it, I could have called any of those and it would have been, this power shift would have happened.
Yeah.
Too early. I'm happy it didn't.
Yeah. You don't want to be able to beat your dad up at 11. That can cause a lot of
my
turmoil
dad.
in your
Yeah, no,
family.
this was with my brother that it would have caused turmoil. With my dad, no, he was at the game early.
Are you significantly taller than your brother and your dad?
Like growing up, my brother, he's like 6'1", 6'2". So growing up, I was around the same height when he was living at home.
Okay, so yeah, it probably could have crossed over before you recognized it.
But he's 10 years older than me, so.
Oh, that's a big negative at this point. Like you got him now. He doesn't box, I bet.
Oh yeah, now he doesn't even do like he has his nephew and he wanted to get his nephew a gift, and he was like, "Yo, what's that Asian shit you and my kids watch?" And he,
you and my kids,
and I
you
was
and
like,
my 10-year-old son. What's that shit you watch from Japan?
He's 14. I think he's turning 15. But I sent him some gift ideas of some shit that I would fucking love. That I'm sure his kid would too. But I also sent him. I sent him like some protein powder and like nearby gym with like a deal and like maybe a couple of trainer sessions. I'm like, you should get him this. And he was like, ha ha ha. And I was like, you think I'm fucking joking? I'm like, everyone knows how to exercise now. Like every kid, like it's just a thing that everyone knows how to do. They do it. Getting him to just, get a little jacked. It's going to give him a huge leg up. Big time. People are all about the looks maxing and stuff. And, he's a slim guy and I was very skinny growing up. He just like get some meat on there. My brother was like, haha. And that's different than he and I. Cause I was like, wow, you fucking stupid or what? You couldn't even help him. You couldn't even go to the gym with him. Maybe I should come and show your son how to fucking lift weight.
Yeah, it does seem more essential now to know how to lift than it did like when I was 15. Like, no, I don't remember anyone when I was 15, unless it was like weightlifting to like for sports. Like
when
we had
were
to do
you
it for
born? 89?
91.
91.
So it would have been 06. Like no one was like lifting
early
for fun.
No, it was. I went at 15 years old. My mom would go to the gym, but I wanted to go like when I was 14 because people made fun of me for being so skinny and I played football. So at 14, I like really wanted to go, but they always were like, it stunts your growth. So they wouldn't let you go to the gym till you were 16. And they said it stunts your growth. And I was like, always like, I'm good enough. I'm like, I'm not trying to be taller than this. I already want my name to be Matthew. I'm not worried about being tall right now. And they were like, no, they were like, do push-ups. And I was like, you guys are so dumb. But I actually wish I just did push-ups for those 2 years. If I did, like there are a couple times where I'll get caught up in this mode where I try and do like 10 push-ups a day, 10 times. Mm-hmm. Rarely ever happens that I do it 10 times.
It's a lot in a day.
Yeah, just at different times. And it's rare that I ever hit the 10, but I'll go up to 10. That'd be great. That'd be perfect if I did it. But sometimes it's once, twice, 3 times. And when I do it like for a span of 2 weeks, sometimes really well, it makes a major difference physically. Just doing like 30 push-ups throughout the week, like broken up in 10s, just the thing. Sometimes I'm like, and the results were so good that I'm like, if I did that as a kid, it would have been great. But I played football. They made us do exercise like push-ups and stuff like that. But these guys, like in 1998, that are just like 20-year-old football coaches on their volunteer time, they don't know how to do a push-up. So I have football equipment on and I have to do 50 push-ups. That's an insane amount of push-ups. They have no concept of how tiring it is to do the push-up.
50 in a row?
So I'm doing like dumb shit. We're all like, they're yelling at us to keep our asses up, and we're all like humping the ground in some weird fucking shoulder blade ass like pussy push-up, you know? But no one knew how to do it. And also like all this just rambling, basically saying that at the time, no one had understanding of exercise, even eating. They were like, eat steak, eggs, and pasta. And that was the extent of what they knew, you know, like it was just, and going to the gym. Luckily, my brother-in-law, my sister's boyfriend at the time, like he loved working out and he got magazines and books and knew how to do it. So he showed me how to work out. And I went out like my first 3 months, and that became the basis of just knowing how to work out for the rest of your life, you know. But that initial piece of thing that I was fortunate enough to get through him, people didn't have that for so long. But now kids get that from YouTubers. They come equipped with that. Yeah, I think you know, exercising is just to get into doing it right away, especially because having the knowledge. And it's so funny because like I did Epic Mealtime, but just so much bad food, everything's bad. Just knowing that there's really like there's very few good things.
Is Canadian food different than American? Or like Americans are famously heavy, right? And part of it is our giant portions and all the packaged food. So much of our food comes in plastic bags. Canada any different?
Well, like in many ways, yeah. Like if you go to fast food, that like we don't have super cheap menu items. Like the Taco Bell menu is way less enticing because there's so many things that just don't cut it here. And I've heard this rumor, but I don't know if it's true. But that it's like dog food grade meat in Canada, the Taco Bell meat in the US.
We've all got those myths. Yeah.
It sounds like it could be a lie, but I want to also just believe that too in my head here. But there are things like I'll go buy bison meat when I'm trying to eat well here, and in the US it's a bit harder to find, so I'll just get really lean beef, and I look at the beef and I'm like, this is like 90-10, and I just feel it looks exactly like an 80-20 in Canada. But I might be suspect for no good reason. Like I'm extra like they're trying to fucking all this food.
Did you count,
me, bro?
Did you count the fat?
I'm looking at this meat and I swear I paid for 90%.
That's not what it was about,
I paid for 90-10, and I feel like I'm being.
I wasn't being cheap Jew about it. That's not what it was. I was just like, this isn't it.
Laura Linney, I think, is the brand. They make 97% fat free, so it's like 3% fat beef. It's like $11 for a pound. And then I also like bison. Bison is usually 90-10, and bison is about $9 a pound. But if you know the cheapest ground beef comes in a tube, and I ain't eating that.
And it's always like 75-25, like that tube beef.
70-30 sometimes. It's like, whoa, that's some calories. Like
that's what you want for a burger, though. You're making a burger, like go bananas with it. You deserve it. Treat yourself.
More fat is better for a burger.
For sure. I tried to make a burger like maybe 2 months ago with, I think it was 94.6 beef. And I was like, this is great. I'm not putting mayonnaise or any like calorie condiments. It's just beef and then a nice couple slices of fresh tomato and lettuce and onions and pickles. And then like it looked all right when I made it. And then I took a bite and it's like, this is just it's like a memory of a burger. Like it has none of that delicious fat. Oh, turkey burgers are like, I don't even want to play with that.
Turkey burgers are very difficult for me to get behind.
Yeah.
And in a weird way, when I don't want a burger, I might find myself in a very rare instance actually craving a turkey burger specifically. Maybe a good one with like mustard on it and some fresh lettuce and a tomato. I could fuck with that. But it's not at all whenever I want a burger, a turkey burger will do. It's very different.
Not very
turkey
good.
Burgers are gross. Even the smell of cooking them.
I just really like food. Like I think a lot of people have they're like, oh, this thing or that thing is I wouldn't fuck with. Like I fuck with so much. I do really fuck with so much.
That's true. It's hard for me to think of foods I absolutely despise. Like, I guess maybe that's just part of being an adult. Like, but there are picky.
me,
Isn't that weird when you run into like a super picky eater adult? Isn't that like, do you get something where it's like, this is strange?
In like just dating in partners is how they are with food.
Mm-hmm.
Like if someone, if she likes good restaurants and likes good food and tries new things, that's actually interesting to me and something I would have never thought about before, compared to like if a girl I like strawberry ice cream and chicken fingers. This sounds like she's a child. This is terrible, but you know what I'm saying? Like she eats like a child.
Yeah. She says, I want strawberry ice cream, goo goo gaga. And you say, shut up. Shut up, or I'm taking you back to your parents.
No,
and then you're going to have to eat broccoli. Do you forget the whole reason you're here? It's because I promised no Brussels sprouts.
All right.
No, if I'm cutting weight, like if I'm trying to diet, then I don't mind the turkey. Like I'll mix it in and make like, I like Hamburger Helper. Like we didn't have Hamburger Helper growing up or Pop-Tarts because those are, I guess, cheaper foods. And I think we had a slightly better version of those things. Like I know we had toaster strudels, but like as an adult, I tried Hamburger Helper and I was like, this is delicious. I love these cheesy noodles and beef. Oh, there's so many flavors. And I'm like collecting.
I had it a lot growing up.
I like it. I know it's $1.99, but it's delicious. I like that shit. So
I'm that way with ramen noodles.
I like ramen noodles too.
What are they? 39 cents a pack.
I love ramen noodles so much.
What flavor?
Yeah, all of them. I don't want to flex. I would pay 49 cents for ramen noodles.
Ooh, I'll go $1.
I'm out.
I remember the shrimp one being my
Spicy
least
chicken.
favorite. There was something weird about the shrimp one. Only tried that once, got rid of it.
Yeah.
Chicken
It
made
would be
sense.
my
'cause,
least-
like
my
chicken
least
noodle
favorite.
soup, but a beef soup with just the noodles and no beef always seemed weird. And I don't like seafoods, especially not shrimp. So like chicken was always the go-to.
Collegiate me would be known to add more noodles to the ramen noodles. Make a meal of it.
I've put veggies in there. I put egg
egg.
in there, and
Put egg in
some
there is good.
siracha, and
And
like
the egg in there.
Some
What happens to the
seaweed.
egg?
I fry the egg and lay it on top.
Yeah,
Oh,
or
yeah, okay.
hard boiled, cutting in half and throw.
Oh, that I don't do.
I thought you were just breaking the egg, putting it into the soup, and boiling
No,
it.
no,
I'm
you
I
get
like
what-
a sunny.
what does
I
it
do like
turn
sunny
into?
side up.
No, people
So I
do
drain
that.
all
They
the
make
liquid
broth
out.
thicker.
I drain all the
Oh,
liquid
yeah.
out. I don't want there to be any soup to it. Like I boil the noodles, then I pour all the water out, and then I put the powder and mix it up, some sriracha, and then I put a fried egg on top. So you've got like the yolk. You break the yolk. You got that if you need some more moisture in there. You got that delicious runny yolk.
Well, I mean, if
Exactly
you
how
need
you
more
described
moisture,
it.
you have all that liquid you just dumped out.
I dumped that out because that was gross. I didn't want
No,
that.
no,
That was microwave
salty
sink water.
I like the salt water.
fuck
Look
with
at
that.
Mr. Normal blood pressure with
No, I would
not consuming the salt water.
No, I would ditch the water. No, you the salt. You put the dressing on or the seasoning on after the water's removed.
After.
Yeah, you take the water out and then you season the noodles, and it gives it like a dry noodle vibe. And I do fuck with that. What I used to do, which was very savage back in the day, is I would make those noodles and then drain the water and then put like a spoon of peanut butter in it and mix it around. And then it was peanut butter noodles. And when you're like 19 and wasted, you fucking feel like Gordon Ramsay on that shit.
That's abominable.
That's such a weird
mealtime was born.
I guess there's
I guess
Chinese
so.
food that
In a
that's
weird-
good with peanuts in it. So
Yeah, there's
maybe
peanut curry. There's
Yeah,
peanut there's peanut
Yeah,
butter.
yeah. No,
There's
this
some
is
curry.
a thing that there would be a guy like downtown Montreal during the summer that just had $2 noodles, and he just had a big thing of peanut butter, and he was just making noodles, and you would just pay $2, and he would throw noodles in a thing and give it to you. And if you think about how much ramen is today, and you think about how much it was like in 2004,
Mhm.
like he's caking with these $2 noodles and fucking peanut butter from Costco shit.
Dude, that's what I think about those TikTok potato joints. There's those guys in England who
What
are
is
like, you've seen the viral guys who make baked potatoes for people, and the people get those baked beans and tuna and shit put all over them, and they like just. You haven't seen these videos?
I haven't
I feel
seen
like
I
that.
love
Baked
canned
potato.
tuna, by the way. Speaking of like eating savagely, like I could eat tuna out of a can like 3 times a day.
Most of my media content is designed to make me die less often in video games right now.
So you got to mix in some other stuff. You got to mix in some other stuff. So you see,
Dude, I
those
watch
guys make
a decent amount of cooking stuff, but I have not seen the
the viral baked potato British like food truck.
Oh, I think I did see something about that where like they didn't melt the cheese at all, and I was like, "What the fuck is wrong with these people?"
No, they don't. No. Here, I got it right here. Like here's a short. Like these are super viral. People watch them for some reason. I watch it and I think that's not good. You make bad food. You make bad food. And you should be ashamed because the internet's right here and we're all watching your bad food.
You know what else is right there?
Food.
France. So it's possible. France makes like the best food, and they're 60 miles away. Actually, close to
France. Do they make the best food in France?
That's where like I think like per capita
all the Michelin star restaurants
Michelin restaurants are all
okay.
French food.
What happened to England? Couldn't they learn anything? Right?
I think they hated the French so much they decided not to
too much butter
any other food.
Too much butter, but that looks sick.
Dude, they put the beans. Up. Would you do the beans?
No, I'd say no beans, or I'd say beans on the side.
They also do tuna. Like, and when they get a scoop of tuna, and look, I like tuna too. Like, I really like tuna salad with Ritz crackers. Like, I kind of want that right fucking now. It's good.
Mm-hmm.
But they dump like a half pound of tuna salad on top of a baked potato and then throw all that cold cheese on top. And they're like, "You want any crisps in there?" I'm like, yeah. Here's a bag of weird British crisps.
I love my cheese. I do. I love cheese a lot, but I don't really fuck with seafood and cheese. I don't really mix them much.
Well, I think that's normal. You don't really mix seafood and cheese.
Yeah, but like people get like a fish fillet sandwich, let's say with cheese on it, you know, and I have gotten fish fillet before. It's low-key a sneaky good sandwich, and I never get it with a slice of cheese on it. And that just thinking about that cheese on, I'm like, you know, it's gross enough that I'm here. Let's not make it any grosser.
Dude, this potato video where he puts on, and this is me saying this, keep in mind, way too much butter.
Way
like
too much.
4 times as much butter
so
because it's like a gross amount of butter. And
like,
then
let me get back there.
Unmelted cheese, and then like a whole can's worth.
I know.
I like
the not melted cheese.
This guy drove 9 hours.
I hate like the liquid cheese and then you guys do that in the US a lot.
You don't like Velveeta?
You guys in the US, like a lot of times if I get nachos at a place, they'll put cheese on it and melt it a bunch, but they'll also disguise how much not cheese they're putting on it. So they'll use like a queso liquid type thing to mix with it. And a lot of times they're like melted cheese, like it's good. But I'm like, no, let me see your cheese not melted. I want to see what we're dealing with here. I don't want the liquid. Like, you know, but the cheese that the guy pulled out here, that looks like great cheese. And this potato is probably so hot inside. You're going to want this cheese to cool it down, and it's probably going to melt. Like I've seen that like with poutines, some of the best places they put the cold ass cheese curds on top of the gravy. And it's melts because then when you mix it up, you're kind of like melting it.
I've never had poutine. I hear great things, but they don't have that here.
Isn't it just French fries?
Watch Terminator 2 also.
Terminator 2 and poutine. Two top of the list.
Terminator.
I'd have to make my own poutine here because I don't think there's a single place in St. Louis that makes it. And it's just fries.
Go by Culver's. Go by Culver's. Get the cheese curds. Get an order of large fries. Put the cheese curds on the fries. Then swing by KFC for some of that Colonel's gravy right on top. Microwave.
Get a fried cod sandwich. You got to get a fried cod sandwich at Culver's.
You can't go wrong at Culver's. Everything's pretty solid.
Didn't they add the fish sandwich at McDonald's for some
probably for Catholics
for Minecraft? Oh no, you're right. It was for
I bet it would be. I've never gotten a fish fillet ever from McDonald's because like I've always like I know I'm getting trash when I go to McDonald's, but there's still something in my brain that's like you're gonna get fish at McDonald's, you fucking loon.
It's delicious. I get the double fish sandwich and it's amazing. They put 2 fish.
Oh hell yeah, dude!
Half a slice of cheese,
friend over here.
Little tartar sauce. It's the best thing they make there. Their chicken is. I'm drooling. I'm drooling.
You're drooling from the fish fillet. Imagine.
I want that fish fillet so bad. I haven't eaten today. I'm so hungry.
They made chicken tenders there.
No. All right. So let me rewind you back to 2009 or 2012.
Let me take you to 1948.
The chicken, the McDonald's crispy
Minecraft.
What do they call them?
Grimace shake. Grimace shake.
No, the fucking chicken strips, dude. The chicken strips.
The chicken selects.
The chicken selects. They were different when they first came out. It was real white meat chicken and like a lot of breading. Like it was crunchy when you bit into it, like your mom made some chicken strips. And I loved it. I would go by McDonald's. I remember I got my wisdom teeth taken out.
Why? What happened? What happened to those?
I threw them away. I didn't keep them. I'm not like, y'all keep them.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, you know what happened? What happened to the chicken selects? They're not there.
They took them off the menu.
Yeah,
You know why, right?
They brought them back, but they're not the same. It's like that Burger King chicken fingers now. They're like the breading is so, I don't know, like homogenous. Like it's all the same.
What you described sounded like good chicken select. The chicken select sound like good chicken tenders.
Doji's were,
but they lost to nuggets. Because like things in McDonald's, like the chicken nuggets and the Big Mac and all the moves, the fish fillet, definitely the fish fillet is a prime example of this. Is McDonald's makes their things McDonald's, and what you're describing doesn't sound like McDonald's, that item, but the nuggets are McDonald's. And I think these long nuggets, I think they're very McDonald's. They taste like how McDonald's donuts tasted when I first got them. They tasted like scientifically, like a perfect scientific version.
This will appeal to the most people.
Yeah, like a cartoon food item.
Yeah,
and this, like the way, like it's true. It's the breading. The way you're saying it, the breading is like velvety. It's like awkwardly perfect in a weird world, like in a weird sciencey type.
When you
world.
batter something, it gets craggly, and like some of all the flour doesn't get wet. So
no, this hits your bliss. This hits your bliss point, bro. This is like the texture on this. No, but I think they're like I had it and I was like, this is crazy. But I was gonna say what's crazy about you being here. My whole angle on this was I was gonna be like, and I eat fish fillets, but you're like, I eat double fish fillets, and I fucking hate it.
Yeah, I do. I love the double fish fillet, but those new chicken strips are garbage. I ordered them the other day. I was like, oh my God, they brought this back. I told my girlfriend, like, you don't understand. This was so good back in the day. I ate them till my mouth was bloody. Like I had my. Is that what this is about? Is it because you're bitter about the chicken selects not being around? You think these are the replacement? But if you didn't think about the chicken selects, are they good to you or what? Yeah, they'd be a high tier chicken nuggety.
That's what I remember.
That's chicken select. That's chicken select. I could tell because that looks like every fast food. Go back to the other picture and look at how scientifically like velvety it is. You know what I mean? And also that creamy chili, they're so soft. They're literally, you could do it with your tongue if you want. That creamy chili sauce.
Preferred them.
That creamy chili sauce is very interesting. It worked well.
I like
with it. It worked well with the chicken and their fries.
I never got the creamy chili sauce. I almost always went buffalo.
It's new. They introduced it with the finger.
Oh, well, that would explain why.
No, I do one sauce at McDonald's. It's the sweet and sour sauce, the one with the green top. You guys got it in the U.S. recently, like in the last 8 years. You've had it before, but for a bit there, it was purple, sweet and sour, and had like an Asian vibe to it. It wasn't good, but I only eat nuggets with sweet and sour sauce. I don't really like any of McDonald's other sauces. And if I don't have sweet and sour sauce, I don't want the nugget. Like if I don't have that sauce, I don't want it.
5 years old and never look back.
Honey.
Yeah.
You couldn't go wrong with honey on nuggets when you were a little kid.
You were just happy to have a reason to have honey. You were like, you would look at it like, look at this shit, bro. Look at this shit.
I tried
it's beautiful.
Barbecue's not bad. Sweet and sour sauce, I think, is better than barbecue.
Barbecue's not bad. It's not. It's. But I'm not happy at all. And maybe I'll have one nugget and be like, nah. But the sweet and sour sauce, I love it. But this creamy chili was very interesting.
Buffalo is
better sauces.
I remember in grade school, like at school lunch, like on our tray, sometimes they would give us chicken rings. Have you ever been to White Castle chicken rings? Zach, pull up chicken rings. It's the most unnatural, like abandoned.
What part of a chicken is that?
It's just the ring. It's the butthole. the area around the cloaca.
The ring.
Okay. Harvest that. They pour it out like a soil sample. Then they fry it up for you. And I remember like they would give you 6 of those or whatever on your lunch tray. And it was exactly these. I didn't have any concept that it was a White Castle food that they probably just ordered in like on occasion. And I would dip it in honey. And like, something is horrible for you if like a 6-year-old has a concept of like, this can't be right.
Yeah. That last picture looked terrible. That last picture looked especially.
Oh, you know what? I want to, what's the best McNugget shape? There's a correct answer, by the way.
Oh, interesting.
I'm aware that they come in like 4 or 5 pre-made shapes, but I couldn't care less. I've never ate the nuggets growing up. I thought that they were disgusting. I always got the hamburger Happy Meal, extra mustard, extra pickles.
This is the craziest shit I ever heard, by the way. Everything you just said was the craziest shit. I've never heard someone be like,
It
I
is,
fucking
Harley,
hate
you're correct.
nuggets.
It is the boost.
I fucking hate nuggets, and I got my burger with extra mustard.
Hell yeah.
Like
That's what I wanted as a kid.
McDonald's got me, like, I love ketchup as much as I do because of McDonald's. It built a relationship with me and ketchup. Like, it really, like, I'm picky of like I hate when I go to some restaurant and they're like ketchup. I'm like ketchup, and then I bring out their ketchup. No, bitch, go to the corner store and get the regular Heinz.
Get the Heinz.
Yeah. I don't want anyone else's ketchup.
If I see Hunt's on the table, I'm gonna start a fire in the bathroom.
I like that McDonald's ketchup out of a McDonald's pack. It's good shit.
You know that Coca-Cola is literally a different formula. There's Sprite too.
Yeah, they're allowed to manipulate the formula. They do
Their
it
Sprite
through,
is fantastic.
they're allowed the syrup, the
I know.
moisture, the bubbles. It's it's out. There's a whole, we spoke about it on Double Dusted, actually.
It's delicious.
Obviously.
It's delicious. Yeah, we were talking. I remember we were talking about the new Burger King burgers, which none of those ended up being good. They had like an elote burger. They had maybe a spicy.
That was the one I
barbecue.
wanted to try.
I don't like elote. I don't, and definitely not on a burger. I don't.
Oh no! I went as soon as the boxing wasn't happening. I was at a Chili's because
right.
Chili's in the last 5 years, their business has grown by like 52%, and now they're like the third biggest or second, restaurant in the country. It's just their whole triple dip thing has really just been a fucking.
When fast food became
Chili's
when a McDonald's combo became $13 plus tax, all of a sudden Chili's was looking pretty good when you could do like 2 appetizers for $17.
Yeah,
I used to eat at Chili's a lot. The guiltless chicken platter is what I would get. They sell chicken and broccoli.
Don't they do those skillet cheeses there?
Cheese.
Like they give you like a little cast iron skillet.
I like going to Chili's because you'd sit down and this is like 50% of why I would ever eat at a place like that is because I would go in and I would sit down and someone would be like, here's the menu. What do you want to drink? And then I'd say a Diet Coke. And now they're going to bring me a liter of Diet Coke. I'm going to have that. And the best thing is like a place like Chili's, what I really liked is there's a bowl of chips here, hot chips and salsa now. And that's a cool way to start this shit off. Let me fucking eat for 8 minutes so I can, choose something that I really want. And, I'm not going to rush cause we're good right now. And the last time I went to Chili's with this time recently, it was great. But to get the chips, you have to give them your phone number on their device.
Yeah, for real?
I had to scan a QR code for my refill. It was bullshit.
You could pay for your check at the table, and it says if you want the free chips and salsa, just put your number in. It's easy.
Oh, for free chips and salsa.
Yeah, but you used to get free chips and salsa.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. I always paid for the chips, and so I order the chips, and I didn't mind paying for them because I had a special requirement. I want a separate bowl of salsa for everyone at the table, and for me, also a bowl of pico. Right? They don't tell you this. The salsa is free. You can get as much salsa as you want, and they say yes because I also determine who gets tipped and when. Right? Like that. You're on my team here. You're not on the boss man's team. Team Woody over here is the guy who
help me help
how much
you.
Get.
Yeah.
Thank you. So it's like an unusual request and it turns heads, but sure enough, everyone sees the genius of separate salsas. And then when I mix my pico and salsa, they all wish they were me.
They all wish they were me.
Like your
but I purposefully didn't get pico for them.
I would definitely appreciate that too if I was at the table. And and I saw that.
Hey, I'll have pico too.
Exactly. I'd be like, hold up. I like this move.
I'm buying the bottomless chips. You don't give him pico.
I'll take 2 picos though.
Actually, give me his pico.
Yeah, I'd be like, give me his pico. No, I want his.
Speaking of Chili's, I was I don't know if there was a single advertisement more that one-shotted me more than the Baby Back Ribs song for Chili's, because every time I went to Chili's as a young kid, after I first heard that song, I'd be like, I want my baby back.
Chillies.
Like I was getting those ribs every time, making a fucking mess on my little kid face. And they probably weren't even good ribs.
Austin Powers made that
They
shit
probably
pop
weren't even
extra.
particularly
You
good.
got a whole extra pop from Austin Powers. With
You're
that
right.
song.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
like picture
Like-
12-year-old
I-
fully bearded Taylor.
You keep your money on your mojo, and I get a wee
Pull my
man.
mustache out of my mouth.
From Canada. That's my first experience with it. Was Austin Powers. I was like, "Oh, is this a thing? This is a commercial that people see?"
I think it might have
Okay.
been mine too. That scene when he's like, Dr. Evil, I've got a proposition for you. You keep your money and your mojo, and I get you a wee man. Like Mini Me's like, what the fuck?
Can you believe that he was at the
RIP.
Diddy parties? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah,
Mike
Yeah,
Myers was?
Yeah, they asked like the potential jury people if they were familiar with who Mike Myers was and stuff.
Yeah.
Wait, that seems like
that
a leading
list-
question. Familiar as in he was at the parties, or familiar as in like you've seen Fat Bastard?
Well, it was a list of people that I believed have been at the parties.
Yeah, so they're
okay.
going. So they have vast, graphic, violent, sexual recordings, tons of them, hundreds of hours or some shit. And so they were asking the jurors, "Are you familiar with any of these 8 celebrities? Because they may or may not have something to do with this whole hundreds of hours of violent sex that we've got on camera that you're going to be watching." And it's like, how could you be so unplugged that you didn't know any of those people? Like I didn't know a couple of them. Like there's a couple of female, I don't know, R&B stars or some shit. Like I don't know you, but I know who Mike Myers is. I knew like, I don't know, 70% of the rest of the people were. I can't wait till that thing comes to fruition and we get to see all the dirt come out. I hope that a lot of celebrities go down. I hope Mike Myers is, look, great Canadian, great comedian, great man, Mike Myers. Okay, his childhood was different because Mike Myers existed. I love those Austin Powers.
Apparently, he
movies.
stole the bit from Dana Carvey.
So
though.
funny.
He did steal the bit from Dana Carvey. It's Dana Carvey's Lorne Michaels impression, but let that slide, okay?
No, it's worth it. He used it better.
He did
He
more
did
with
better.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So,
there you go.
I hope that he was.
Well,
I hope he
he's
was a
mistaken.
victim. I hope he was a victim of Diddy, not a.
I hope that
Yeah,
he
I
was
wonder
getting-
if I feel like there's so many celebrity crash outs happening that I'm like, I wonder if it's all connected, you know? Like,
Like
I
they're all
see-
just
think
so
about
stressed.
Vitaly
well, I
being
see like
locked
I
up
see
in
like we know that Bieber was adjacent to people like, you know, Usher that was there, and he's like, I'm just like, I wonder if it's, you know,
I could see
The
Bieber
crazy-
getting abused.
it's a crazy connection to make. Yeah, but as a kid, he was just around
Mhm.
that stuff very much so. But like and then like also Kanye, also he was, I thought, alleged to have been at these things.
Yeah,
So
he's
maybe-
one of the names. He's one of those names. Yeah.
Yeah, so
We'll see. Hopefully, stuff actually does come out, and we don't just keep getting fucking blue balled with the "oh, it's coming." Oh, they're
How long has
The
it been
jurors
since,
jurors will write books about this. We're getting it all.
How long has it been since? Is it what the P-Diddy like traveled out of America and then came back? Has it been a year yet?
They've been holding him for, I would guess, since like right before Christmas. Maybe
Oh,
maybe
that's not
since
that
like
long.
November.
I
Okay.
thought he was still in
That's what it
jail. He is
feels
in
like.
jail, right?
Yeah, of course. They won't let him out.
Yeah.
They ain't letting him out.
He might be a flight risk. You can't never tell.
Yeah.
I mean, he already flew once.
Yeah, he shouldn't have come back. I can't believe he came back. My guess is that they promised him, like, yeah, come back. You're gonna spend your, before this trial won't begin for a year. You'll be free during that. Do what you want to do, but don't be a wanted man. And he's like, oh, okay. And they're like, actually, we're holding you indefinitely, and we're probably never letting you go again.
I wonder if his money was locked down.
that's what I was thinking. Finances were probably
If
difficult.
he's like, I'm worth $1 billion and I have access to 1% of that right now. Should I live like a regular person in Caribbean or something?
Go make some music in whatever country shelters people like him. Wherever, what's his name that made?
you know who.
You guys, would you guys take care of him? Like if he slid
He's
in
there with the hat kissing the wall.
What are we talking about?
They make
Come
him do a
on,
photo
Woody.
op.
You know exactly what we're talking about.
I wouldn't ask if I knew.
He's talking about the troubling issue of some pedophiles seeking refuge in Israel, and so
Anyone like famous? Is it Dr. Disrespect? Tell me it's Dr. Disrespect.
no, I don't think.
They would take him though,
You think they'd take him?
for sure.
Okay,
No,
I guess
but I did see a comparison, like, because there was a thing going around that it's like, oh, look, all the predators live there, but compared to like USA, it's the same amount, but there's just some famous guys that have really left
Like
being
30 times more people here, though.
No, like the same. It's the same breakdown, but the difference is these people. Some of them are famous. They're like famous directors, do some weird shit with little boys, and then they like go to Israel and and it's ugly.
Yeah. Being a child star must be a rough road to hoe, huh? But you're just getting like.
Oh yeah, you're getting abused, fucking all day, every day. I would imagine.
Wait,
That's why
was it Russell Brand? Did I figure it out?
I don't know where Russell Brand is. I thought he was in England.
What I was saying before?
Yeah, you wouldn't tell me who it was. It seemed.
Oh wait, what was I saying again?
I think he was
a particular pedophile kissing the wall with a hat on.
Well, I think he was making a joke
about
that
P-Diddy,
kissing the wall in order to curry favor to get.
Because there's the famous wall there, and the people go and they kiss it. And if you go there, you have to wear a yarmulke or kippah. So I was just saying, like, it's like he's trying to escape his crimes, so he's got the little hat on and he's doing the thing.
You have to wear a yarmulke when you go there.
I don't know. I mean, when in Rome, like
they're passing them out.
I've been there. I don't remember, but I don't know.
The politicians.
Why you don't want to wear one?
I did it when I went to bar mitzvahs when I was like 12, but not really since then.
Oh, I didn't get to wear one at my friend's bar mitzvah. They weren't handing them out. No.
Oh yeah, no.
It was so boring, and it's probably not as long as I remember, but it was so long of him just up there reciting the like Baruch Atah Adonai, and it was like, bro, this is
they were going to pass out yarmulkes to everyone, and then they saw you coming, and to spare you, they gave none of the Gentiles yarmulkes.
Ezekiel, I've stapled four together, but even that.
So no, he recited the whole thing in Hebrew.
There's like a part of it where he has to do his Hebrew
bar mitzvah.
reading.
Oh, I know.
His bar mitzvah.
This is like
a little bit of Howard Stern lore. Like his bar mitzvah is recorded. Howard Stern's in his late 70s. His bar mitzvah is recorded, so they play the audio of him reciting in Hebrew the whole thing, and it's incredibly awkward and easy to make fun of, and they just rip on him endlessly. It was a great bit. It was a great bit that they had that audio.
Yeah, how much did you have to memorize for years, Harley?
You have to memorize your Torah portion, and so it's like under 5 minutes. There's like a long one that could maybe, I don't remember the times, but like basically it could be like 3 minutes, 7 minutes. You know, if you're not like, if you're mad Jewish, who knows how you can go off. The rabbi does a lot. He does a lot of the lifting. At least the amount of Jewishness that me and my friends were. The problem is it's like the 7th grade, which is high school, grade 7 to 11. It's the 7th grade. You just met all the girls that are in the grade with you, and you have your friends, and you're going through puberty, and you invite all your friends. And in my school, like there was Jewish people, but there was also all different types of people. Like I played football with a lot of Haitian dudes. And then I have like, you know, my Jewish friends there, and I have just, you know, other people as well, all different types. And you invite them to your basically bar mitzvah, your big birthday party. And like, you just met all these people, and now you're like up there and your voice is cracking and you're singing some fucking gay ass Jewish shit. It is a fucking, like, the level of like, no, like everything's been easy since then. Like people going on a show, people are like, are you nervous? And it's like, you know what I had to do as a small Jewish boy?
That honky
that's why all these Jews, they grow up and they're like, I'm gonna speak and you're gonna listen to me. Because it's like you had a fucking big party in front of everyone. And
dude, if it's really like a 3 to 5 minute thing, I'm just now realizing that my friend absolutely phoned it in and just didn't memorize his portion, because it took so much longer than 3 to 5 minutes. And the rabbi really was having to, you'd think they would have shut that down and be like, okay, you clearly didn't even care enough to memorize your, 3 paragraphs of Hebrew. So come back at 14, mister.
That rabbi, he's paid, he taught him to sing his part, and you also hire him to do that, but he's also like hired the night of the bar mitzvah to sing along too. There's also a morning one that's 2 days before. That's bro, you wait, like you're there at synagogue before school singing. Dude, everyone daps you up. No, they do it a year earlier. I didn't. My elementary school I was the only Jewish guy, so I wasn't there for like but mitzvah season. Like when I had my bar mitzvah, the only thing that was chill was it was like weekend after weekend after weekend after weekend because there's just so many Jews in the school. So like there's like a bar mitzvah every weekend.
Dude, I enjoyed the bar mitzvah. The early part where that Taylor said was way too long and boring. For me, I don't know what they're saying, but it's this high stakes thing, right? Like, okay, Scott, I went to Mark's 3 weeks ago and he killed it. You got big shoes to fill here. And I can't tell, but so I'm looking at all the other people who understand this language just to see like if he's fucking up or not.
Barely
anyone's like shaking their head.
And then afterwards there were the parties. And I like, oh, by the way, while they're doing this, I don't know what the truth is, but they convinced me that if he doesn't nail this memorization of the Torah, he won't be a man. And young Woody is like, these are some high stakes we got going on here. He'll never grow Peter Pan shit. So then afterwards, there was the party, which was just children misbehaving, like taking ketchup packets in the elevator and stepping on them and shit. While my bar mitzvah friend is flexing how much money he's making that day. Dude's making like wedding money, like $19,000 that day.
Well, that'd be a good pull.
Well, this is
that'd be a really good pull. My Jewish friends weren't that Jewish.
Yeah, there's an upscale town.
They weren't committed to.
But anyway, yeah, they were making money and misbehaving and becoming a man. Something I didn't do till 20 years later.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like, oh, I'm becoming a man, and it's like, okay, well, after this though, do you want to get the trade cable so I can give you my Kadabra and you can give me your Haunter, and then we can trade back to get the evolution state of our Pokemon games? And it's like, yeah, I guess so. I guess we should. I have to become a man real quick, and then we can trade Pokemon.
I had no concept of what a Jew was until much later in life. I
That's
certainly
so
never
funny.
met one or heard of a bar mitzvah or any of that nonsense. I didn't know what they were. I mean, I guess I had a concept of them from the Bible and from.
You just knew you didn't like them.
No, we knew we did like them.
We
I
had
don't know,
multiple families
the opposite.
named
It was like-
Goldstein on my street.
No.
Why are you doxing them?
I just remember thinking that, like, why does nobody like these guys? They sound sick. Like these Hebrews sound.
That was
like
the first time you heard about Jews.
It was in Sundays. I tell you what, you guys get hyped up in Sunday school. You guys should really like.
It's funny. It's funny.
The evangelicals should. Be
I went to church a few times, and when I was there, they spoke about Jews, and I was like, it's funny because all the years that I've gone to synagogue, we never spoke about you once.
Yeah.
we don't speak about any of you fucking guys. None of you. And then I come around and see what you guys doing. Oh, it turns out you're talking about us.
Talking about us in a nice way.
Good stuff. Always good stuff.
You think we ever? Do you think you see the Torah, the fucking big scroll?
Yeah.
See that thing?
It's only 5 books.
Not once in that whole fucking tube of story is anything mentioned.
Dude, like half of the Torah is just like begets, like literally, like
The
all
lineage
of
goes on for a
Leviticus
while.
is like not half, but like probably realistically 10% of it is just like begets. Because I remember trying to read the Bible and like getting to those and just kind of being like, all right, I can just move ahead 3 pages and get to the end of the begats because this is a crazy amount of lineage to try and remember.
I saw a breakdown the other day. They sort of determined, looking at the Bible, how many authors there are in certain books, and they used a letter coding for each of the authors, not based on their name, but based on sort of the point of view and the like version of the story that they were trying to put forward. Like one was sort of the Word of God writer, like he was right, and one was I don't know. There were 4 or 5. It was really interesting. I clearly didn't pick up much information from it, but other than that. Oh, and then they covered not all, but many of the books that were removed from the Bible, like the Gospel of Judas or the Mary Magdalene stuff.
You got to get rid of the Judas one. Like, what the fuck? He can't have a.
Well, it depends on which version of the Judas story you believe, because the scrolls they found in Egypt suggest that the story is that Jesus told Judas to betray him. And which, if you believe that Jesus is the Son of God and he knows everything, that would make a lot of sense. He would hey, you're not just going to betray you. I need to betray me. I need you to betray me. Take your pieces of silver and go forth. And I don't think he hangs himself in that version either, because he's, for all intents and purposes, innocent in the whole thing. Christ told him to betray him to the Romans. But in the other accounts, or in many of them, not only is he the villain getting paid to turn over Christ, but he hangs himself from his own entrails in some of them, I think. Or
His
maybe he
own
disembowels
entrails.
himself while hanging himself. I think that's the deal.
I thought that he
really
hanged himself in like a field somewhere. Does that sound right? Like he just was so depressed over
under
it
an
that he
olive
hanged
tree,
himself.
maybe? I think an olive tree
Maybe
is the
something.
story.
I don't remember the specifics, but
That's
I never have heard the
right.
entrail thing.
Yeah, I think they
How would you even do that? How would you be alive long enough to like
Yeah.
loop it and pull?
Oh no,
enough
he
out?
disemboweled. I thought he disemboweled himself while being hung. Was the thing?
Oh man, you should only have to do one of those.
Yeah, one at a time.
Get it done. Like
Tell that to Hillary Clinton.
you've done a horrible. Yeah, that's like committing suicide by like some of those purported Clinton suicides, where it's like this person shot themselves in the back of the head twice and put themselves in the trunk of a car. And it's like, okay, what the fuck? How many times did this guy stab himself with a fucking chopstick? What are you telling me? Through both eyes and in the back.
From what I've heard, sometimes suicide victims will shoot themselves multiple times. You wouldn't
Got to
think.
commit to the bit.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe they just sort of like
The men
wing
do.
themselves a little and then. Oh yeah, definitely the men.
Men are more likely to.
Women are more likely to attempt suicide. Men are way more likely to succeed.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
This past Easter, I was in LA and Freddie Wong was like, "Yo, meet me at these coordinates," and I was like, "Oh, what is it?" And he was like, "Yeah, you'll see." And I was like, "What could I wear?" And he was like, "Wear whatever you want." And I was like, "I could wear a poncho." And he was like, "Yeah, that's perfect." I was like, "Okay." And he was like, "I'm gonna wear a suit." And then I was like, "No, that poncho can't be perfect." I'm like, "What's going on here?" He's like, "Yeah, I need it." And then I went to the coordinates, and it was a church, and I was like, "What is this? My intervention?" I got in, and it was the biggest painting in America, or maybe the world, called The Crucifixion. And it was like fucking 150 feet tall and like 400 feet long. And Jesus was like 6 foot. The painting of him is like 6 foot basically in there. Maybe not actually, but like it's just almost like 1-to-1 people. And it's just like a huge, like your whole vision, just a whole painting of the scene there when he was being crucified. And it's really crazy. And then yeah, it's huge. It's like biggest, like you don't even see movies
40,
screens like that.
45 feet by 195 feet.
Did he hit you
And
up
then
to
they-
look at art together?
Yeah.
To shame
Yeah.
him for what his ancestors did to Christ.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Was
Look
that
what
his
you
ankle?
did.
And then and I was like, "We'll do it again though." And then at the half an hour point, the curtains like close a little bit, because then it shows another painting called The Resurrection that was made a couple decades later, and it is very big, but much smaller than the previous painting. And also the painting's like very cool and good, not like the same. And there's also in the bottom right, there's like a huge like copyright stamp type thing, but like it really has such sequel energy, the Resurrection, compared to the Crucifixion. When looking at the two pieces of art, like from one to the next, it's like 20 years later, they're like, "Yo, remember that huge painting? Let's do it again." And then it's like not quite the magic of the first one captured in the second one. And it's
They should have made it the same size.
at least,
All right,
yeah.
How big was it? Because I want to
45 feet by 195 feet.
All right, so here in Atlanta, we have something called the cyclorama, and it's a Civil War painting that depicts, I think, the Battle of Atlanta or something. It doesn't matter. It's 49 feet by 374 feet. So it just blows your Christ out of the water.
That's bigger.
What is it called?
The cyclorama is the place. I think it's right next to the Atlanta Zoo. You sit in like theater style seating, and I don't remember because it's been so long if the seats spin or if the walls spin, but you're inside of a tube, basically. The painting is 360 degrees around you in a 49-foot tall band that rotates slowly as a narrator tells the story, and spotlights.
That sounds actually so fucking sick.
The spotlights like illuminate specific parts of it. Like, and if you look here, you'll see General such and such aboard his steed. It's really intricate. Like, it's hard to tell how big it is.
So cool. The next time I'm in Atlanta, I hope I remember to just go see this. It's so crazy.
The zoo's right a walk away, and so you can smell shit.
I'm sorry. The aquarium in Atlanta is worth visiting. It's pretty dope.
Really?
It's the best aquarium in the world. Like, legitimately the best aquarium in the world. Yeah. They have whales there.
Really?
Mm-hmm. They have beluga whales, which I think maybe walked on land at one point because they still have legs, basically.
All marine mammals did.
Really? I don't know.
Yeah, they've got this vestigial. You can see that beluga whale, especially when you sort of see it from the bottom.
Yeah.
It's got hips and like
yeah.
knees and like.
I'm gonna go here on drugs.
100%. I wouldn't go not on drugs. Last time I went to the aquarium, I was so baked I didn't remember it. You go to that aquarium, it's an experience. It's amazing.
We need to expand it because we've been passed by the Sea Aquarium in Singapore and the Kim Long Ocean Kingdom in China.
And
now it's only the 6th largest in the world.
Well, largest isn't what I'm going for. I think it's the best. I think as far as variety,
the food's better.
There's good food there. It's expensive, but there is. The whole experience is nice.
Know. Good food at an aquarium?
Yeah, they got a whole like food court with a bunch of stuff.
I mean, I'll boredom eat, but
you can do
seafood, eh?
For like $150, $200, I think you can swim with the dolphins. You can do this whole scuba experience
where you pick out your fish.
You play with the dolphins. You could do a tank diving thing where you go into the tank. There's a ton you could do there. It's great.
I like aquariums. The best one I've ever been to was the Shed Aquarium in Chicago. That's a good one, but I've never been to the Atlanta one. I'm sure that's better.
The Atlanta one's really good. The Baltimore one is really good. I almost need to go to them back to back to re-rank them.
We have a really good zoo here.
I wish there was more hands-on stuff, because I went to a aquarium maybe in Myrtle Beach, and they had a lot of hands-on stuff so that you could like pet sandfish or stingrays and stuff in like shallow pools that were like, it's shallow for the visitors, and then it like drops off and goes into a giant aquarium that you can't even see from where you are, but you're able to like touch the critters. And I really liked that as a kid. 8-year-old me,
I've been there.
Love that. And then Tennessee has a maybe in Gatlinburg or Pigeon Forge, they've got the saddest aquarium in the world. Let those penguins go, you sons of bitches. Let them go. They don't belong in the Smoky Mountains.
They're lonely. There's not very many of them.
They're not lonely. They're fucking like penguins.
I guess I didn't.
The most awkward thing about the aquarium is like there's kids often on field trips when I've went, and like the penguins get rowdy. They like to fuck.
Turtles too. Yeah, sometimes the turtles fuck and they are moaning and just making noise. Like you're 100 yards away and it's like, what is going on over there? And then sure enough, they're just like,
that's so funny. Like, don't have that
like in 20 minutes.
I don't have that in my mind. I don't have that in my mind, but you could hear a noise and you'd be like, that sounds like turtles fucking.
It'd probably be the clack of the shells. You hear that rhythmically. I think that's a natural stopping point. Harley, where can everyone find you streaming your games?
Harley plays on Twitch. Double Dusted Discussion Podcast.
Check him out. Links in the description.
Thanks,
PKA 751.